Guide to Raising the Sick Villain Chapter 94 to Chapter 127. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen went out for a while and came back a few days later. They felt that the atmosphere in the house was not right. It was even more annoying than before. However, for the old couple, the better Qiao Lan and Tan Mo were, the happier they were. They heard that Aunt Chen married Uncle Chen when she just came of age. If it wasn't for the society's policy of marrying later, Aunt Chen would have dragged the two of them to get married before they even reached the age of marriage. Tan Mo still went to practice martial arts every night. Qiao Lan was free now, so she accompanied Tan Mo every day. Uncle Chen rushed the two of them to get their driver's license, so they learned how to drive during the day and practiced martial arts at night. Their days were as comfortable as they could be. Until the college entrance exam results finally came out. They didn't know how the others were doing. Qiao Lan wasn't very worried or anxious, and Tan Mo was even calmer. Because they were good enough, they could roughly estimate the results after the exam. The final results shouldn't be too different from what they estimated, especially for the science subjects. Qiao Lan and Tan Mo didn't stay up all night waiting to check the results. It wasn't until 6 o'clock the next day that the head teacher, who hadn't seen for a long time, called Qiao Lan's phone. Although the results hadn't been checked yet, from the head teacher's excitement, Qiao Lan and Tan Mo definitely didn't perform abnormally and did well. However, if they could be this excited, Qiao Lan also became excited. She hurriedly asked the head teacher how much Tan Mo did. The head teacher called Qiao Lan purely because she was too excited. However, when she heard Qiao Lan's tone, she didn't know at all. "I won't tell you," the head teacher laughed happily, "check it yourself. Remember to come to school when you're done." On the day the results came out, the school would give the students a professional guidebook for applying to schools. Some students even asked the teachers for their opinions, so everyone would go to the school. Alright, Qiao Lan hung up the phone and dragged Tan Mo to turn on the computer. Aunt Chen and Uncle Chen also followed behind them to watch the show. Although he didn't know much about the college entrance examination, in reality, many grandparents didn't know about it either. When their grandchildren's results were out, they would still be very concerned. Although Qiao Lan was used to eating what he liked first when eating, Qiao Lan felt that he should check his food first, then check Tan Mo's, and leave the surprise for last. He keyed in his admission ticket number, and a moment later, Qiao Lan's results and information were all displayed. Full marks for mathematics and English, 150, Chinese, 140, and science, 281. Total score, 721. Qiao Lan and the others did the first set of the college entrance examination, which was used by many provinces. They scored a total of 750 points. This score was slightly higher than what Qiao Lan had expected. Qiao Lan estimated that she would score around 715 points, which was similar to her previous mock exams. Qiao Lan had never scored above 720 points in her mock exams. She didn't expect that she would actually break through on the most important college entrance examination. Although it was only 1 point, it was still a breakthrough. It was probably because Qiao Lan and Tan Mo's expressions were too calm that Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen couldn't tell. So, did little Lan do well or not? Tan Mo thought for a while and said, putting aside the difficulty of this year's exam, this score is similar to that of the top scorer in some provinces. Although she didn't understand the results, she understood the words top scorer. Aunt Chen hugged Qiao Lan happily and almost kissed Qiao Lan. However, she was pulled back by Tan Mo. Qiao Lan quickly closed her page, opened a new page, and entered Tan Mo's admission number. She only needed to know her score. Tan Mo's score was the most important thing. The homeroom teacher had been looking forward to Tan Mo coming back as the top scorer in the province. As Tan Mo's girlfriend, Qiao Lan was even more excited than the homeroom teacher. After entering all the information, Qiao Lan paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and prepared herself. Tan Mo couldn't help but laugh and said, "Maybe you scored higher than me." "How is that possible?" Qiao Lan shook her head without thinking. "You definitely scored higher than me if I didn't eat the keyboard." She clicked on the keyboard as she spoke. Tan Mo glanced at it casually and smiled. "Looks like I don't have to eat the keyboard." Qiao Lan stared at the score a few times before she turned around and grabbed Tan Mo's hand. She couldn't hide the excitement in her voice. "Why are you so calm?" 7:38. It was still the full score for math and English, 160. Chinese was 2 points higher than Xiao Lan's, 140. The scariest one was 298 in science, just 2 points away from the full score. Their total score was only 12 points away from the full score. 10 points were in Chinese, but 140 points in Chinese was already the highest score. Xiao Lan was already used to Tan Mo's awesomeness, but she still couldn't help but sigh. How can my boyfriend be so awesome? He was 12 points away from the full score. The top scorer in the province in the past definitely didn't have such a high score. If Tan Mo wasn't the top scorer with this score, Xiao Lan could eat the keyboard again. However, she didn't need to ask the homeroom teacher for confirmation. The news was already out on the official website. Tan Mo's name was at the top, and his amazing score was also hanging high. Xiao Lan instantly understood why the homeroom teacher was so excited just now. She was so excited that she wanted to call everyone to show off. However, almost all of her friends were in the same class, so she didn't need Xiao Lan to tell them. They should all know. Xiao Lan suddenly felt a sense of loss because she had nowhere to show off. In the end, she could only continue to sigh with her boyfriend about how he could do so well this time. Tan Mo answered seriously. He thought for a while and said, "Because I checked twice." Xiao Lan was speechless. The others didn't even have enough time to finish the papers, so how could they have the time to check twice? So in the end, Tan Mo was still the best. "Let's go to school." Xiao Lan was instantly revived. It was as if she had obtained a big treasure and had to find someone to show it off. Tan Mo couldn't help but laugh again. It was obvious that she had also obtained an unprecedented score, but she didn't seem to care at all. All her attention was on him. Although Tan Mo didn't like people to pay too much attention to him, he was very willing to cooperate with Xiao Lan now. When they arrived at the school, there was a very conspicuous banner hanging under the teaching building. Tan Mo's name and results were hanging on it. The office building was already crowded with students. They were all running to find the teachers. The results were finally out. Some people were happy, while others were sad. However, most of them seemed to be in a good mood and were chatting happily together. Although Tan Mo and Xiao Lan were usually the stars of the school, the two of them were definitely more so today. Back then, there were people who were jealous of Xiao Lan and Tan Mo. They were in a relationship so openly, but the teachers just turned a blind eye and pretended not to see it. It was unfair. Now, it seemed that although the two of them were in a relationship, they didn't fall behind in their studies at all. Some people couldn't help but sigh. God was really biased when it came to creating people. Why were some people so good-looking and so good in their studies? And they even had boyfriends, girlfriends. God was so unfair. It was exactly the same as the usual exams. Tan Mo was first and Xiao Lan was second. This exam was still the same. However, Tan Mo was first in the school and also in the province. Xiao Lan was second in the school and third in the province. The second place was a top student from number 1 middle school. He was 4 points higher than Xiao Lan, with a total of 725 points. Therefore, Tan Mo was still the only one with a score of 730 points and above. The homeroom teacher was definitely the one with the most reputation among all the teachers today. The results of the province were not released too early or too late. Previously, there were already a few provinces that were first in the national exam. The top scorer of those provinces didn't have a score as high as Tan Mo's. There was even a province whose top scorer didn't have a score as high as Xiao Lan's. Therefore, the homeroom teacher estimated that Tan Mo's score was very likely not only to be first in the province, but also in the whole country for this exam. It was already very rare to get a score of 730 points and above, not to mention that Tan Mo's score was 738 and not 731 or 732. When the time came, his reputation would be even greater. Finally, when Xiao Lan and Tan Mo arrived at the office, the homeroom teacher rushed up with a face full of joy and gave Tan Mo a big hug without any warning. Tan Mo wasn't used to hugging anyone other than Xiao Lan, let alone such a sincere hug. For a moment, his forehead twitched and he almost threw the homeroom teacher out. Fortunately, after the hug, the homeroom teacher suddenly remembered that when Tan Mo first came to school, Uncle Chen had specifically told him that Tan Mo didn't like to be touched by people. Only then did he hurriedly let go of Tan Mo and explain cheerfully, I was too happy and couldn't hold back. Tan Mo expressionlessly took 2 steps back and stood behind Xiao Lan. The surrounding teachers and students suddenly laughed. In the past, the teachers pretended not to see Xiao Lan and Tan Mo. Now that these 2 kids had graduated and had done so well in the exam, seeing these 2 walking together again, they suddenly felt that it was pleasing to the eye. Who wouldn't like good-looking and excellent children? The homeroom teacher was so happy that he pulled Tan Mo aside and chatted with him. Xiao Lan casually picked up the results of Class 18 and looked from top to bottom. Chen Yaoyang was probably going to die of anger because Xiao Lan was 1 point higher than Chen Yaoyang. Xiao Lan mainly looked at the few people who were close to him. Baiyu's performance was normal, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to apply to the school she had previously thought of. He looked all the way down and finally stopped at Xianxia's position. This year's exam was more difficult, and the cutoff score was about 10 points lower than last year's. Baiyu was almost 50 points higher than the cutoff score for a first-tier university. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo were even higher. However, Xianxia actually didn't get into a first-tier university. Class 18 wasn't an ordinary class. Class 18 was an elite class. The school's goal was to have a promotion rate of 98%. In other words, 98% was actually 100%. Xianxia's results were indeed not good in Class 18. She was below average, but the elite class was an elite class. Even the students at the bottom could get a middle position if they went to an ordinary class. However, Xianxia actually didn't even pass the cutoff score this time. Xiao Lan looked at Hao Ying's results. Hao Ying was 20 points higher than the cutoff score for a first-tier university. Xiao Lan looked at Xianxia's name. Although it was a little immoral, a few words still popped up in his mind. She deserved it. She put her thoughts in places where she shouldn't have. Her results regressed and she finally failed. It was understandable. However, it was a little tragic that Xianxia became the only student in Class 18 who didn't meet the standard. Class 18's 100% promotion rate for a first-tier university was dragged back to 98% by Xianxia. The head teacher sighed from time to time. He had been waiting for Xianxia to come to prepare for the ideological work, but Xianxia still didn't come. The head teacher didn't care too much if she didn't come. He turned around and asked several students about their intentions. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo's universities were easy to choose. They were the 2 best universities in the country. Now, they could choose. It was up to them which one they chose. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo chose quickly. However, when they chose their majors, Tan Mo looked at Xiao Lan's final choice. His pupils suddenly shrank. Xiao Lan didn't choose finance, which she had said before. She applied for applied psychology. Why do you want to learn this? Tan Mo asked, but he suddenly felt that he had asked a stupid question. There was only one reason, and it was because of him. Tan Mo didn't know how to feel. He was touched, happy, or sad. After a long silence, Tan Mo held Xiao Lan's hand and said in a low voice, "You don't have to do this." She didn't have to give up what she liked for him and force herself to accept these things that were out of her expectations. "Don't do this for me, just learn what you like," Tan Mo said. Xiao Lan smiled and said, "I like this very much now." Tan Mo remained silent. Xiao Lan closed the book and walked over to sit next to Tan Mo. He held Tan Mo's hand and said, "You said you wanted to study finance because you were interested in stocks. You're doing that now. You know better than me that studying finance in university doesn't have much to do with stocks. Even if I want to try it in the future, you can teach me, right?" Tan Mo didn't say anything, so Xiao Lan could only continue. "Studying psychology isn't a recent idea. I've been thinking about it for almost a year. If it wasn't for you, you wouldn't believe me. It's true that I want to study psychology because of you, but you don't have to feel like I'm giving up anything. I really think psychology is very interesting now. I also want to know more about you and care more about you through psychology, just like how you purposely studied stocks. I don't feel wronged at all. It's a very happy thing to do something for the person you like. You can't understand everyone's expressions and can't express your feelings. It's okay, I'll learn. I'll try my best to understand you." Xiaolan raised his hand and touched Tan Mo's cheek. I'm so happy to be able to study something related to you. Besides, B major psychology is one of the best in the country. On the other hand, finance isn't as good as those top finance schools. Okay, I'll skip the topic. What about you? Which major do you want to study? Tan Mo stared at Xiaolan for a long time and finally put his eyes back on the computer. Mathematics. Tan Mo had an excellent memory and was very sensitive to numbers since he was young. Mathematics was the most suitable profession for him. Moreover, there were three main types of stock market analysis: technical analysis, fundamental analysis, and quantitative data analysis. Among them, technical analysis and quantitative data analysis were closely related to mathematics. Xiaolan thought for a moment and said, "You studied mathematics to continue investing in the stock market. Back then, you invested in the stock market because of me. In other words, you studied mathematics because of me." Tan Mo thought. Something's not quite right, but it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with it. That's right. Xiaolan clapped his hands and said, "Look, I studied because of you, and you studied because of me. Isn't that fair?" How is this fair? Although I started trading stocks because of you, later on, it was because I liked it. Does Xiaolan like psychology? Tan Mo didn't know. However, regardless of whether Tan Mo knew or not, since Xiaolan had made the decision, Tan Mo couldn't do anything about it. In the end, they submitted their applications. Xiaolan and Tan Mo's scores were too high, so they were among the first batch to be admitted, much earlier than the other students. Later on, when both of them received their admission letters, the homeroom teacher and many other students knew about their majors. Tan Mo's major was normal, but when they saw Xiaolan's major, even the homeroom teacher thought that Xiaolan had chosen the wrong major. That's right, Xiaolan explained, that's my first choice. Why do you suddenly want to study this? You really didn't understand, didn't you say you wanted to study finance before? You said you wanted to study law before, why are you studying management now? Fine. That's true. Many students didn't choose a major that they wanted to study before. After all, they didn't know much about it when they were in school. Many people just casually mentioned it. However, they really felt that Xiaolan's major was a bit off. Although we didn't get into the same city, it's not too far away. The high-speed train will take us there in an hour. I'll definitely come over and play with you when I'm free this weekend, Bayu said. Oh right, are you and Tan Mo living on campus or outside? Bayu was one of the few people who knew that Xiaolan was living in Tan Mo's house now. She knew that Xiaolan and Tan Mo had already met each other's parents, and Tan Mo's family background was so good, so it was completely normal for him to rent or even buy a house to live in outside. The main thing was that Bayu really couldn't imagine Tan Mo living in the same dormitory as other people. It was probably because she had known Tan Mo for 2 years, but other than Xiaolan, Tan Mo didn't have any other friends. Therefore, Bayu couldn't imagine that Tan Mo had a good relationship with other people and even lived under the same roof. Xiaolan didn't think about this problem. Recently, Xiaolan had been practicing driving every day, so all Xiaolan could think about was the traffic rules and changing gears and braking. Originally, he wanted to learn driving with Tan Mo, but in the end, Tan Mo wasn't 18 years old and couldn't learn at all. He couldn't even get a driver's license, so it became Xiaolan's learning while Tan Mo watched from the side. At first, Xiaolan was worried that he would be scolded if he didn't learn well. After all, there were always people on the internet who said that driving coaches were always lecturing people. In the end, Uncle Chen directly enrolled Xiaolan in the VIP class. He didn't need to queue up and could make an appointment at any time. Moreover, he was specially taught to be gentle and patient. Xiaolan felt even more pressure. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to repay Uncle Chen's money. Every day, when he was learning to drive, he couldn't wait to put 200% of his attention on it. Now that Bayu mentioned the matter of whether or not to live on campus, Xiaolan naturally wanted to live on campus. It wasn't because of himself, but because of Tan Mo. Tan Mo still needed to slowly integrate into the crowd. Although she would always be with him, she couldn't replace everything. Tan Mo still needed like-minded friends, especially friends of the same sex. B major was the best university in the country. The students who could go there were all outstanding. In general, they were all of high quality. In that kind of environment, Tan Mo might really be able to make good friends. This was what Xiao Lan was looking forward to. After all, Tan Mo had never lived under the same roof as a stranger, and Tan Mo's Asperger's disease was always a hidden danger. Xiao Lan bit her lips. This matter still needed to be discussed with Tan Mo. Just now, the homeroom teacher was looking for Tan Mo for some reason. Xiao Lan went all the way there and saw the homeroom teacher, whose lips were numb from talking, and Tan Mo, who was indifferent. After asking, she found out that after the results of each province were released, the top scorer of each province in the country also appeared one after another. However, Tan Mo still maintained the title of first place. Over the years, the top scorer of the liberal arts and science subjects would accept an interview and take a few photos. For someone like Tan Mo who was so good at studying and was so handsome, the homeroom teacher felt that she should take a few more photos. In the end, not to mention taking photos, Tan Mo didn't even accept the interview. The homeroom teacher tried to persuade him, but it was useless. When she saw Xiao Lan, her eyes lit up. She pulled Xiao Lan aside and asked her to persuade Tan Mo Xiao Lan was completely on her boyfriend's side. Then don't interview him, Xiao Lan said. He doesn't like it. With the recent announcement of the college entrance examination results, the topic of the college entrance examination on the internet had never stopped. At first, it was about the celebrities who participated in the college entrance examination, then it was about the top scorers. Tan Mo never paid attention to these things, so he didn't know about it. However, Xiao Lan had seen it before. When the shocking score of 738 points was released, many people on the internet were discussing it. There were even some students from the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China's students who claimed to be from the same school and said a lot of things. Xiao Lan also liked to read the comments praising Tan Mo's skills and saying that his name was beautiful. However, she didn't like to read the comments of the students who were spreading popular science everywhere. Especially when someone wrote that Tan Mo's legs were injured and he couldn't stand up. Many people sighed and said that it was very inspirational. However, Xiao Lan still felt uncomfortable when she read it. In the end, Tan Mo didn't accept any interviews. The reporters had no choice but to interview the homeroom teacher and a few students who were very gossipy. Xiao Lan searched for a few related news articles and read them. The general meaning of the articles was that Tan Mo was an out-and-out genius and he was very outstanding in science. Even if he didn't pay attention in class, he would always be the first in the grade. Then, as expected, the article mentioned that Tan Mo couldn't stand up in the past. News was like this, especially when it came to a positive person like Tan Mo. They always liked to highlight his hardships and then use those hardships to set off his difficulties. It was like chicken soup for the soul. As for the gossip of other students, such as Tan Mo not only not paying attention in class, but he didn't even pay attention in class at all. Tan Mo also didn't miss out on studying and dating, and he had a Bentley to pick him up every day and so on. After all, these were considered negative news, and it wasn't suitable to appear in this kind of positive news. In the past 2 days, there were hot searches from time to time. Previously, there was a boy with a fair and clean face who directly rushed to the top 5 of the hot searches. If it was Tan Mo's picture, it would probably be in the first place for a whole day. Fortunately, Tan Mo didn't accept any interviews and didn't allow his portrait to be used. Tan Mo's picture couldn't be found on the internet, so the popularity wasn't very high. The 3-month summer vacation seemed to be very long, but it also passed by very quickly. Xiao Lan received a bonus of 250,000 yuan. In addition to the bonus that Tan Mo gave her from the stock market, Xiao Lan suddenly felt that she was a little rich woman. In addition, Xiao Lan successfully obtained her driver's license, and Tan Mo's 18th birthday was still a month away. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo discussed the issue of whether or not to live on campus for a long time. In the end, they decided to live on campus first. If Tan Mo didn't like it and wasn't used to it, then he could move out. With Tan Mo's wealth, it would be easy for him to buy a house near Xianxia. At the beginning of September, Xiao Lan and Tan Mo took a plane to the capital together. They stayed in a hotel outside the school for 2 days and went to the surrounding area and the school 1 day in advance. The school hadn't officially started welcoming the new students, but the atmosphere on campus was already very lively. Xiao Lan pointed at the sign that was already set up on the boulevard in front of them and said hesitantly, "I'll go with you to sign up tomorrow." Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen didn't come this time, so they couldn't let the two elders help them carry their luggage. Moreover, Xiao Lan and Tan Mo didn't bring much. Xiao Lan said that she would go with Tan Mo after signing up, but Tan Mo refused. Tan Mo said that he could go by himself. However, there were already so many people today, and there would definitely be more people tomorrow. Tan Mo rubbed Xiao Lan's hair. "I'm going to be an adult next month. Don't always treat me like a kid." "Okay," Xiao Lan could only nod, "then we'll split up tomorrow. I'll go find you after signing up." Tan Mo must have brought the least luggage among the freshmen. Xiao Lan even carried a small suitcase. Tan Mo only had a phone with him. He was afraid of trouble, so he prepared to buy all his things, including his clothes, after the registration today. The welcoming ceremony was very lively. Little colored flags stretched from the school gate to the registration area. There were seniors everywhere, wearing t-shirts of different colors. They asked which department they were from as soon as they came in. Mathematics was one of the best majors in B major, and it was also a major where the top students gathered. Therefore, the registration area was more conspicuous than the other majors. Tan Mo glanced at the registration area. It was full of people. Tan Mo didn't want to go. He didn't like this kind of environment, not to mention the suffocating registration area. No matter how much he disliked it, he didn't show it on his face. Tan Mo was now very good at hiding his true thoughts. He could even hide his gaze so well that Xiao Lan couldn't see it at all. "You really don't need me to go with you?" Xiao Lan asked. "No," Tan Mo returned the suitcase in his hand to Xiao Lan. "Call me when you find your dorm." "Okay," Xiao Lan said. She and Tan Mo agreed to go shopping after the registration. Tan Mo lacked too many things. Xiao Lan was still worried. After all, Tan Mo had always been taken care of. Xiao Lan looked at Tan Mo while looking for a seat for the psychology major. He was carrying a suitcase in his hand, and he looked back 3 times with every step. It was obvious that he was a standard freshman who had never seen anything before. In fact, Xiao Lan was definitely the calmest one today. After all, she had gone through it once before. Later on, she went to the welcoming ceremony when she was in her 2nd year, so she was quite familiar with the process. Xiao Lan walked around and finally saw a banner under the shade of a tree. It said Psychology Major. B Major Psychology Department was one of the best in the country, but it was not a popular major after all. Moreover, the number of students recruited was very small. This year, B Major only recruited a total of 70 undergraduate students, which was 70 to 80 people a year. The total number of students from several grades added up could not compare to the number of freshmen from the major. Xiao Lan guessed that this place should be quite deserted. Picking up a total of 70 juniors in 2 days was simply too easy. However, when they arrived, they found that there were quite a lot of people crowded together. It was much livelier than the other specializations. After Xiao Lan walked over, the senior who was sitting in front of him heard the sound of a suitcase rolling. She hurriedly shouted to the back, "Lower your voice, a new student is here." "Give me the notice." She turned her head and saw the Xiao Lan. She was stunned when she saw the Xiao Lan. Then, she lowered her head and looked at the Xiao Lan admission notice. Her voice instantly softened. "It's so hot. Let's walk inside. Junior, take a seat first and fill in this form." The words junior attracted the attention of a few seniors who were talking. When they saw Xiao Lan's face clearly, their eyes lit up and they quickly squeezed their way over. As soon as they dispersed, Xiao Lan immediately understood why there were so many people here. There was a guy sitting in the innermost corner. When Xiao Lan saw him, the words "the senior next door" immediately popped up in his mind. Since he was sitting down, it was hard to tell his height. He was wearing a white casual shirt and looked very clean. Whether it was his appearance or his temperament, he was very gentle. Of course, the most important thing was that he was very good-looking. Otherwise, why would there be so many people here? After all, there was a handsome guy here. However, even if he was a handsome guy, he was still far from Tan Mo. He was probably at the same level as Qinyao Haoying. Xiao Lan had a filter for Tan Mo. No matter who it was, Tan Mo was better looking. Xiao Lan glanced at him and retracted his gaze. He took the pen from the senior and filled in his name on the form. Two other guys squeezed their way over and started talking to Xiao Lan. Junior, your handwriting is pretty good. Thank you. Junior, where are you from? S province. Ah, my home is in the neighboring province, the senior said happily. He looked at Xiao Lan and saw that there was no one else behind him. Junior, did you come here alone? No. Xiao Lan filled in the form and returned the pen to the senior. She smiled at the senior and said, I came here with my boyfriend. The senior, who was excited, was instantly stunned. The other seniors behind him were instantly amused. The senior who had asked Xiao Lan to fill in the form at the beginning continued to gossip, then where's your boyfriend? He didn't come with you to sign up? He's over there. We signed up separately. Xiao Lan pointed at a few majors in the distance and said, Thank you, senior. You're welcome. I'll send you to the dormitory. The senior stood up. When Xiao Lan left, the seniors started to sigh. F*CK, 2 top students. It turned out that couples were admitted to top universities together. However, what made the seniors more shocked was that the psychology major had very few students. It wasn't easy for such a beautiful junior to come, but she had already been booked away. Why were the juniors these days so insensible? They hadn't even arrived and they were already snatching her from the seniors. Wasn't that too much? The two seniors who had gone outside to pick her up came back and said that the mathematics department was very lively. They asked why it was so lively. I heard that a junior with heaven-defying looks came. A bunch of people ran over to watch the show. You went too? Of course. The senior was very proud. After being proud, she said excitedly, his height is estimated to be more than 185 centimeters. He's so handsome. Are all the freshmen this year so good-looking? Who else? Just now, a junior with heaven-defying looks came to our major. She has good legs, but she already has a boyfriend. It's none of your business if she doesn't have a boyfriend, F*CK. Everyone burst into laughter. The boy in the white shirt who had been sitting at the back casually picked up the registration form and looked at the name on it. Xiao Lan. The number of majors was small, but the accommodation was not bad. It was a 4-person room with a top bunk and a table. Xiao Lan was the first to arrive, so there was no one else in the dormitory. Xiao Lan found her bed, packed up briefly, and put her suitcase in the cabinet. She took her phone and ID and went downstairs to find Tan Mo. She had just chatted with the senior who sent her over and found out the location of the mathematics department's dormitory. It wasn't very close, but Xiao Lan had a good memory. After walking for about 10 minutes, she arrived at Tan Mo's dormitory. She found a shade and called Tan Mo. Boys could always quickly become familiar with each other because of a small topic. Tan Mo had applied for B Major's ACE major. This major was originally a gathering of real straight A students. B Major recruited 10 or so college entrance examination top scorers every year. This year, 2 of them were majored in mathematics, and the rest of their scores averaged more than 650 points. In Tan Mo's dormitory, the 4 students were the straight A students among straight A students. All of them scored more than 700 points. Among them, Tan Mo was the biggest. However, when they saw Tan Mo, just like the seniors who had applied before, even his roommates looked at Tan Mo's appearance first. After introducing himself, Xianxia covered his face and sighed. Sigh, I can't keep my title as the most good-looking student in 221. Tan Mo had never had the experience of talking directly with a stranger. He didn't know what to say or do. Looking at the fair and clean boy in front of him, his mind subconsciously jumped into various emotional interpretation and imitation responses that he had learned before. When he really didn't know what to do, everything seemed to be much easier when he borrowed other people's thoughts. He smiled and even joked, I can keep it. I'll let you have it. You're right. Xianxia subconsciously wanted to reach out and pat Tan Mo's shoulder, but Tan Mo dodged it without leaving a trace. Xianxia didn't notice it. When he reached out his hand, he realized that Tan Mo was half a head taller than him. He felt that it was better not to embarrass himself, so he retracted his hand and muttered, "Just now, a brother came. His parents came with him, but now he's gone with his parents. My mom wanted to come with me, but I didn't let her." "Did you come alone too? Are you a local? Why didn't you bring your luggage?" After a series of questions, Tan Mo didn't know which one to answer. In the end, he chose the one he was most willing to answer. "I'm not alone. I have a girlfriend." "Huh?" Xiaohongyi was stunned. He turned around and suddenly said after thinking for a while, "Brother, what are the two characters of your name? Why did it sound so familiar?" Tan Mo handed his notice to Xiaohongyi. After Xiaohongyi read it, he slapped his thigh and shouted, "I knew it sounded familiar. You're the top scorer in science in the whole country, right? I've seen the news about you before." Tan Mo felt very relaxed when he met a roommate who was friendly and talkative. He didn't need to answer any questions. Xiaohongyi could ask and answer his own questions. F***ck, why aren't there any photos of you when you look like this? Xiaohongyi said agitatedly, "Let me tell you, the most handsome college entrance examination top scorer on the internet was just a joke. He's not even as handsome as me and he's the most handsome. Do you believe that he would be ashamed to death if he saw you like this?" Tan Mo frowned. How should he respond? It was immoral to talk about people behind their backs. However, before Tan Mo could say anything, the sound of a box being pushed came from the door. "You're F***king talking about me behind my back again, aren't you?" A voice came from the door. A tall and thin boy who was pushing a big box stood at the door and stared at Xiaohongyi. "I'm only 1 point higher than you." "You've been remembering it for 2 months," Xiaohongyi jumped up instantly. "I'll remember it for the rest of my life." He had always been the one who did well in exams. However, this person actually scored higher than him in the last exam. Not only did he score higher than him, but he also got the title of top scorer in his province. Tan Mo sensed that something was wrong. "Do you know each other?" "Yes," the tall and thin boy who was pushing the box at the door walked in. "Yes, we were in high school." "Nice to meet you, I'm Xianxia." "Tan Mo, alright, pack up your things." Xiaohongyi helped Xianxia to drag his luggage in and continued to chat with Tan Mo. "Brother, I've really seen the news about you. I didn't know your surname at first, so I had a deep impression of you. I even saw the comments below the news. Some students from your school revealed that you never attend classes and you're still in a relationship. You're awesome." "Tan Mo. Thank you." "No need to thank me. You're so humble." Xiaohongyi waved his hand. "Oh right, you said that you came with your girlfriend. Which school is your girlfriend from? Beijing Normal University? I remember Beijing Normal University starts these 2 days too." "No, she's also a B major." "What the F***ck?" Xiaohongyi was shocked. "How high did your girlfriend score in the college entrance exams?" 721. Tan Mo's phone rang after he finished speaking. He lowered his head and looked at it. The lines on his face softened. Xiaohongyi tugged at Xianxia and whispered, "She's definitely his girlfriend. Do you believe me?" Xianxia rolled his eyes at Xiaohongyi. It was such an obvious question. Why would he not believe it? Looking at the smile on Tan Mo's face and listening to his smiling voice, the two of them watched as Tan Mo walked out of the door after the call ended. Xianxia glanced at Xiaohongyi and whispered, "Are you jealous?" "What's there to be jealous about?" Xiaohongyi snorted. "You should look for a girlfriend in university. There are so many beautiful girls in university. You don't know how many seniors sent Tan Mo here during the registration. All of them are very beautiful. They're definitely prettier than his girlfriend." University students knew how to dress up. Moreover, Xiaohongyi didn't think that there were any particularly beautiful girls in the science class due to her personal experience. Xiaohongyi's eyes lit up. "See? I told you that good-looking girls are everywhere. She's so beautiful. She can make her debut if she tidies up a little." Xiaohongyi's eyes lit up. "See? I told you that good-looking girls are everywhere. She's so beautiful. She can debut with just a little tidying up." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the new roommate who had just left walking towards the girl. The beautiful girl smiled when she saw Tan Mo. Her smile became even more beautiful. Then, Tan Mo pulled the girl into his arms. They were very close to each other and said something. In the end, they left hand in hand. Xianxia was speechless. Kong Sha's eyes were smiling. What's wrong? Xianxia was speechless. Why didn't he have such a beautiful girl in his class when he was in high school? Why didn't he have such a beautiful girlfriend now? To hell with not being envious. What he said just now didn't count. He was very envious now. How's your roommate? Xiao Lan was most concerned about this. After all, Tan Mo had never communicated with other people normally. Tan Mo thought for a while and commented, pretty good. How about you? I haven't seen him yet, Xiao Lan said, I'm the first one here. Everyone should be here by the time we finish shopping and go back. Tan Mo replied, after a while, he finally reacted. What are we going to buy? Xiao Lan was speechless. At this moment, Tan Mo didn't have any of the intelligence of a genius. He was silly and helpless. He said that he would go shopping with Xiao Lan and didn't object at all. It was as if he knew everything. However, it turned out that he didn't know anything. He just nodded his head no matter what Xiao Lan said. Xiao Lan was amused. That's a lot of stuff. You didn't even bring your clothes. As a student who had experience in university, Xiao Lan knew everything. First, we have to get a phone card. It's easier to contact people in the province. I think there's also a school package. After that, we'll buy daily necessities like towels and toothbrushes. After that, we'll go to the mall to buy clothes. Okay, Tan Mo agreed obediently. There was a big supermarket in the school. It had everything, but it was crowded because it was the beginning of the school year. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo were in a line that was several meters long. They talked while waiting for the bill. Since they were free, Xiao Lan told Tan Mo some things that freshmen should pay attention to so that they wouldn't be cheated. Xiao Lan remembered that when he first went to university, a few seniors came to his dorm on the first night. They grabbed a group of freshmen who didn't know anything and told them to sign up early in their first year to learn things that they didn't need to learn. However, what they didn't know was that the seniors kept saying that they would definitely need it in the future. When they were looking for a job, this had already become a hard requirement, just like CET4 English. Looking at the seniors who were so considerate of them, half of the freshmen obediently paid the money. Later on, when they saw the real counselor, the counselor reminded them not to believe the seniors who specially came to the dormitory to promote them. They were just scamming money to learn something of little value. Only then did the group of newbies realize that they had wasted their money. Xiao Lan thought about how even he had been tricked, let alone Tan Mo, a pure prodigal who didn't care about money. He felt that he should talk to Tan Mo. Xiao Lan said whatever he could think of. Tan Mo listened attentively. When he finished, his light brown eyes stared deeply at Xiao Lan. How do you know so much? Ah. Xiao Lan was stunned. How should she explain it? She had never planned to reveal her real background, even if this person was Tan Mo. I heard it when I was signing up. She casually found an excuse, but unfortunately, it happened to be Tan Mo's guess. Tan Mo wouldn't have guessed Xiao Lan's real background at all. He just felt that it was a little strange that Xiao Lan knew so much. He also thought of the seniors who insisted on sending him back to the dormitory. The opposite sex was always very attractive, especially the opposite sex who was very good-looking. Just like Xiao Lan. Were there also boys who were like those seniors who insisted on sending Xiao Lan back to the dormitory, and even talked so much with Xiao Lan on the way to the dormitory? Although Tan Mo rejected the seniors' guidance and didn't know the details, Tan Mo learned from his roommate, Xianxia, that Xianxia was also sent back to the dormitory by the seniors, and they even exchanged WeChat numbers. Then what about Xiao Lan? Of course, Xiao Lan wouldn't take the initiative to add someone else's WeChat number, but what if the seniors who sent her back wanted to add her? If they took the initiative to send her back, it meant that they were interested. Since they were interested, they would definitely ask for Xiao Lan's WeChat number. Xiao Lan was very easygoing and easy to get along with, so she wouldn't usually refuse. Tan Mo's eyes suddenly turned cold, but he heard Xiao Lan continue. The male-to-female ratio in our specialization is 3:7. When we signed up, almost all of them were seniors. One of them told me this when she sent me back. Xiao Lan was a little guilty, so she explained more clearly. Tan Mo was stunned, and the coldness in his eyes flickered. Senior? Yeah. Xiao Lan nodded. After nodding, she finally understood what Tan Mo was thinking. Her eyes were filled with smiles for a moment, and she grabbed Tan Mo's arm, tiptoed, and whispered in Tan Mo's ear, jealous. Tan Mo, jealous? You're beating around the bush. I almost couldn't tell. Xiao Lan clicked her tongue. I haven't asked you yet. Ask me what? Who sent you back to the dormitory? No one. Tan Mo's temperament softened. Find it yourself. Xiao Lan's smile deepened. You have a good sense of direction. It's okay. Tan Mo held Xiao Lan's hand tightly. It's our turn. Let's pay the bill. Okay. Xiao Lan followed Tan Mo's footsteps. After they paid the bill and left the supermarket, the girls who had been queuing behind them started chattering. Oh my God, the couple in front of us is so good-looking. And they're super sweet. Yes. I'm jealous. There were more than a few people who were jealous. They bought their daily necessities and divided them into 2 portions. Because they were worried that the shopping mall would be closed, they temporarily put all of them in Tan Mo's dormitory. Therefore, Xiao Lan followed Tan Mo to the dormitory and greeted his 3 roommates. My girlfriend, Xiao Lan. The last time he introduced Xiao Lan to other people was when he brought Xiao Lan to watch him fight. That was the first time. Tan Mo told other people that Xiao Lan was his girlfriend. Every time Tan Mo said such a simple statement, his heart would still beat uncontrollably. Happiness and satisfaction would overflow from his heart. It was the same this time. Xiao Lan smiled at Tan Mo's 3 roommates. Xianxia stuttered a little. She even stuttered when she said her name. His appearance was a critical hit. Although Tan Mo's appearance was also a critical hit, he was still a man. No matter how good-looking a man is, I'm not interested. I'm a straight man. Xianxia was standing on the 2nd floor. Looking down from above, she could already see that this girl had a good figure and good looks. When Xiao Lan walked over and looked directly at her, Xianxia suddenly understood the so-called angle of death when taking photos. When taking photos from above, a person who was 1.8 meters tall would have the illusion of being 1.5 meters tall. Looking at Tan Mo's girlfriend, Xianxia had just said that Tan Mo would be at a disadvantage if he got a girlfriend so early. He would miss out on so many beautiful girls. However, to be honest, Xianxia had seen many beautiful girls in her life. Today, she had also seen a few especially beautiful seniors. However, none of them were as good-looking as this girl. Although straight men often couldn't tell if a girl was wearing makeup or not, Xianxia still felt that this girl's face was completely bare. Not to mention her beautiful long legs. Xianxia couldn't help but eat a lemon. With a girlfriend like this, it was worth it no matter how many girls he missed out on. Also, why was this girlfriend so gentle? Why was she so good-tempered? Why was she so good to Tan Mo? In just a few minutes, Xianxia felt that she had a toothache just looking at Xiao Lan and Tan Mo. It was sweet. Logically speaking, shouldn't a girl with such good looks be more aloof and willful? Xianxia thought of the campus belle in her high school. She had heard that the boys who dated her treated her as if she was their ancestor. Xiao Lan was even prettier. Just like that, she enviously watched the 2 of them come back and then leave. Xianxia threw herself on the bed and said faintly, I also want to have a girlfriend. I want a girlfriend who is so pretty. Kong Sha's eyes darkened. He suddenly said viciously, in your next life. Xianxia, although I'm not as pretty as Tan Mo, we are still brothers. How can you insult me like this? Xianxia became even more upset. She lay on the bed and ignored Kong Sha. On the other side, Xiao Lan was helping Tan Mo pick out clothes. Although she had gone shopping with Tan Mo many times, she still felt unusually uncomfortable every time she went to Xiao Lan. Tan Mo didn't have any concept of money at all. Xiao Lan didn't know how much money Tan Mo had. She vaguely remembered that the inheritance Tan Mo's mother left for Tan Mo was enough for him to squander for the rest of his life. The pitiful Tan Mo in the novel didn't live for more than a few years, And all of his inheritance was given to Chen Yaoyang because of Song Yao. Just thinking about it made her angry. She also felt uncomfortable. Because of Song Yao. Although Song Yao was a very nice girl, Tan Mo in the novel committed suicide because of her illness. Moreover, Tan Mo used to like her. Xiao Lan shook her head, trying to get rid of the messy thoughts in her head. Don't think about it. Tan Mo was already hers now. She carefully picked out clothes for Tan Mo again. She had to pick out clothes because if she didn't, Tan Mo would buy everything he saw. If the shop assistant recommended something that he thought was good, he would buy it without even trying it on. Although Tan Mo was now as tall as a walking clothes hanger and looked good in everything, money shouldn't be wasted like that. In order to prevent Tan Mo from buying everything, Xiao Lan could only pick out all kinds of problems, especially those that were ridiculously expensive and not suitable for ordinary occasions. The color of this one wasn't good. The quality of that one wasn't good. She didn't know why she hated this brand. That brand didn't have a good reputation. Xiao Lan used everything she could think of. The shop assistant's face turned green. If looks could kill, Xiao Lan felt that she would have been killed many times. Xiao Lan believed that after they left, the shop assistants would definitely talk about how such a handsome boy found such a difficult girl to please. She spent her own money and still kept picking. But even so, they still bought a lot after shopping. Xiao Lan threw away all the boxes and bags that could be thrown away. Firstly, it was convenient to carry, and secondly, it was to keep a low profile. Tan Mo spent more than 6 figures to buy all the things that he bought today. This was definitely an astronomical figure for an ordinary college student. Tan Mo wasn't good at getting along with people. Xiao Lan was worried that some people with jealousy would have bad intentions. Tan Mo was so outstanding and handsome that it seemed that she couldn't hide it anymore. She would just hide a little bit of wealth. They went out in the morning and didn't come back until night time. Xiao Lan first followed Tan Mo to the dormitory to get some things. After that, Tan Mo came down and said that he was going to send Xiao Lan home. Xiao Hongyi didn't understand. You send me here and I send you back. Is it interesting? No, Kong Sha said, so don't keep thinking about finding a girlfriend. When Xiao Lan went back, all 3 of her roommates finally came back. After coming back, Xiao Lan noticed that the atmosphere in this dormitory was different from her previous university dormitory. There were 3 people in the dormitory. 2 of them were lying on the bed, one was still wearing her headphones, and the other was playing with her phone. Only a girl with 2 ponytails came over happily when she saw her. Only then did the other 2 girls notice Xiao Lan. After a simple greeting, one of them continued to wear her headphones while the other continued to play with her phone. Only the girl with 2 ponytails talked to Xiao Lan. Girls were very sensitive about appearance. Xiao Lan's appearance was too outstanding. A cute girl with 2 ponytails exclaimed, "You're so beautiful." After chatting for a while, she asked Xiao Lan how many marks she got on the college entrance exam. This was a very common topic. Xiao Lan believed that every dormitory would ask about it. However, Xiao Lan could still tell whether the question had a purpose or not. Xiao Lan felt that she was really talented in psychology. Or maybe it was because she liked to analyze the meaning of every word Tan Mo said, so she was a little oversensitive. After all, there was no need for her to ask about the results. For example, she praised Xiao Lan again and mentioned that she used to have a good relationship with a very beautiful girl, but her grades were not very good. She also didn't need to suddenly say that psychology was too rare. Although it was a top university like B Major, it was actually just a small university in some places. After saying that, she asked Xiao Lan innocently, Lan, which province are you from? S province, Xiao Lan said as she packed her things. Although S province was not a big province for the college entrance exam, it was definitely not a remote place. The cutoff score was definitely not low. In fact, the national top scorer this year was from S province. I see. The girl with 2 ponytails nodded. I'm from F province. The cutoff score for this year is really high. It's more than 550 points, which is 20 to 30 points higher than many other provinces. Not to mention B Major, I scored 680 points and was worried that I wouldn't be able to pass. Fortunately, I was accepted. After saying that, he touched his chest with lingering fear. Xiaolan was speechless. The girl with the headphones didn't react, but the other girl who was looking at her phone, Xiaolan, rolled her eyes. The twin-tailed girl didn't think much of it. She tilted her head and asked her cutely, "Lan Lan, how many points did you get in the college entrance exam?" "Around 700, Xiaolan replied to Tan Mo's WeChat message. The twin-tailed girl froze. "More than 700? How much is 700? 701/2 was also more than 700, and 700 ** was also more than 700, although the total score of the college entrance examination was only 750. 721. The girl who had been playing with her phone couldn't help but laugh out loud. To be honest, they came to university full of expectations. Whether it was the school or their roommates, everyone had a beautiful fantasy, but who would have thought that they would meet such a disgusting person on the first day? She had a lovely appearance and was very cute when she spoke, but the moment she opened her mouth, people just wanted to beat her to death. Let's not talk about anything else, just the college entrance exam results. This little cute girl had the highest college entrance exam results, but she kept talking about it. Although she didn't say it directly, her words were deliberately showing off. She was showing off her good grades, showing off that she didn't study much, but she was lucky in the college entrance exam. She kept calling her sister, which made Luke Cancan so angry that he laughed. "Are you F***king younger than me? Who's your sister?" In the end, she still said cutely and guiltily, "But I'm too young." Luke Cancan was speechless. "You're too young to wear a lowly dress with 2 ponytails." He wanted to quarrel, but he didn't think it was necessary. It was the first day, and they were all adults, so it was meaningless. The other roommate directly put on her headphones, and Luke Cancan didn't bother with her anymore until Xiaolan came back. She didn't expect her last roommate to be so beautiful. Hence, the young lady started again. First, she praised Xiaolan. Then, she started asking about Xiaolan's grades. She even said that pretty girls usually didn't do well in their studies. In the end, this girl was not only a super beauty, but also a super scholar. 721 points, in some provinces, she could be the top scorer. The girl with 2 ponytails was silent for a long time and finally said, "You're so good." "Thank you." Xiaolan made the bed, got down from it, and went out to call Tan Mo. She really didn't expect her dorm life to be like this. Maybe it was because the university dorms were too harmonious, and her roommates were too easy to get along with, so Xiaolan subconsciously thought that it would be good this time. But as many people said on the internet, most dorms in university weren't very harmonious. It was very common for 6 people to be in 5 or 6 groups. Xiaolan admitted that she was a little disappointed. After all, she was going to live with her for 4 years. But that was it. After Tan Mo picked up the phone, Xiaolan threw these things to the back of her mind. After 2 days of welcoming the new students, on the night before the military training, the instructor organized the 2 classes of psychology students. The basic steps were to introduce themselves and let everyone get to know each other. Halfway through the class meeting, a few people came from the back of the classroom. The instructor saw them, smiled, and chatted with them quite familiarly. Xiaolan looked and saw a few familiar faces. The senior who sent her back to her dorm was there, the senior who hit on her was there, and the senior who didn't say anything but was very good-looking in a white shirt was there too. When the senior saw Xiaolan, she waved happily at Xiaolan. Roman, the girl with the double ponytails from yesterday, glanced back, then leaned over and whispered to Xiaolan, "Who's that senior? I remember he was at the registration office when we signed up." Although the first day wasn't very pleasant, the activities at the beginning were almost all in the dorm as a group. Almost all 4 of them sat together in a dorm. Xiaolan was texting Tan Mo on WeChat. Tan Mo was also having a class meeting. It was almost the same process. Xiaolan was curious about how Tan Mo introduced himself. Tan Mo replied that he said his name. "And then?" "There's no then." Xiaolan was speechless. Well, it was actually quite fitting for Tan Mo's character. Xiaolan was talking to Tan Mo, but he didn't seem to be paying attention when he replied to Roman. Fortunately, Roman's attention was on the senior in the white shirt. "You don't know him either?" Roman sounded quite happy. I thought you would know. Xiaolan was speechless. Why would I know? We're all freshmen. The few seniors sat for a while and left. The instructor then said that they were the president and vice presidents of the Psychology Society. There were few people in their specialization, so the whole specialization was quite cohesive. The Psychology Society was different from other societies. This society was really helpful to their specialization. Moreover, there were professors to guide them. Therefore, it was necessary for students who studied psychology to try to join the Psychology Society. Roman said excitedly that she had to go. Xiaolan responded casually and continued to talk to Tan Mo. After a while, Tan Mo still didn't reply. Xiaolan was speechless. This kind of situation was too rare. It had never happened before. Tan Mo always replied to her within seconds. Even if he didn't reply within seconds, he would still be typing when she opened WeChat. Xiaolan waited for a while more, but Tan Mo still didn't reply. She frowned and suddenly remembered that when she went to Tan Mo's dormitory yesterday, that fair and clean boy added her WeChat. Xiaolan found Xiaohong's name and said politely, "Hello." Xiaohong replied instantly. "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" Xiaolan was speechless. Tan Mo went from being a big boss to a little brother just because he lived in a school. Forget it. So be it. To be honest, Xiaolan was quite happy to be called that. Xiaolan asked if Tan Mo was okay. She didn't believe her for a long time. However, after a while, Xiaohong sent a few photos. It was obvious that they were taken secretly. Xiaolan looked at them and her hair almost exploded. Her boyfriend was surrounded by a few girls. Because Xiaohong didn't take the photos at the right angle, she couldn't tell whether he was expressionless or smiling. Nothing happened, sister-in-law. The student union asked if he was interested in joining the student union. Xiaolan was speechless. Nothing happened? Student, are you sure you don't want to think about it? Joining the student union will really help you in your future life. When you look for a job in the future. Xiaohong carefully glanced at Tan Mo's shoes. At that time, he had casually asked Tan Mo why he didn't bring anything to school. In the end, that afternoon, Tan Mo and his beautiful girlfriend bought a lot of things back. Although Tan Mo and Xiaolan had kept a low profile and removed the packaging, Xiaohong sighed that his new roommate's character was really good. As a shoe fetish who liked shoes but couldn't afford them, Xiaohong still recognized the several pairs of shoes that Xiaolan and Tan Mo bought back. The total price of several pairs of shoes was definitely tens of thousands, not to mention that there were so many clothes. No wonder they didn't bring anything when they came. Their family background was so good that they could buy anything casually. Therefore, to be honest, these senior sisters had vowed that it would help Tan Mo find a job in the future. Maybe Tan Mo didn't even think about looking for a job in the future. Sure enough, Tan Mo either didn't open his mouth or only said two words faintly, "Not going." The senior sisters didn't give up. They repeatedly told Tan Mo that joining the student union wasn't something that could be done just because he wanted to. This was a very rare opportunity. If it wasn't for Tan Mo's good grades, he was too handsome, Tan Mo would have to go through the selection process like the other students. In the end, no matter what they said, Tan Mo still said two words, "Not going." Xiaohong could even hear Tan Mo's feelings from his repeated "not going." He was getting more and more irritated. He was already on the verge of losing his patience. Xiaohong felt that she had to make a move a little. She deliberately coughed twice and called out to Tan Mo. Then she said, "Tan Mo, it's 2 minutes until 9 o'clock. The class ended at 9 o'clock sharp, and every class meeting ended at around 9 o'clock sharp." Xiaohong had just asked Tan Mo if he wanted to go to the cafeteria to get some food after the class meeting. Tan Mo said no, saying that he had to go pick up his girlfriend. The group of female seniors surrounding Tan Mo saw the expressionless Tan Mo stand up after looking at the watch on his wrist. "Excuse me. That. Junior brother, excuse me, I have something urgent." For some reason, although Mingming was just a freshman, Tan Mo was very intimidating when he put on a cold face. It wasn't until the popular long-legged and good-looking teenager left the classroom that a curious senior asked Xiaohong, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes lazily and drawled, "Picking up my girlfriend, it was as intentional as it could get." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the group of senior sisters fell silent. Xianxia finally felt good in her heart. "Who told you not to invite me? I'm just slightly worse than Tan Mo." The other two roommates beside him looked as if they didn't know him. Tan Mo only saw Chao Lan's WeChat message when he walked out of the classroom. Just now, he was surrounded by people. Even if Tan Mo didn't like it, he still had basic manners. After all, many people came to look for him. It wasn't good for him to ignore them, so he lowered his head and looked at his phone. He didn't reply and directly dialed Chao Lan's number. The call went through. The girl's voice was a little unclear in the crowd. "You're done too?" "Yeah," Tan Mo replied. "Which building?" It was a strange question. Only Chao Lan could understand it instantly. "Building number 3, 3402. Wait for me." Chao Lan hung up the phone and said to her roommates, "You guys go first, I still have something to do." Lu Cancan asked casually, "What's wrong, do you need help?" No need, Chao Lan smiled. "My boyfriend is here to pick me up." "You have a boyfriend?" Roman suddenly raised his voice, causing many people around them to look at Chao Lan, especially the boys who were looking at Chao Lan from time to time today. Roman covered his mouth and blinked. Lan, how can you be single when you're so good-looking?" Can, why don't we stay and take a look at Lan's boyfriend?" "Her boyfriend, what are you looking at?" Lu Can couldn't understand. "We're all roommates," Roman said. "I think Lan is so good-looking." "Isn't Lan's boyfriend handsome?" "Also, her roommates have boyfriends. Isn't it normal to meet them first and then treat us to a meal?" Chao Lan and the other two were confused. Was this normal? Lu Can wasn't in the mood to play tricks with Roman. Roommates were roommates, and roommates' boyfriends were roommates' boyfriends. "I'm leaving, you can look if you want." Hey. Roman looked at her two roommates who left in front of her, then looked at Chao Lan who didn't care about her at all. In the end, she still followed Lu Can and ran away. She didn't want to walk on campus alone. Tan Mo was in class in the main building, while Chao Lan was in building number 3. They were a little far apart. Chao Lan sat in the back and scrolled through the school's official account. She didn't take a second look at Tan Mo. Tan Mo saw Chao Lan walking over and suddenly felt that he missed her a lot. To be honest, he wasn't used to it. Especially during the summer vacation, they ate and lived together almost 24 hours a day. However, since university started, their dorms were far apart and their classrooms were not together. Other than lunch together, they didn't see each other again today. When he finally saw Chao Lan again, Tan Mo's annoyance, uneasiness, and other negative emotions suddenly disappeared. Before Chao Lan could ask Tan Mo what he talked about with the seniors, Tan Mo had already confessed everything. He said that he didn't reply because someone wanted him to join the student union. "What do you think?" "I'm not going." Tan Mo still said the same 2 words, but his tone was much gentler than before. "What about you?" "I might join the school psychology club or something. The counselor said that it's very helpful for my major." The two talked and walked out of the classroom side by side. The moment they walked out, Tan Mo suddenly lowered his head and kissed Chao Lan on the lips. Chao Lan was shocked. "There's someone else, there's no one." Tan Mo was satisfied after the kiss. He took her hand and walked out. "University didn't say that we can't date." Chao Lan's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "Then can minors date?" Tan Mo narrowed his eyes and held her soft hand even tighter. "Just you wait. Wait for next month." He was going to be 18 next month. "Oh, so fierce?" Chao Lan burst out laughing. Although he was so fierce, he didn't dare to look at her face. She didn't know what he was thinking in his head, but his ears were red. Tan Mo's ears were even redder because of Chao Lan's laughter. He warned Chao Lan not to laugh again and then changed the topic. "Do you want to eat something?" "No." Chao Lan shook her head firmly. "I want to control my weight." She wanted to control her weight and maintain her appearance. Tan Mo, this big baby, was too popular now. Others could only enter the student union after an interview, but Tan Mo was directly invited by the student union. Tan Mo didn't know that Xiao Lan actually had a sense of crisis. He pretended to naturally hug Xiao Lan's waist. I'm not fat. Of course I'm not fat now. It'll be too late when I'm really fat. Okay. Tan Mo reluctantly retracted his hand. Then where should we go now? The poor little genius with an outstanding IQ was always confused when it came to dating. Xiao Lan pretended to ponder for a long time. It seems like there's nothing else. Then, let's go back to the dorm. Tan Mo, he stared at Xiao Lan silently and then grabbed Xiao Lan's hand. Then let's walk around outside. It was already past 9 o'clock. The dorm closed at 10:30, so they couldn't go too far. Therefore, they walked around the campus. Tan Mo didn't really care where they went as long as Xiao Lan was by his side. The campus was very big. It was almost time to walk around. Tan Mo walked Xiao Lan to the dorm building and instantly felt the disadvantages of living on campus. Xiao Lan had told him to try living on campus first. If he really couldn't get used to it and didn't like it, then he could move out. Although Tan Mo already had the idea of moving out, he resisted it in the end. It had only been 2 days and he was already talking about moving out. Was he too delicate? Xiao Lan might think that he was going back on his words and that he was childish. Besides, living on campus was for his own good. Xiao Lan wanted to see him interact more with other people. Some people were very annoying, like those who glanced at him from time to time, like those seniors who refused to leave even after he told them so many times. However, there were also people who were relatively pleasing to the eye, like his 3 new roommates. Although one of them was a little talkative, overall, they got along quite well. This kind of communication between people of the same gender was quite a novel experience for Tan Mo. Not to mention, Xianxia and the other 2 were also top students. They got along quite well when they occasionally talked about things related to their studies. Therefore, for the time being, he would endure it if he could. We have to try on the camouflage uniform when we go up later, Xiao Lan said. Tomorrow is the military training. Okay. Then I won't wait for you tomorrow morning. Our department wants to gather at the bottom of the 3rd building. It's quite early too. It should be a different time from yours. Tan Mo didn't want to talk anymore. This time, he didn't even feel that living on campus was annoying. He even felt that going to university was annoying. Moreover, Tan Mo suddenly thought of a problem. If he couldn't see Xiao Lan tomorrow morning, he wouldn't even be able to see Xiao Lan in the camouflage uniform. Even if he could see him at noon, it would be after everyone else had seen him. Tan Mo instantly became even more irritated. Xiao Lan sensitively noticed Tan Mo's sudden change in mood. He reached out and touched Tan Mo's hair. He said softly, "What happened so suddenly? What time are you guys gathering tomorrow?" Tan Mo said stiffly. 7:30, Xiao Lan said. Be good. Tomorrow morning is very rushed. Pack up and go with your roommates. We'll have lunch together after lunch. Tan Mo didn't say anything. He just looked at Xiao Lan. After a long time, he said, "I want to see." Xiao Lan was stunned. "What do you want to see?" "I want to see you in the military uniform. Not only do I want to see it, but I also want to be the first to see it." Xiao Lan finally understood Tan Mo's dilemma. His heart softened. Even so, there will still be others who will see it first. Looking at Tan Mo's depressed mood, he looked at the time. There were still 5 minutes before the dormitory closed. Xiao Lan stuffed his phone into Tan Mo's phone. "Wait for me." After saying that, he ran upstairs. The dormitory was on the 4th floor. It wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. Lu Cancan and the others were shocked by Xiao Lan, who suddenly rushed in. "Don't rush, there are still a few minutes before the door closes." They thought that Xiao Lan ran back because the door was about to close. In the end, they saw Xiao Lan kick his 2 long legs into the loose camouflage uniform pants at the fastest speed. He put on his shoes, grabbed the belt of his jacket and rushed out again. The others. "What's going on?" Tan Mo held Xiao Lan's phone. After a while, he saw his beautiful girlfriend running out of the female dormitory. The camouflage uniform jacket was draped over her body, and the zipper wasn't even pulled up properly. Their military training uniform wasn't the usual green or sky blue kind during military training. Moreover, it was specially modified. The chest was the school's motto, the armbands were the school's emblem, and there were also epaulettes. There were many elements and details added to the uniform, and it looked quite textured. Xiaolan put on the camouflage uniform jacket as she walked. There's really no time to change into the inside. Xiaolan handed the hat and belt in her hand to Tan Mo. She casually pulled her hair into a ponytail and then put the hat back on. She reached out her hand to take the belt and tie it, but then she pulled it back. The girl's delicate facial features looked particularly attractive under the night sky. She opened her arms and whispered to a certain underage boy. "I'll be the first to show you. I'll also tie the belt for you. How about this?" For the umpteenth time, Tan Mo thought that Xiaolan was a demon. A demon that could take his life. Xiaolan stood in front of him with her arms open, as if she could jump into his arms anytime. The brand new belt in his hand was so heavy that it made his hands tremble. 2 more minutes before the door closes. Xiaolan raised her head and looked at Tan Mo's eyes that were burning with flames. "It'll be too late if you stay in a daze." Before she could finish her sentence, Tan Mo grabbed her waist. He lowered his head and bit her lips hard. After that, he tied the belt around Xiaolan's waist without saying a word. His action looked fierce, but in fact, he didn't use much strength. The belt was really a magical thing. The camouflage uniform that was originally a little loose changed its temperament instantly after it was tied. Tan Mo didn't know if it was because the military training uniform looked good or because Xiaolan was too beautiful. Xiaolan's delicate and flamboyant facial features showed some heroic spirit in the navy blue camouflage uniform. Other than being beautiful, she was also very handsome. Xiaolan allowed Tan Mo to stare at her for a long time. She curved her eyes and smiled. "Are you satisfied?" "No." Just like before, he wanted to kiss her after the hug. After the kiss, he wanted to go deeper. Therefore, at this moment, Tan Mo's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts and ideas. But there was no time. The dormitory auntie was already calling for people. Xiaolan urged him to go back quickly, in case he couldn't enter the male dormitory when the door was closed. Tan Mo then remembered that Xiaolan wasn't the only one who had a door lock. He also had one. Dormitory. It was really annoying. After watching Xiaolan go in, even if Tan Mo ran fast, he was still a few minutes late. The dormitory auntie opened the door unhappily from the inside. In the end, she took a look at Tan Mo and held back. This kid was too handsome. Nowadays, everyone liked good-looking people. Seeing someone as good-looking as Tan Mo, even the auntie in charge of the dormitory was reluctant to scold him. When she returned to the dormitory, her 3 roommates had already finished showering and were busy with their own things. Xianxia recalled the photo that she had sent to Xiaolan today. It showed Tan Mo being surrounded by a group of female seniors. She was amused for a long time and asked Tan Mo, "Sister-in-law, did you scold them? Why are you lecturing me?" Tan Mo had no idea what Xianxia was talking about. Wasn't there a lecture? Xianxia jumped out of bed. When she sent the photo to Xiaolan must have been very nervous. Xianxia wanted to see the jealous couple throw a tantrum, but in the end, nothing happened. But Tan Mo obviously didn't know anything. This made Xianxia, who loved to cause trouble, a little disappointed. But aside from being disappointed, she was a little interested in the relationship between Tan Mo and Xiaolan. "Seer, how long have you been with sister-in-law?" For some reason, she felt that Tan Mo and Xiaolan were different from other couples. Although couples in their honeymoon period were usually very sweet, there was always an indescribable warmth between these two. Sometimes, it even gave her the illusion that they were an old married couple. So Xianxia wondered if Tan Mo and Xiaolan had been together for a long time. Tan Mo was the youngest in the dormitory. Before he could say anything, he had already become the 4th in the dormitory. Xianxia even called him Seer affectionately. Tan Mo's protest was useless, so he could only let her be. "How long have they been together?" 8 months. Tan Mo remembered very clearly that the day they got together was Valentine's Day. Xianxia nodded. "That's quite a long time. 7 or 8 months should be enough for them to be very close to each other, right?" As a straight guy who had only been in a relationship for a week, Xianxia expressed that she didn't know at all. Xianxia thoughtfully put down the pen in his hand. Then you've liked her for a long time, right? Xianxia subconsciously wanted to say, why are you so stupid? You've liked her for as long as you've been together. But then she heard Tan Mo say, yeah, 2 years. Huh? Xianxia's head was full of question marks. Why was it different from what she had imagined? How long have you known each other? 3 years. Xianxia nodded as expected. Sure enough, Tan Mo remembered it very clearly. Just now, when Xianxia asked Tan Mo how long they had been together, Tan Mo said 8 months without thinking. If it was an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't remember it so clearly. They would either give a rough estimate, such as more than half a year, or pause for a while to calculate the exact time before giving the exact time. But Tan Mo said it very quickly, as if he had firmly remembered every day. Only when one liked someone to the extent that they could remember how long they had been together and remember every day they had been together. Therefore, Xianxia concluded that Tan Mo must have liked Xiao Lan for a long time before they got together. After Tan Mo went into the bathroom, Xianxia looked at her 2 remaining roommates in a daze. Finally, she turned her head and asked Xianxia, how did you know that he liked sister-in-law before? Xianxia really didn't want to answer such a stupid question, so he turned his head and continued to read his book. In the end, another roommate, Qingjin, couldn't stand it anymore. He condescended to ask Xianxia, everyone has to get to know each other before they start dating. Then, they have to develop feelings for each other. Then, after a period of ambiguity, they will finally get to know each other at the right time. How can you be together if you don't like each other before you start dating? Don't tell me that you have to first get to know each other before you start dating? Xianxia jumped up from her chair. What the f***ck, how did you know? Qingjin. Only then did Xianxia share her only relationship experience with Qingjin. Once, there was a cute little junior who came to him and said that she liked him. She confessed to him. After being single for so many years, Xianxia finally sighed that he was lucky in love. After the junior confessed to him that day, he accepted her. However, when he went home that night, he realized that he didn't even know the junior's name. The next day, he went to ask the junior's name and made the cute little junior cry. Xianxia really didn't understand why she cried. On the 3rd day, the junior came to him and asked if he could accompany her for lunch in the afternoon. Xianxia hugged the basketball and looked at the field, then looked at the little junior, and decisively chose the basketball. On the 4th day, the little junior asked him a question. Xianxia explained it once, but the little junior didn't understand it. Xianxia really didn't understand why she couldn't understand such a simple question. A week later, Xianxia was broken up with. After listening to this story, Qingjin simply didn't know what to say. So, I took the wrong steps. Xianxia slapped his forehead and looked as if he finally understood. Is this called love before marriage? Qingjin. He shouldn't have said anything. Look at how smart Xianxia was. He refused to listen to such a retarded love story. He finally understood what Xianxia meant when he said that Xianxia was a happy person. Tan Mo went to the bathroom to take a shower and missed Xianxia's love story. As a person who was slightly obsessed with cleanliness, Tan Mo actually still found it somewhat unbearable to share a bathroom with others. However, Tan Mo now gradually understood the meaning of the word adapt. Everything that he didn't like and wasn't used to, he always had to slowly get used to it. After taking a shower, he turned on his computer and looked at the stock market today. At 11:30 p.m., the lights were turned off on time. Xiao Lan's WeChat message also arrived as promised. Tan Mo looked at the little bunny on his phone who was saying goodnight and chuckled. Good night. The next day, the military training finally began. The campus was instantly flooded with little green people, no, little blue people. After the major gathering, they went to attend the military training mobilization meeting together. Xiao Lan finally found the flag of the mathematics department after looking for a long time. It was thousands of miles away from him, so Xiao Lan could only give up. The meeting was a bit boring. Lu Cancan saw Xiao Lan's actions and smiled. Looking for your boyfriend. Xiao Lan and Lu Cancan had a good relationship. There were only 4 people in the dormitory. One of them wore headphones every day and was a loner. The other one didn't get along with Roman. Lu Cancan's personality was a bit similar to Baiyu's. When he didn't speak, he was quite cold. When he spoke, he was a bit funny and straightforward. Xiaolan nodded. But it's a bit far, I can't see it. Lu Cancan followed Xiaolan's line of sight and saw the flag of the mathematics department. Your boyfriend is in the mathematics department? Yes, what's wrong? Lu Cancan actively shared the gossip with Xiaolan. I saw in the school's tieba that a handsome boy came to the mathematics department this year. Also, his college entrance examination scores are the best in 10 provinces. Several of the previous school hunks were directly forced to give up their positions. One of the previous school hunks was Jisoo, the handsome senior from our department. Xiaolan didn't hear the second half of Lu Cancan's sentence. She only heard the first half of the sentence about being the best in the 10 provinces and being extremely good-looking. She was instantly filled with pride. She tugged at Lu Cancan's sleeve and whispered in Lu Cancan's ear, "Let me tell you a secret." What secret? Xiaolan's eyes lit up. That's my boyfriend. Lu Cancan was stunned. After thinking for a long time, he hesitated and whispered, "The new school hunk is Jisoo?" Xiaolan was confused. Who's Jisoo? Lu Cancan was speechless. Is the existence of the school hunk so insignificant, so he's the new school hunk, F***ck, Lu Cancan knew a shocking secret, but he didn't think it was too surprising. Xiaolan was such a beautiful and outstanding girl. It was natural for her to find an even more outstanding and handsome boyfriend. Although the tieba was full of people exclaiming that the school hunk was too amazing, some people also said that there were several super good-looking junior sisters this year. It was probably because there were too few people in psychology. A psychology senior sister was nominated for Xiaolan, but not many people knew about it. Lu Cancan looked at the girls on the ground floor. None of them could compare to Xiaolan, let alone Xiaolan's figure. Speaking of the military training uniform, Xiaolan was different from others when she wore it. After all, Xiaolan had long legs. Lu Cancan, who wasn't very interested in Xiaolan's boyfriend, suddenly became interested because of the word school hunk. He just wanted to take a look at handsome guys. After the mobilization meeting, the military training that lasted for half a month finally began. Probably because there were some problems with the military training in the past few years, the intensity of the military training in the past 2 years was much lower than before. Or maybe because Xiaolan persisted in running for 3 years in high school. Her physical fitness was very good, so she didn't feel too tired. It was just that the sun was a bit too hot. During lunch, no matter how much Tan Mo adapted, he still couldn't get used to squeezing with so many people in the cafeteria for lunch. Therefore, the two of them went outside the school to eat. Xiaolan had the habit of taking afternoon naps. She was a bit sleepy after lunch, but if she went back to the dormitory now, it would take at least 10 to 20 minutes to walk back. If she rushed back to the military training, she probably wouldn't even be able to sleep for 20 minutes. Tan Mo looked at the sleepy Xiaolan and looked at the hotel opposite through the glass. Let's get a room. Xiaolan woke up in an instant. Get a room for what? Why did he suddenly make such a request? That. I'm too unprepared. Why do things happen so suddenly? There's only 1 hour for lunch. 1 hour isn't enough, right? In the end, she heard Tan Mo say, "Go take a nap." Xiaolan. Sorry. Her mind was too dirty, she was too ashamed to face anyone. In broad daylight, Tan Mo's sharp eyes saw Xiaolan's suddenly rosy cheeks. What's wrong? Nothing, Xiaolan blurted out. Book a room just to take a nap. How can you be so wasteful? Money doesn't grow on trees. Although you're rich, you can't be so wasteful. How are you going to live in the future? It was a mess. Xiaolan didn't even know what she was talking about. She was talking nonsense to cover up the embarrassment in her heart. Tan Mo didn't know what Xiaolan was thinking. Mo retorted Xiaolan in his heart. He could still earn more in the future. Besides, with his current assets, it was more than enough to raise a few Xiaolan. However, he didn't say anything in the end. He pulled Xiao Lan out of the restaurant and walked into the hotel opposite. There are hourly rooms. It's not expensive. Expensive. I'm tired. I don't want to walk back, Tan Mo said. As expected, when the topic came to Tan Mo, Xiao Lan finally stopped objecting. I didn't bring my ID. I did. Why do you need to bring your ID during military training? We need to book a hotel. Actually, he didn't know either. He didn't know why he brought it along. However, it seemed like it was necessary. They went to the hotel to book a room just to take a nap. Xiao Lan covered her face. It was too extravagant. Other than the extravagance, there was also something very awkward. The hotel's receptionist stared at the two of them for a long time. Her ambiguous gaze made it obvious that she was thinking about something else. Young couples booking hourly rooms for a few hours. At this moment, Xiao Lan suddenly felt envious of Tan Mo's Asperger's disease. Tan Mo couldn't understand the teasing in the receptionist's eyes. Xiao Lan felt a little embarrassed and wanted to keep a distance to prove that they were just here to take a nap. However, she was pulled back by Tan Mo. Come here. Xiao Lan, could she not go over? Tan Mo passed the room card to Xiao Lan. You go in first. Time is tight. Xiao Lan, why did it feel like something was wrong? Xiao Lan didn't even look at the receptionist's eyes. She took the room card and ran away. Tan Mo looked at Xiao Lan's back and smiled. He turned back to his usual expressionless face and said to the receptionist, I want to book this room for half a month. The receptionist was stunned. Huh? Did he have to book it for a month? Were young people these days so powerful? Tan Mo's expression was indifferent. It's military training for new students. It's convenient to find a place to take a nap. The receptionist, so it was just a nap. So she misunderstood, but how could she be blamed for this? Weren't young people booking hourly rooms for that? After all, it was cheaper to book hourly rooms. Who would be as rich as this young man who wanted to book a room for the night? Moreover, this young man changed his face too quickly. When that girl was here just now, he was so bright and cheerful. Now that she was gone, he was cold all over. But ridicule aside, work still had to be done seriously. I'm sorry, our hotel doesn't provide monthly rooms. Actually, you can come here every day to go through the procedures. Sorry to trouble you, Tan Mo said. Then change to another room. Huh? Change to a room that can be booked for a month. That won't be cheap. A room that could be booked for half a month was at least a standard room. It's okay, Tan Mo was still expressionless. To him, it was just a small amount of money. Even if it was expensive, his girlfriend's nap was the most important thing. But he still had to remind the receptionist. If she asks, tell her that this is an hourly room. Why? The youth who had always been cold finally revealed a little smile. Because she doesn't like me wasting money. So, remember not to tell her. The military training was not too tough. Apart from the fact that it was slightly hot. The learning atmosphere of a top university was incomparable to that of a normal university. However, since it was still the military training, it was considered the last few days of relaxation for the freshmen. Therefore, it was not too different from a normal university. There were 2 psychology classes with a total of about 70 people. After a few days of military training, everyone was familiar with each other. Everyone gathered together to chat about interesting things in high school, their curiosity about the upcoming classes, and also about new things in school. During the break, Xiao Lan and a few girls sat together and talked about why they chose this major in the first place. As they were talking, there was a sudden commotion behind them. Xiao Lan and the others turned around and saw Ji Su, the face of their psychology department. He was the senior next door that Xiao Lan saw at the registration area. There were a few other seniors who came with him, but they couldn't resist Ji Su's good looks. He was tall and had long legs. He saw him at a glance. Roman, who was sitting next to him, was excitedly gossiping with Xiao Lan and the others. I heard that Senior Ji Su's grades have always been the best in his major. He's very good, and he's also the head of our psychology department. Our department also has a professor who occasionally oversees it. Ji Su is not a master's student yet, but the professor often gives him special guidance. In the future, he'll definitely stay in school and take the master's exam. He's so handsome and so good, but he's not cold at all. He's very easy to get along with. He doesn't even feel annoyed when people go to him to ask for professional advice. This was the advantage of having fewer professionals. They did not gossip much, but they were very good at it. For example, a famous person like Jisoo in the psychology department was dug up by the juniors in just a few days. Only Xiaolan knew nothing other than Jisoo's name. After all, 95% of her attention was on Tan Mo Jisoo, and a few seniors were there to give everyone water and to express their condolences to the juniors. Compared to the form teacher, the direct seniors were much closer. Although they were of different grades, they were still students after all. Everyone was curious to begin with. Now that a few seniors had come, the freshmen naturally surrounded them and asked them all sorts of questions. All of them were curious babies. Roman excitedly waved at Jisoo and shouted senior to Jisoo. Jisoo glanced over and walked over with a smile. Xiaolan believed Roman's words. This senior was really easy to get along with. He looked like a big brother next door, and this feeling was even stronger when he spoke. He was gentle, convincing, and quite humorous. Some of his classmates were curious as to why he wanted to study psychology in the first place. Jisoo answered them seriously. A long time ago, I really liked a movie called Criminal Minds. I don't know if you guys have seen it before, but after watching it, I was very interested in criminal profiling. I thought it was very cool, so I chose psychology. Profiling was based on the criminal's method of committing crimes, time, location, type of victims, number of victims, and other factors. Combined with the theory of criminal psychology, they were able to infer the criminal's personality, occupation, living situation, and style of committing crimes. The FBI officers directly applied criminal psychology to criminal investigations. In this industry, psychology was the most basic thing. Xiaolan thought that it was indeed exciting, but it did not match the senior's temperament. It was the complete opposite. After hearing this, the students beside him also chattered about how handsome this person was. But if you want to be a profiler, why don't you just study criminal psychology in the police academy? Because my mom doesn't agree, Jisoo said with a smile. So I can only settle for the next best thing. Everyone laughed. Later on, they talked about the psychology club. Some people asked about the psychology club, such as whether there were really professors guiding them and what they usually did. Jisoo answered them all one by one. In the end, he said, a few days after the military training ends, the club will start to welcome the new members. If you want to come, you can come and sign up. However, whether you can get in or not depends on you. Although there were only about 70 new students, the psychology club did not only recruit people from this profession. There were also related outreach departments and students from other professions. Therefore, in the end, only a few people could get in. After a smooth conversation, the new students were somewhat unsatisfied, especially Roman. Because of the military training, Roman's outfit was the same as everyone else's. Although it was a little pretentious sometimes, most of the time, Roman was really cute. Just like now, when she asked Jisoo if he would come again, Xiaolan felt that it was quite good. Maybe it was because Roman's coquetry was useful, or maybe it was because Jisoo was really a good person. He really agreed and said that he would come again when he had time during the military training. Tan Mo school had ended a few minutes earlier today. Tan Mo looked at the time and walked to the psychology club's training ground. In a while, he would directly pick up Xiaolan for lunch. Xiaolan and the others were doing the final integration. They stood casually and listened to the instructor speak. Suddenly, there was a small commotion between the two girls beside them. Xiaolan looked up and saw Tan Mo leaning against the field's fence and looking over. Xiaolan heard Roman exclaim softly, "That guy over there is so handsome. He's comparable to Senior Jisoo." Xiaolan was speechless. He's much more handsome than Jisoo. Why do I feel that he looks so familiar? Who is that? Is he waiting for someone? Who is he waiting for? He's looking over here. He should be waiting for someone from our class. Although Tan Mo, the new campus hunk and the top scholar, was famous enough, there were only a few people who really knew what he looked like. Only Lu Cancan suddenly thought of something and turned around to look at Xiao Lan. However, there were a few seniors who were watching the fun. One of them happened to go to the mathematics department to watch the fun that day. He recognized Tan Mo at a glance. After all, there were not many people in the school who were so good-looking. That's the new campus hunk from the mathematics department, Jisoo. You've lost. Jisoo raised his head and looked at Tan Mo. Then, he calmly looked away. That's someone's boyfriend, right? Who? Jisoo's gaze fell on Xiao Lan again. Actually, it was easy to guess. When Xiao Lan registered, she said that she had a boyfriend. Her boyfriend was from the mathematics department. Now, Tan Mo came to the psychology department to pick her up. Moreover, these two people's appearances were top-notch. Sure enough, when they were finally dismissed, Xiao Lan directly walked over to the boy. Jisoo heard the girl who recognized Tan Mo exclaim and nod in realization. I remember now. Last time, she said that her boyfriend was from the mathematics department, right? That's right. Jisoo glanced at Xiao Lan again. He saw the girl jumping into the boy's arms. The boy reached out and put his arm around her waist. The two of them were talking about something. Jisoo could see that Tan Mo had a smile on his face. When he looked up, their gazes just happened to meet. Jisoo smiled and looked away. Then, he went to the cafeteria with a few people from the psychology department. People coming and going couldn't help but glance at Xiao Lan and Tan Mo. Tan Mo stared at Jisoo's back for a long time. Then, he asked Xiao Lan, who's that? Xiao Lan looked back. That boy? He's our direct senior. He's in his 3rd year. I think he's the president of the psychology department. What's wrong? Nothing. Tan Mo looked away. Looks like he's very good. Also, he's not bad looking. He's okay. Xiao Lan said. Then, she suddenly laughed. This won't do. I'm used to looking at you. I always feel that no one is as good looking as you. In an instant, the inexplicable discomfort that surged up in Tan Mo's heart because of this sentence disappeared completely. The two of them went out of the school together to eat. During the military training in the afternoon, Xiao Lan felt that the way everyone looked at her was slightly different. With Xiao Lan's beautiful appearance, although there weren't many boys in the psychology department, there were still about 20 of them. There were definitely some who secretly had feelings for her. However, Tan Mo directly announced that Xiao Lan was already taken. Even if they had feelings for her, they didn't have any feelings for her. The girls were even more curious. A few who were close to Xiao Lan even asked her how she and Tan Mo met. In the next few days, Tan Mo didn't have the chance to come again. However, the seniors who had promised to come came 3 or 4 times. Every time they came, Roman was the happiest. Roman liked Jisoo. Anyone with eyes could see that. Not to mention Xiao Lan, Lu Cancan, and the others in the dormitory. From time to time, they would hear Roman mention Jisoo's name. They didn't know where she got the news from. For example, she knew that Jisoo was single and that Jisoo's parents were divorced. In the blink of an eye, 15 days of military training had passed. After the last day of military training, the freshmen were finally released. Xiao Lan went to look for Tan Mo. She bumped into Tan Mo's roommates. When Xianxia saw Xiao Lan, she said, "Why aren't you tanned at all?" "It's because I put on sunscreen." When Xiao Lan was learning how to drive, she didn't do a good job of sunscreen. She was a little tanned. In fact, getting tanned was fine. However, Tan Mo didn't get tanned. She was Tan Mo's girlfriend. How could she be darker than Tan Mo? Therefore, she did a good job of sunscreen this time. When she stood next to Tan Mo and compared to Xianxia, the difference was like heaven and earth. The end of military training heralded the arrival of real university life. After the first day of military training, the students were allowed to take a breather. One day later, school officially started. On the first day of school, after the first class, Tan Mo's homeroom teacher called Tan Mo and said that he had something to talk to him about. Tan Mo was a man of few words. He kept talking on the other end of the phone. Tan Mo would occasionally reply, "No time, don't want to, not considering." After Tan Mo hung up, Xiao Lan asked Tan Mo what happened. Tan Mo said that his homeroom teacher called and wanted Tan Mo to speak on behalf of this batch of freshmen. Then go. Xianxia was even more agitated than Tan Mo. Others can't even go if they want to, and you're not willing? If I could go on your behalf, I would have done it a long time ago. Troublesome. Tan Mo was very cold. He had a tight schedule and didn't have time to begin with. If he had time, he still wanted to hang out with Xiao Lan. What's so troublesome about it? Xianxia really couldn't understand. This is an honor, do you understand? Thousands of freshmen chose you. It's such a glorious thing. I'm your roommate and I feel proud. Sister-in-law must feel proud too. And to be honest, the two of you have been together for so long, yet you're still sticking to each other every day. Aren't you annoyed? Tan Mo couldn't understand. Why would I be annoyed? Because my only experience in love told me that it was very annoying. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, Xianxia said. But I suggest that you agree. The homeroom teacher already found you. If you reject him, you won't be giving him face. You'll be under his care for 4 whole years. Think about it carefully. In the end, Tan Mo agreed with his homeroom teacher. This was because Xiao Lan said that she could help him write his speech. Tan Mo didn't reject it too much since it wouldn't take up his time with Xiao Lan. Moreover, Xiao Lan also helped him edit his speech. After the speech was approved, Tan Mo started to prepare for his speech. Although he could almost memorize the speech, his tone was flat and he sounded calm. He also didn't have any expression on his face. Tan Mo was the kind of person who would either not do something or do it to the best of his ability. He asked Xiao Lan to mark out the parts of the speech that needed to be paused and emphasized. Then, he went back and looked for many videos of the speech. When Xiao Lan checked the videos again, she was completely stunned. In just one day, Tan Mo changed from being an expressionless robot from yesterday to being very natural. Very good. Tan Mo trusted Xiao Lan 100%. If Xiao Lan said that it was good, then it was really good. Tan Mo put down the tablet in his hand and went to the bathroom. Xiao Lan then picked up the tablet and opened it. She saw the video of the speech that hadn't been closed yet. It was a very good speech that Tan Mo had specially searched for. Xiao Lan casually glanced at it. However, after a few glances, Xiao Lan's eyes slowly widened. It was too similar. It couldn't even be said that it was similar. It was exactly the same. Tan Mo's tone of voice, the expression on his face, and even the occasional small movements of his hands and body were exactly the same as the person in the video. Xiao Lan was stunned for a long time. Then, she abruptly closed the video and put the tablet back. After Tan Mo came back, Xiao Lan pretended that she hadn't noticed anything. After a few casual words, she said, "Why don't we do it again? I want to watch it again." Tan Mo did not suspect anything. Xiao Lan looked at Tan Mo, who could smile, frown, and even make hand gestures. After Tan Mo returned to the dormitory, Xiao Lan almost ran back to the dormitory. She opened the book that she always carried with her and flipped through it a few times before she found the content she was looking for. The teenagers with Asperger's can apply the skills that they learned from drama class to their daily lives. They observe who is more sociable and mimic the person's words and actions. Of course, there are other benefits to becoming an expert at imitating. One can imitate a teacher or a certain main character in a TV show so vividly that one can become very popular. However, when an Asperger's patient uses his ability to imitate others and gains some social skills on the surface, everything becomes real. Others would no longer believe that they actually had difficulties in social understanding and empathy. They would also live in what they thought was the most superficial world, using their so-called experience to identify this world. Xiao Lan closed the book and sat on the bed in a daze. Her mood was a bit complicated. If she had not discovered it by chance today, Xiao Lan would not have known that Tan Mo was so talented at imitating others. However, it was also possible that he had already been exposed to this kind of training, and what he was showing now was the result of his training. Tan Mo had never mentioned it, and Xiao Lan had not discovered it either. If she had not accidentally watched that video today, Xiao Lan might not have discovered anything. Xiao Lan did not know whether this was a good thing or not. Xiao Lan had read the book in her hand several times. There were many so-called successful cases in the book, but what was success? It was only success in people's eyes. Having a successful career, having a wife, children, and friends, just like a normal person, without any abnormalities, and becoming a winner in life that many people envied. But what about behind the scenes? In fact, they still did not understand anything. They did not understand love, friendship, or even family. They habitually used the various experiences they had seen in books, on TV, or in real life to deal with things. When their wife was angry, they would not think about the reason. Instead, they would use the simplest method, buying things and giving things. Xiao Lan saw a case in the book where a wife asked her husband in despair whether he loved her or not. However, the husband, who had Asperger's disease, asked her with a cold face, "Didn't I buy you a gift?" They did not know what love was. They only knew the way of love that others showed. This was very scary. This was not something that Xiao Lan wanted to see. However, from another perspective, imitating could make them more like normal people, make others like them, accept them, and integrate them into society. Even if it was fake, what they gave back to them was real. This was also very tempting. Therefore, Xiao Lan did not know whether this was good or not. She wanted others to like Tan Mo, but she did not want Tan Mo's life to become an endless performance one day in the future. He even started to act in front of her, and she could not tell whether this was out of sincerity or habit. What should she do? She could not think of anything after thinking about it, so she simply called Tan Mo for a video call. It took a long time for the other side to pick up. After the call was connected, there was a flash in front of her eyes, and then suddenly there was a white fog. Xiao Lan. Is there a problem with the phone? No. Tan Mo wiped the white fog on the camera with his hand, and the image became clear again. She did not know what was in the camera, but in short, she still could not see Tan Mo's face. Xiao Lan leaned close to the camera for a long time and suddenly understood, and her face suddenly turned red. Tan Mo was taking a shower. The phone was stuffed in from outside by his roommate. The bathroom was full of fog, and the phone's camera was instantly evaporated by a layer of white fog. After Tan Mo wiped the camera dry, he placed the phone beside the sink. The sink was not high, so the camera was coincidentally pointed at Tan Mo's waist. Xiao Lan stared at Tan Mo's beautiful abs for a few seconds, and suddenly felt that the phone was too hot to hold. In the camera, Tan Mo was swaying back and forth. Xiao Lan was afraid that she would accidentally shoot something even more unsightly, such as the lower part, so she quickly averted her gaze. After she averted her gaze, she could not help but take another look. When she looked again, Tan Mo had already put on his bathrobe and walked out of the foggy bathroom. His beautiful abs were blocked. Xiao Lan shamefully realized that she was actually a little disappointed. Only then did Tan Mo realize that Xiao Lan seemed to be a little quiet today. Usually, Xiao Lan would be the one talking when she called, and he was mainly responsible for listening. However, today, the phone had been connected for a long time, but Xiao Lan did not say a word. He glanced at the phone screen and saw that his beautiful girlfriend's fair face was obviously dyed with a layer of red. Tan Mo was stunned. Then, he lowered his head and looked as if he had thought of something. Xiao Lan definitely did not see anything that she should not have seen, because he was almost done showering when the video call connected. His whole body was not naked, and the position where the phone was placed just now should not have captured anything that was too low. Normally, she would blindly flirt with him, but in fact, her skin was as thin as a piece of paper. Tan Mo thought of something, and suddenly his heart started beating faster. He lowered his voice and said, "What's the date today?" "The 19th of September, Xiao Lan answered obediently with her eyes drifting away. "What's the date of next month?" "The 19th of October, Xiao Lan was stunned for a moment before she reacted. "It's your birthday." "My 18th birthday." "Ah. The date of next month, I'll be an adult." Xiao Lan was speechless. So what? What do you have to do when you're an adult?" Was it what she thought it was? However, Tan Mo stopped there and did not say anything. He changed the topic without any awkwardness and asked her what she was doing now. Xiaolan finally remembered what she was worried about. She did not know how to start. No matter how Tan Mo treated other people, he was real to her. Just a few seconds ago, Tan Mo truthfully and somewhat vaguely expressed his own thoughts and desires. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, it was not fake. Perhaps there was a middle ground for this matter. Perhaps Tan Mo was different from other patients with Asperger's disease. According to the book, most patients with Asperger's disease would not even like anyone, but Tan Mo liked her. Maybe Tan Mo could learn from other people and turn himself into a normal person. He could still maintain his true self in front of her. Moreover, she had already started to study psychology. She would be able to distinguish whether Tan Mo was telling the truth or not. As long as she was not deceived, everything could be salvaged, right? Xiaolan sighed silently. She looked at Tan Mo through the camera and said softly, "I'm reading and thinking about you." Thinking about you? You have to be focused when you're reading. I've already set aside half of my reading to think about you. You have to be satisfied. Tan Mo looked at the girl's smiling face and smiled. Okay. Actually, when he was taking a shower just now, he also thought about Xiaolan. However, he did not say this out loud. After hanging up the phone, Xiaolan searched for a lot of books related to Asperger's disease on the internet. Then, she searched for the titles of the books online and bought them. She had to know more about this disease. 2 days later, the freshman assembly was held. Tan Mo spoke as the freshman representative. A natural and witty speech, a delicate and flawless face, and a pleasant and clear voice. This was indeed an honor. Xiaolan looked at her boyfriend's handsome appearance on the big screen and felt incomparably proud. However, after feeling proud, Xiaolan realized that something was wrong. This time, Tan Mo had shown himself in front of all the freshmen. Putting aside what they knew in the past, they now knew everything that they did not know. The day after Tan Mo's speech, in the dormitory, Roman was playing with his phone while soaking his feet. He talked to Xiaolan and the others about what he had done for Senior Jisoo today. I just went to our campus's public account to confess to Senior Jisoo. Do you think he saw it? I don't know. The three of them answered in unison. Roman sighed. Forget it, let's think of a way to join the club in a few days. By the way, Lan, I saw a few confessions to you. Yeah. Xiaolan did not pay much attention to it. There are also confessions to your boyfriend. Xiaolan, yeah. Yeah? Super many. There's one every 2 pages. Hey, there's another one. Xiaolan felt for the phone next to her pillow. She opened the public account and found the so-called confession wall. As soon as she clicked in, she saw the latest hot and steaming confessions. Ah, Tan Mo is so good-looking. I like him so much. My future boyfriend, I hope you meet these requirements. 1. Height 187. 2. Appearance 9. 8. 3. Top score in 10 provinces. Okay, I'm talking about Tan Mo from the math department. Be my boyfriend. I'm tempted. Junior Tan Mo, are you in a relationship with a younger man? Xiaolan was speechless. Was this really the best university in the country? Weren't they supposed to be super straight A students? Weren't they supposed to treat handsome guys like dirt and only care about books? Also, Tan Mo already had a girlfriend. Okay, she scrolled down again. I don't care if you have a girlfriend, Tan Mo. I'll wait for you guys to break up. She clicked on this confession and saw a bunch of people asking if Tan Mo really had a girlfriend. Was his girlfriend pretty or not? Xiaolan stared at her phone in silence for a long time. She clicked on Tmall again and quickly made a few orders. Xiaolan had never paid much attention to dressing up, especially after school had officially started. She was quite busy with her schoolwork. Freshmen mainly studied the basics. Only human anatomy, physiology, and general psychology were related to their majors. The rest of the courses were basic Marxist principles and basic computer applications. Students could choose their own time for these kinds of courses, so it was possible to have students from various majors in one class. Tan Mo and Xiaolan chose the same time. As usual, Tan Mo was waiting for Qiao Lan at the bottom of the dormitory building. He saw a familiar figure walking out, but when he got closer, he realized that Qiao Lan was different from usual. Today's Qiao Lan was too beautiful. Qiao Lan was really suited for makeup. Many celebrities in the entertainment industry were famous for their makeup face. This type of facial features had a few characteristics. Her face had to be very three-dimensional. She had high brow bones, high facial roots, deep eye sockets, and a high nose bridge. The front of her face had to be very full, and the side of her face was very three-dimensional. Words like gentle and pretty daughter from a humble family were completely unrelated to this type of appearance. Qiao Lan was this kind of beauty. Her facial features were exquisite and very aggressive. She usually only wore lipstick. She didn't even draw her eyebrows much. Now, she only needed a little touch-up to highlight her facial features. Her makeup wasn't heavy. After all, she was in school. It was just casual makeup. She just drew her eyebrows, hooked her eyeliner, and finally put on lipstick. She was very suitable for that kind of red. Looking at this face, there was only one word that could be used to describe it. After finishing her makeup this morning, the girls in the dormitory stared at her for a long time, let alone Tan Mo stared at Qiao Lan for a long time in a daze. The moment he came back to his senses, his mood instantly became extremely bad. He wanted to wipe off all the makeup on Qiao Lan's face. He wanted everyone around him to disappear. Men and women, everyone. He wanted to hide the Qiao Lan and not let anyone see it except himself. Qiao Lan didn't expect Tan Mo to have such a reaction. She was looking forward to seeing Tan Mo's reaction. She wanted to ask him if it was pretty or if he liked it, but Tan Mo looked at her expressionlessly, which made her feel scared. Qiao Lan shrunk uncontrollably and asked hesitantly, "Isn't it nice?" Tan Mo's gaze was unbelievably heavy. He didn't answer but continued to stare at her. Who was she trying to show off to? Him? But if it was him, why did it happen so suddenly? Today was not a special day for him. Tan Mo thought about it again and again, but he could not think of anything that was worth Qiao Lan putting on makeup for him. Who was she going to see? Why did she dress up like this? Tan Mo didn't want to doubt this and that. Ever since they got together, Tan Mo felt that the uneasiness in his heart had gradually disappeared. He started to really believe that maybe he was worthy of being loved. Qiao Lan really liked him, and she liked him more than he thought. But suddenly, Tan Mo realized that the uneasiness didn't disappear. It was just temporarily suppressed. As long as there was a slight disturbance in the peaceful life he was addicted to, the uneasiness that he had gradually forgotten would come back in an instant. Just like now, just because Qiao Lan put on makeup, his nerves had begun to run wild uncontrollably. Why? Because of who? Was Qiao Lan hiding something from him? Tan Mo wanted to ask. But in the end, his rationality won over his emotions. He controlled his expression and asked Qiao Lan, "Are you going to see someone today?" Qiao Lan shook her head, "No, I'm just going to class." Just going to class, Tan Mo clenched his fingers, but tried to use a relatively natural and casual tone to ask Qiao Lan, "Then why did you suddenly put on makeup?" What was the difference between today's class and the usual? There seemed to be something different. The professional classes were all attended by students of the same major, but the basic principles of Marxism were attended by many classes together. Who was in this class? Qiao Lan really didn't see it. She didn't see the depression under Tan Mo's calm face. Regarding this question, Qiao Lan really wanted to hide it. She really didn't want to answer why she put on makeup. Qiao Lan originally expected that Tan Mo would be amazed when he saw her today, and then compliment her for looking good. But in the end, Tan Mo directly asked her why she put on makeup. When it came to jealousy, it was better to keep it to yourself. How embarrassing would it be if the person involved knew about it? Qiao Lan raised her head and looked at Tan Mo for a few seconds. Then, she silently took out her phone. Tan Mo clenched his fingers even tighter. He thought that Qiao Lan deliberately changed the topic and didn't want to answer. But then, Qiao Lan tapped on her phone twice and didn't know what she tapped. Then, she handed the phone back to him and said in a muffled voice, "See for yourself." Tan Mo lowered his head and looked at the phone. At first glance, his eyes were filled with all kinds of like messages. What is this? School confession wall, Xiao Lan said a little gloomily, all kinds of confessions. Why did Xiao Lan show him this? Tan Mo didn't understand, but since Xiao Lan showed it to him, there must be a reason. Tan Mo never knew that there was such a place where so many unrelated people mentioned his name. Looking at these confessions and then looking at Xiao Lan, who was especially beautiful and a little depressed today, Tan Mo finally realized a certain possibility. His heart thumped, and for a moment, he seemed to be able to clearly hear the sound of his heartbeat speeding up. Was it like what he imagined? Tan Mo strode forward with his long legs and caught up with Xiao Lan in 2 big steps. Lan, Xiao Lan. The 2 people who were already eye-catching suddenly became even more eye-catching. In addition, everyone was going to class at this time, so the road was full of students walking by. Because Tan Mo was the previous freshman representative, almost everyone who paid attention knew him. Because Tan Mo and Xiao Lan were in different majors, they didn't go to class together every day. Instead, they went to class separately with their roommates. Today, because it was a basic class, they arranged to go together. Only then did Tan Mo openly appear in front of the dormitory building. Some people didn't know that Tan Mo had a girlfriend. Some people had heard of it, but maybe because Tan Mo was too handsome and too outstanding, even if they heard that he had a girlfriend, they didn't think that this girlfriend was that good. Maybe she wasn't even a student in B major. It was because of this that the confessions on the wall were endless. There were even people who said that they would wait for Tan Mo to break up with him. After all, this was B major. Which one of the people who could come here wasn't outstanding and proud? Especially those who were both outstanding and beautiful, they would definitely think that they were much better than Tan Mo's girlfriend. In the end, they saw it happen today. It wasn't that Xiao Lan wasn't beautiful without makeup, but definitely not as perfect and stunning as Xiao Lan with makeup. Many girls couldn't help but turn around to take a look at Xiao Lan. They whispered to their friends who the girl was and asked if she was a student from the film school next door who had gone to the wrong place. Her appearance was definitely good enough in the entertainment circle. In the end, they saw this super beauty and the new school hunk who was very popular in the school recently holding hands as they went to class together. Tan Mo was a person who was very, very sensitive to people's gazes. Of course, he could feel the gazes on him. There were so many gazes that he couldn't count them, but at this moment, he didn't have the mood to care about this. He grabbed Xiao Lan and forcefully dragged the slightly embarrassed girl over. He lowered his head and whispered in Xiao Lan's ear, "If I'm not wrong." Tan Mo's heart was beating so fast that he felt like he was floating. Even his words seemed to be floating. When his voice fell into Xiao Lan's ear, it was like a feather tickling. "If I'm not wrong, are you jealous?" Xiao Lan quickly covered her ear with her other hand and didn't look in Tan Mo's direction. She dragged Tan Mo towards the school building. "Hurry up, class starts in 10 minutes. The gloomy thoughts in his head just now had long disappeared. His eyes were shockingly bright. Without moving, he pulled back Xiao Lan who was forcefully dragging him. No matter how the people around them looked at him, he stared at Xiao Lan's sensitive ear with a burning gaze and wanted her to explain clearly. "You haven't said whether or not I am." "Xiao Lan, yes or no?" "Yes, yes, yes, yes." "We're going to be late." Tan Mo smiled. His face that was always cold in front of others warmed up. He no longer pulled Xiao Lan to stop her from leaving. Instead, he was pulled by Xiao Lan obediently towards the direction of the classroom. He was too happy. He was so happy that he was a little dizzy. Just like when Xiao Lan said that she liked him, he became a complete little fool again. It turned out that Xiao Lan also felt uneasy and worried. It turned out that this was how it felt to have the person you liked be jealous of you. Tan Mo didn't know. He only knew what it felt like to be jealous. Before they were together, he didn't have the right to be jealous. After they were together, he had to carefully control his jealousy. Tan Mo didn't like the feeling of his heart floating in the air without a place to settle down. He didn't want to experience that. But when the person he liked was jealous of him, this feeling was so sweet that it felt like his heart was soaked in honey. Every day, he was looking for evidence that Xiao Lan liked him and loved him so that he could live a more grounded life. Today was undoubtedly an important day. But even though this feeling was indescribably good, Tan Mo didn't want to experience it a second time. Because when he was happy, Xiao Lan might be feeling as uneasy as he was back then. Tan Mo was pulled by Xiao Lan obediently. As they walked, he suddenly said, "You don't have to be jealous." I only like you. I only like you. I don't like anyone else at all. My world has long been taken over by you. Your name, your appearance, your voice, they have all occupied my senses. There is no space left for anyone else. So there was no need to be jealous. If it wasn't for the confession wall that Xiao Lan showed him today, he wouldn't even know that there was such a place, nor would he know that there was someone else who liked him. What's more, how much did Tan Mo go through to finally understand the meaning of like? And what did he go through to say like? The word like was too expensive for Tan Mo. And this kind of like that could be said so casually was so cheap that he didn't want to look at it a second time. Xiao Lan didn't expect Tan Mo to suddenly say such a thing. The unexpected confession made her heart beat faster. Xiao Lan stretched out her fingers and held Tan Mo's hand even tighter. She raised her head and looked at the people walking around her with a bright smile. I know, Xiao Lan said, I just want everyone to know that you are mine. I am a girl who is also beautiful and outstanding enough to be a match for Tan Mo. I am Tan Mo's girlfriend. My boyfriend can't be taken away by anyone. Those who covet Tan Mo should go to the cool side and stay there. Don't even think about it. Xianxia felt very wronged. He really didn't do it on purpose. But the truth was, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Lan's face no less than 5 times in the first 20 minutes of class. That's why it's said that everyone loves beauty. Good-looking people will turn their heads more often when they walk on the street. A good-looking person like Xiao Lan, who was sitting on his left, could be seen from Tan Mo's side. How could he bear it, don't you think so too? Kong Sha was about to laugh at Xianxia's fallacious reasoning. You can't control your eyes, and now you're saying it's the girl's fault? You're blaming her for being too beautiful? Kong Sha said expressionlessly. If you still want to attend class properly, I advise you to control your eyes. Huh? If you dare to look at her again, do you believe that Tan Mo will throw you out of the classroom? He can't be that petty, right? Xianxia didn't believe it at all. What's the big deal about looking at Xiao Lan a few more times? Today's Xiao Lan was too beautiful. In the end, Xianxia, who refused to believe it, couldn't help but glance at Xiao Lan again. This time, he was met with his handsome roommate's death stare and a cold word. Scram. Xianxia, damn, he's really that petty. Xianxia widened her eyes. She wanted to retort back at Tan Mo, but when she met Tan Mo's eyes, she was inexplicably terrified. In the end, she turned her head to complain to Kong Sha. Wow, isn't Tan Mo too much? I just looked at her a few more times and he told me to scram. Does he have any love for his roommate? And he can't even look at Xiao Yan. He's too petty. Don't you think so? Isn't he too much? Are all relationships like this? If that's really the case, I'd rather be single. No, I'm definitely not as petty as Tan Mo when I'm in a relationship. I still want to be in a relationship. I also want to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Sai, why aren't you saying anything? What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly ignoring me? Kong Sha took a deep breath, closed his eyes and remained silent for 3 seconds. Then, he decisively gave Xianxia a word. Scram. Xianxia? Why are you so fierce to me all of a sudden? What did I do to you? Don't pretend to be mute. If you don't make it clear, I won't let you off. The male student in the yellow shirt in the 5th row, the professor on the podium suddenly spoke. Instantly, everyone looked towards the 5th row. Xianxia was not a reliable person. He was dressed in bright yellow, looking like a Shaohuang chicken. The professor was completely attracted by this eye-catching color as soon as he came in. It was hard for the professor not to notice him. You seem to want to say something. Then answer this question. Xianxia looked up in confusion. There was a question on the big screen. Which of the 3 major labor movements of the 19th century focused on reflecting the political demands of the workers? Which one? Xianxia, who was a science student, was dumbfounded. Even if he had learned it in his first year of high school, he still didn't know. He couldn't even remember which 3 labor movements were. As a former top student, Xianxia had never been called by the professor in class. He finally understood how embarrassing it was. He finally shut his mouth and waited quietly until the class ended. Xiaolan still wanted to laugh until the class ended. After calling Xianxia once, the professor called him twice. The funny thing was that he didn't call his name. Every time, he called Xianxia Xiaohuang student. Xianxia couldn't help but tell the professor that his name was Xianxia. In the end, the professor called Xianxia Xiaohuang student. Xianxia was such a talkative and noisy person, but after tens of thousands of lessons, he was like a frosted eggplant, listless and listless. Xiaolan and Tan Mo both had classes in the afternoon. Moreover, they both started at the 5th class, which was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The two of them went to the cafeteria to have lunch together. Xiaolan had eaten in the B major cafeteria a few times before. It was quite good. However, Aunt Chen had personally cooked for Tan Mo since he was young. Therefore, he wasn't used to the food at first. After a few days, he got used to it. Tan Mo didn't say anything. If he asked, he would say that it tasted good. However, Xiaolan always felt that Tan Mo wasn't full yet. Before, Tan Mo still had to practice kickboxing, so he exercised a lot every night. Moreover, he needed to replenish his nutrition after he was discharged from the hospital. Therefore, Aunt Chen used the best ingredients to cook. For example, beef was a must every day. Not only was it a must, but it was even controlled. Obviously, the cafeteria couldn't reach this standard. It wasn't that Tan Mo was squeamish. It was because his body needed it. Xiaolan originally wanted to let Tan Mo live in the dormitory so that he could make new friends. This was good for Tan Mo. However, when he actually lived in the dormitory, many small problems were exposed. Bathing, eating, working out, using electricity and internet, dating. In short, it wasn't very convenient. Especially when Tan Mo used to study the market until late at night. Since he lived in the dormitory, he couldn't do that anymore. However, Tan Mo didn't say anything. When asked, he kept saying that he felt okay. Xiaolan looked at him and couldn't tell whether he was forcing himself or not. During lunch, Tan Mo ate a normal amount of food. However, it was definitely less than what he ate at home. Xiaolan frowned. Just as she was about to say something, someone suddenly called her. Xiaolan turned around and saw Ji Su and 2 other seniors. The one who called her was another senior. The 3 of them should be in the same class. After all, there were only 2 classes in the psychology department. The probability of them being in the same class was too high. It's really you. The 3 seniors walked over. The senior who called her clicked his tongue. I can't recognize you after putting on makeup. However, you're even prettier now. Tan Mo looked at the short senior in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Thank you. Xiaolan smiled. After chatting for a while, she introduced Tan Mo politely. This is my boyfriend. Ha ha ha, I know. This senior was obviously a gossipy person. He's the new school hunk. He's a good match for you. Xiaolan smiled and nodded. I think so too. The seniors all laughed. Jisoo also laughed. When his gaze met Tan Mo's, he smiled. The few of them chatted for a while. Before they left, Jisoo seemed to remember something and said to Xiaolan, the club will be recruiting new members next Monday. If you want to join, you can prepare in advance. Okay. Thank you for the reminder. Xiaolan nodded. After the 3 seniors left, she turned around and saw Tan Mo staring at their backs expressionlessly. His eyes were dark and unreadable. Xiaolan pulled Tan Mo. What's wrong? Nothing. Tan Mo retracted his gaze. As he walked to the classroom with Xiaolan, he asked Xiaolan casually, you want to join a club? Yes, Xiaolan said. The Psychology Society is different from other societies. It's very professional and has professors to guide it. I heard that the society often organizes people to study cases together. Sometimes, they can even hire psychologists to help the students in school with psychological counseling to improve their abilities. Overall, it's quite helpful. Tan Mo nodded. It's quite good. Xiaolan finally sensed that something was wrong. What's wrong? Xiaolan guessed correctly. Do you not want me to join? Yes. Tan Mo looked down and didn't say anything. He didn't know why, but he didn't want Xiaolan to get too close to this Jisoo. Maybe it was because Jisoo was not only good-looking but also very outstanding. Tan-Mo had never been a confident person, especially in front of Xiaolan. Therefore, Tan-Mo was worried and afraid of every member of the opposite sex who got close to Xiaolan. Xiaolan had said before that this Jisoo was very outstanding. He was only an undergraduate student, but he was already the focus of the professor's training. Outstanding people were always eye-catching. And there was one very important thing. Jisoo was Xiaolan's direct senior. Tan-Mo always tried his best to make his life overlap with Xiaolan's. He worked hard to cultivate the same interests as Xiaolan. This way, they would have endless topics to talk about and Xiaolan would never get tired of it. But there were always some things that he couldn't learn even if he wanted to. For example, the psychology that Xiaolan studied. He didn't apply for the psychology major, so he couldn't learn it. Asperger's disease determined that he would never be able to compete with others in this subject, let alone his favorite student, Jisoo. Would Xiaolan be attracted to such an outstanding person one day who also had more common topics to talk about? Tan-Mo didn't dare to think about it. Maybe it was because of this reason that any of Jisoo's actions seemed to have a deeper meaning in Tan-Mo's eyes. It was the gaze that Tan-Mo had seen when he looked at Xiaolan during the military training. He had specifically reminded Xiaolan to come for the interview. Why did he specifically remind her? Since he reminded Xiaolan to prepare well, it meant that Jisoo wanted Xiaolan to come to the psychology club and wanted Xiaolan to stay. Why did he want Xiaolan to come? Why did he want her to stay? Tan-Mo's eyes suddenly darkened. Tan-Mo didn't say anything in the end because this might just be his imagination, so he couldn't say his real thoughts without reason. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just think that joining the club is too time-consuming. We don't have much time together to begin with." This answer was reasonable and suited Tan-Mo very well. Xiaolan hesitated for a moment. Then how about, go? Tan-Mo interrupted Xiaolan. We still have a long time in the future. He actually didn't know how long it would be. He only knew that Xiaolan wanted to go to the psychology club. If she wanted to go, then go. He was always more concerned about Xiaolan's thoughts. A few days later, the Tan-Mo's girlfriend that everyone was talking about finally had a name. The slightly gossipy students finally knew that she was called Xiaolan. Very beautiful. Strong legs. The kind of beauty that could debut with just a little bit of tidying up. Although things like college entrance examination scores were not easy to check, Xiaolan didn't hide it. If someone asked, she would answer. Her amazing high score of more than 720 had completely refreshed those top students who looked down on Xiaolan. However, it was the best university in the country after all. The learning atmosphere was the most outstanding thing. Although appearance was important, it was definitely not the most important thing in B major. B major's curriculum was very tight. From 8 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., there were a total of 12 classes. Each class was 50 minutes long, and there was an hour break at noon. Students who could come to B major were usually the top students or the top few students in the province. In high school, they were definitely the focus of the teachers and were also the top students who were admired by the students. However, when they came to B major, they realized that they were surrounded by top students who were even better than them in all aspects. Not only were these top students good at studying, but they also came from wealthy families. They were multi-talented, had a broad vision, and were very hardworking. Take Xiaolan's roommate, Roman, for example. At first, she looked like a manga loli from head to toe. No matter how you looked at her, she didn't look like someone who was good at studying. However, Roman was still a top student who scored more than 680 on the college entrance examination. Although she had to make time every day to put on makeup, buy clothes, try on dresses, and ask about Senior Jisoo's preferences, she was still very serious when it came to studying. While washing her face, Roman happily covered her face and said that she met Senior Jisoo again today. Senior also said that the club's orientation was next Monday and asked her to prepare well. Senior specifically reminded me. Do you guys think that he actually has a good impression of me? Xiaolan remembered that Jisoo had said the same thing to her today. However, looking at Roman's expression, she nodded in agreement. I think so too. Good luck. There were only about 70 people in total, but the mental health department only accepted 10 psychology students. The rest of the departments, the publicity department, and the secretariat did not only recruit psychology students. Psychology students were not as competitive as other majors in these departments. 3 of the 4 people in the dormitory were preparing to go. Xiaolan, Lu Cancan, and Roman. The other girl was cool enough to join the roller skating club. Jisoo asked them to prepare, but Xiaolan and the others were not sure what to prepare. Xiaolan sent a WeChat message to the senior he met in the past to ask her for advice. The senior sent him a voice message saying that she was not sure and that it would depend on his performance during the interview. The senior said that during her interview, the interviewer did not ask her any professional questions. She did not understand any professional questions. After all, she had only attended classes for a week, and all the questions were about daily life. I chatted with the interviewer for 5 minutes. Then I received a message saying that I had passed and asked me to go over. After a while, the senior sent him another text message on WeChat. Let me tell you a secret. My roommate prepared a lot of speeches. For example, he said that psychology majors are for the benefit of society. I did not go in. Xiaolan was deep in thought. So, the recruitment of new students was mainly based on the word authenticity. However, no matter how relaxed the seniors were, the new students who had not gone in were still quite nervous. The recruitment was on Monday. The psychology majors did not have classes after the cognitive neuroscience class on Monday afternoon. Classes started at 1 p.m. and ended at 2:50 p.m. After that, there was rare free time. Usually, everyone would go to the library or study room. The recruitment was at this time. When they arrived, the 70 or so new students finished their classes together and went for the interview almost at the same time. It was quite collective. The division of labor in a club was very clear. Some were in charge of recruitment, some were in charge of contacting the outside world, and some were in charge of the interview. However, the interviewees were basically the seniors in the mental health department. There were 3 people in charge this time. One of them was a sophomore, and the other 2 were juniors. The 3 of them were talking when someone came in through the back door. When they turned around, they were surprised. Why is the president here? Jisoo and another senior came over. Jisoo was the president, and he was mainly responsible for the planning of each event. In other words, he was the one who made the decisions, and the rest of the work was delegated to the people below him. Jisoo didn't have to come, but he could come if he wanted to, and no one stopped him. The junior sisters outside should be quite happy to see Jisoo. Jisoo was sitting on the sofa next to them. He smiled and said, I happen to have some time, so I came over to take a look. You guys can start. The second-year senior deliberately exaggerated. Originally, we were here to check on our juniors, but when the president came, it made me feel like I was the one doing the interview. The senior sitting next to Jisoo was amused. What's there to be afraid of? Jisoo's face was quite harmless. It was the kind of face that made people feel close to him at first glance. Although this was only on the surface, people who really knew him knew that this person was a classic example of a person who was hot on the outside but cold on the inside. His true personality was the complete opposite of his appearance. When Jisoo called her to come over today, Jisoo was on the phone when she arrived. She couldn't hear what was said on the other end of the phone. She only heard Jisoo say that he was very busy and didn't have time. Jisoo's face definitely didn't look good at that time. She and Jisoo had been classmates for 2 years, and now she was the president and vice president of the Psychology Society. She had a lot of contact with him and knew a lot about him. Did the hospital call again? Yes. Jisoo sat with his eyes closed and was silent for a long time. After a while, he stood up and turned to go to the Psychology Society without saying anything. Pei Beijiao looked at Jisoo's back view and felt a little upset. She remembered that on the day of the freshman's military training, her junior sister asked Jisoo why he wanted to study psychology. Jisoo said that it was because he liked criminal profilers and his mother didn't agree, so he settled for psychology. Look at this person. He could casually make up such a reason and make people think that he was very cool and interesting. Who would have thought that the real situation was that Jisoo had a mentally abnormal father and an equally abnormal mother who was forced by his abnormal father. Jisoo rarely talked about his father. His relationship with his father was very weak. Usually, he would mention his mother occasionally. Pei Beijia knew that her mother was now living in a very good sanatorium. Jisoo would visit her every once in a while. This was the reason why Jisoo studied psychology. He had never thought of becoming a criminal profiler. The excuses that he casually said couldn't be believed at all. However, this person suddenly called her today and asked her to come to the psychology society with him. Pei Beijia also studied psychology. Psychology wasn't just about analyzing the mind. It was also worth analyzing the time, movements, and words. People like Jisoo never did unnecessary things. Nashin, who didn't need to come, specially came over and even pulled her along. Thinking about it, there was a problem. However, if Jisoo didn't say anything, then there was no way to pry anything out of him. Unless he suddenly wanted to say something one day, he would say it himself. Pei Beijia could only accompany Jisoo to watch the freshmen recruit new people. As she watched, she felt that it was quite interesting. Every year, there were outstanding young people with lofty ideals who wanted to repay their ancestral country. During the interview, it was like a speech. The people who listened were quite passionate, but it was a little funny. Although there weren't many freshmen, she only remembered 7 or 8 of them. For example, the girl who came in now. Xiaolan, such a beautiful face, she definitely wouldn't forget it after seeing it. Sigh, this girl even put on makeup today. She was even prettier. Pei Beijia sat up slightly and watched Xiaolan start the interview. Xiaolan felt that she should be calmer than the other students. After all, she had already joined a club once and gone through an interview. Not to mention, she had all kinds of work experience. In terms of communication, she should be better than her peers. After entering, Xiaolan realized that what the senior said to her in private was completely correct. She came in to chat. She would ask where you are from, how you feel about your high school life, and finally ask the cliché question, why do you want to study psychology? I want to help someone, Xiaolan said. Who is it? The senior interviewer was curious. Although it was an interview, Xiaolan still didn't say. She didn't want more people to know about Tan Mo's Asperger's disease. She gave a vague answer, a very important person. Jisoo heard this and his pupils shrank. The senior interviewer laughed and joked a little mischievously, very important? Male or female? Xiaolan laughed too, I'm not telling you. You're quite brave, the senior interviewer laughed for a while, okay, it's over. The results will be out tomorrow. Wait for the notice. Okay, Xiaolan said goodbye to them and left the room. Behind her, Roman, who had 2 ponytails today, walked in wearing a little skirt. After all the interviews were over, the candidates were more or less confirmed. Jisoo got up from the sofa and took the list. Seeing Xiaolan's name written neatly on it, he returned the list to the senior in charge. Add 1 more person. Who? That girl with 2 ponytails, Jisoo thought for a while and remembered, her name is Roman. There were only about 10 people in total. 2 of them entered Xiaolan's dorm, Xiaolan and Roman. Roman clutched his chest and said with lingering fear, I didn't perform well that day and was afraid that I wouldn't pass. I didn't expect that I would pass. No, I have to send a WeChat message to senior and tell him that I passed. Lu Cancan was the only one who didn't get selected out of the 3 who signed up. She was already in a bad mood, and Roman kept nagging. Lu Cancan was a little unhappy and retorted, if you passed, then you passed. Why are you nagging with your senior? Are you annoying? What does it have to do with you? Senior reminded me to prepare well. What's wrong with me returning the favor? Roman glared at him. You didn't get selected yourself. Why are you venting your anger on us? Senior even reminded Xiaolan. Why didn't Xiaolan send a message to Jisoo? Xiaolan was speechless. Why did he have to drag her into this? Because of Tan Mo, Xiaolan didn't usually hang out with her roommates except for class and bedtime at night. Therefore, she didn't know what was going on. Lu Cancan and Roman quarreled every day. Xiaolan tried to persuade them at first, but when she couldn't, she put on her headphones and pretended to be deaf like her other roommate. It was a little cold outside. Xiaolan didn't want to go outside to make a call, but the dorm was noisy. Therefore, she put on her headphones and sent a text message to Tan Mo. Xiaolan asked Tan Mo what he was doing. Tan Mo sent her a picture of a book called The World's Greatest Trader. This book is not bad. Tan Mo didn't ask her why she suddenly sent a text message. He was very cooperative and chatted with her. However, after he heard from Xiaolan that he had passed the interview with the Psychology Society, he took a few seconds to reply. Tan Mo looked at the 2 words he typed expressionlessly. In the end, he deleted them and changed his tone to a slightly better one. Great, although he did not want to congratulate Xiaolan at all, what was worse was that he even hoped that Xiaolan did not pass the interview. In the end, Xiaolan still passed. Who asked her to be so outstanding? But he had already told Xiaolan that he didn't care, and now he was putting on an unhappy face. Xiaolan was in a good mood after passing the interview. There was no need for him to make Xiaolan unhappy. After all, he had to be the perfect boyfriend every minute of every day. Only then would he not make her angry and dislike him. Only then could he stay by her side forever. Compared to Xiaolan's love, her own feelings were actually not that important. Tan Mo didn't notice that the book had been crumpled by him. He controlled the irritation in his heart and tried his best to ask her naturally if there was anyone else in the dormitory who had been selected. Xiaolan replied, "One more." Tan Mo felt a little better. If it was a voice chat or a video call, Xiaolan might be able to see something from Tan Mo's tone and face. Unfortunately, there were only words. Tan Mo's tone was very normal. There was no unhappiness or strangeness. It was like the most normal conversation. Xiaolan did not notice it again. This topic was over. Xiaolan talked about Tan Mo's birthday. October 19th was Tan Mo's 18th birthday. It was very close. It would be next week, next Sunday. It happened to be the weekend. Xiaolan felt that she could not stay in the study room as usual. On such a meaningful day, she should go out on a date. 2 days ago, Xiaolan wanted to plan in advance how to celebrate Tan Mo's birthday. She could look for local delicious food or go to the movies. After thinking for a long time, Xiaolan was depressed about her unusual lack of love experience. After thinking for a long time, she could only think of a few options. In the end, she could not open Jihu. Finally, she found the aquarium, arcade, amusement park, haunted house, and so on. Xiaolan wrote it down on a memo for future reference. Xiaolan took a screenshot of the memo and sent it to Tan Mo. Tan Mo did not react at first and asked her what it was. Date plan, I specially looked it up. Xiaolan said, "Mo, let's go out on your birthday." Tan Mo stared at the screenshot and felt a sweetness in his heart. Xiaolan wrote it down very seriously. She must have looked at a lot of places and picked them out. They were all places that he had not been to. They were also places that they had not been to together. Xiaolan said that they could plan a perfect birthday plan together. They could go to the aquarium in the morning, watch a movie and drink tea in the afternoon, and go to the haunted house in the evening. Speaking of the haunted house, Xiaolan was actually very excited. Tan Mo could not help but smile from the corners of his lips. The unhappiness he felt earlier was washed away by Xiaolan's thoughtfulness. Maybe he was thinking too much. After all, not only did Xiaolan join the club, but B Major was also very busy with her studies, so there should not be many club activities. Xianxia cheered in his ear and said that she had received a notice from the club saying that he had passed. She was so happy that she jumped a few times in the dormitory. Kong Sha, who was next to her, looked like he had nothing to live for. He and Xianxia joined the same club. If it were not for Xianxia, he would never have joined this club. He thought that it was impossible for him to pass, but he actually passed. The club that Xianxia joined was called the Zen Society. Xianxia said that she had enough of watching her roommates fall in love every day, so she wanted to join the Zen Society to calm down. Who would have thought that she would pass, Compared to Kongsha's hopelessness, Xianxia was very happy. She said excitedly that their club was very active and that they had already decided to go out for dinner this week. Dinner party? Tan Mo was stunned. He had never participated in these activities before, so he did not know the process of club activities. Only now did he realize that some of the club activities were not held at school. Could Xiaolan's Psychology Society also have so many things to do? Before Tan Mo could ask Xiaolan really did receive the news. Roman told her to look at the club discussion group that she had recently joined. After Xiaolan opened it, she saw that there were already 99 plus messages in the latest group, and there were even people who had added her. This was the group that her senior had asked her club members to join after the interview results came out. Xiaolan opened the group chat and saw that it was very lively. She scrolled up and saw that it was not just her who was added, but all the members. When new members joined the club, they would have a meal together every day to welcome them. They would use this opportunity to really get to know each other. The time was 6:30 p.m. on October 18th. The 18th, Xiaolan's mood instantly dropped by 80%. This was because Tan Mo's birthday was on the 19th. Although it was not the same day, Xiaolan instinctively had the idea of giving Tan Mo about a day or so. She did not expect that the dinner party would be set on the day before Tan Mo's birthday. The group leader was the current vice president of the Psychology Society. After adding all the members, she asked if they had time. If they did, she deducted one. Xiaolan scrolled down the chat history from top to bottom. It was a smooth one. Because October 18th happened to be a Saturday, normally everyone would have time, let alone after the evening. It was really unreasonable for her not to go to the first group activity. However, it was even more unreasonable for her to ask everyone to change the time because of her. Xiaolan hesitated for a moment before she opened the private chat with her senior. She asked her senior when the dinner party would end. Her senior replied quite quickly. It's just a meal. It won't be too late. We can definitely go back to the dorm at 10 p.m. 10 p.m., huh? Xiaolan wanted to say that it was still a bit late, but she was the only one left in the discussion group who had not replied. Xiaolan was silent for a moment before she agreed. After replying to her senior, she told Tan Mo that she would be participating in the club activity next Saturday. Tan Mo was silent for a long time and did not reply. Tan Mo really did not know how to reply. In fact, he really did not want to say a word. He was not in a good mood at first. It was not easy for him to think that the two of them could be together without being disturbed on his birthday. However, he received this kind of news in the blink of an eye. He originally wanted to say that they could not play much on Sunday and that they could go out on Saturday. There was no need to say any more. Tan Mo did not have a good impression of the Psychology Society from the beginning. Perhaps it was because of Jisoo. Now, all that was left was disgust. He was disgusted with everything that disturbed him, mixed with anger that could not be ignored. He was really angry. He was even angry at Xiaolan. However, he calmed down and thought about it again. What did Xiaolan do wrong again? It was the 18th, not the 19th. It was just a meal. Everyone was going to Xiaolan. There was no reason not to go. This was all very normal. Yes, very normal. Tan Mo repeated this in his heart again and again. It was as if he was trying to brainwash himself. In the end, if it wasn't for the fact that his heart was still hurting, he would have really believed it. If this was all normal, then why was he angry and upset? So in the end, did it mean that he was the most abnormal one? He did not want Xiaolan to come into contact with other people. He did not want Xiaolan to have any traces in her life other than himself. He wanted all the time to belong to himself. He wanted Xiaolan to only see him and only see him. This kind of thinking. It was very abnormal in itself. It was reasonable to say that this kind of club gathering was usually arranged in a restaurant not far from the school. Firstly, it was cheap, and the students could afford it. Secondly, it was close to the school, and it was more convenient and faster for them to go back to school. However, Xiaolan's first meeting wasn't at the school gate. The club booked it in a Korean restaurant on a very busy street, which was a little far from the school, and the price wasn't cheap. But in the end, they still booked it because the senior girl said that the barbecue in this restaurant was very delicious, and the club president, Jisoo, had paid most of the money, so everyone could have a better meal. Roman happily bounced around the dormitory, taking out all of her clothes. There was a pile of small dresses, and while changing, she asked her roommates which one looked better. The 3 roommates couldn't sit still. Some went to the self-study room, some went to the dormitory next door to play, and of course, one went for a walk with her boyfriend. Xiaolan didn't video call Tan Mo today, so she always felt that somewhere was empty. She took out her phone and wanted to call Tan Mo, but after thinking about it, she simply went downstairs to find him. It was now 9:27, so she could still hang out for an hour. When Xiaolan called Tan Mo was in the dormitory, listening to a book with headphones and doing push-ups. Since recovering, Tan Mo had been exercising a lot every day. It was a little inconvenient to go to the school now. There was a gym near the school, but Tan Mo didn't go there because there were too many people. It was too time-consuming to go to a more high-end and far place. The dormitory wasn't allowed to have any large sports equipment, so he could only do the most basic exercises. At first, Xianxia was very excited when she saw Tan Mo's abs. She wanted to do it with him, but after 2 days, she gave up. Previously, after class every night, Xiaolan and Tan Mo would go to the library together, walk around the school, or walk around. After all, they still had some time to date every day. But since the rain, the weather had become cold, especially at night, so they didn't go out to walk much. Not to mention that it was already past 9 o'clock. Tan Mo went downstairs and wrapped the Xiaolan with his jacket. Although he was still in a bad mood, he controlled himself well. Not to mention, caring for Xiaolan had become a habit in his bones. Some actions did not even require him to think. Xiaolan looked at the jacket he was wearing and then looked at Tan Mo, who was only wearing a shirt. Thinking of Tan Mo's slight panting on the phone and the speed at which he ran down, he suddenly reached out his hand to touch Tan Mo's neck. Before Tan Mo could react, Xiaolan quickly withdrew his hand. Put it on. Xiaolan buttoned the jacket that Tan Mo had draped over her shoulders. You just finished exercising. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Tan Mo was caught off guard by her touch. He was stunned for a moment before he said, I'm not cold. I know you're not cold. Tan Mo was very insensitive to the cold. He almost couldn't feel it. Xiaolan naturally knew this. Not cold doesn't mean you won't catch a cold. Put it on. I'm wearing enough. Tan Mo's heart warmed a little. After putting on his jacket, he held Xiaolan's hand and walked while saying, Why did you suddenly come out? Did your roommates quarrel again? Xiaolan didn't have any secrets in front of Tan Mo. She told almost everything to Tan Mo. Although Tan Mo didn't participate in the discussion, he remembered everything that Xiaolan had said. Previously, Xiaolan had specially gone out to video call him several times because the 2 girls in Xiaolan's dorm were quarreling. That's not it. Xiaolan smiled and curled her fingers, which were slightly cold. Tan Mo smoothly wrapped her entire hand. Xiaolan narrowed her eyes happily. Why did you suddenly come over? It's just that I missed you. Xiaolan's hand was suddenly squeezed. Before her smile faded, she raised her head and saw that Tan Mo had suddenly stopped in his tracks. Xiaolan thought that from this angle, Tan Mo's jawline was really too beautiful. Just when she was about to exclaim, Tan Mo lowered his head. His delicate and beautiful features suddenly enlarged, and Tan Mo's lips softly kissed her. It wasn't late yet, but the sky was already very dark. When Xiaolan said that she missed him, Tan Mo only wanted to kiss her. And Tan Mo, who had been upset for the whole night, really needed a kiss. He needed to be appeased and comforted. However, he couldn't tell Xiaolan the reason why he was unhappy, so he couldn't get any comfort from Xiaolan. That was why he chose to do this. There was an old tree not far from the dorm. Its trunk was very thick, and one person couldn't even hug it. Xiaolan was gently but forcefully pushed against the tree by Tan Mo. He held Xiaolan's waist with one hand and pressed her close to him. His other hand was behind her head, and he lifted her cheek slightly. He lowered his head and gently bit her cold lips. Grinding, licking, the hot tip of his tongue moistened their lips, and finally broke through their teeth and went in. Tan Mo's kiss was so sudden that Xiao Lan was dizzy before she could react. Tan Mo's kiss was gentle but indescribably lingering. Xiao Lan didn't know why, but she felt that Tan Mo was like a small animal that was seeking comfort. He couldn't speak, so he could only use this method. Dizzy and slightly panting, Xiao Lan suddenly realized that they hadn't kissed since they went to university. Xiao Lan reached out her hands and circled Tan Mo's neck. She couldn't help but tiptoe to meet his kiss. The tree was hidden, and her and Tan Mo's position was even more hidden. Xiao Lan didn't know how long Tan Mo kissed for. Every time she thought it was going to end, Tan Mo was reluctant to let go. He would rub his face or neck with the tip of his nose. Xiao Lan hugged Tan Mo's head and called him softly, "Mo. Tan Mo buried his face in Xiao Lan's neck and murmured, "I missed you so much." Xiao Lan smiled and touched Tan Mo's hair, "I'm right here." "Yeah, you're right here. But why do I still feel like I miss you so much?" Tan Mo hugged the person in his arms even tighter. What should I do? Xiao Lan was sure that there was something wrong with Tan Mo tonight. Although everything was normal, Xiao Lan thought of the kiss and the silence when he hugged her. Xiao Lan felt an indescribable sadness. She felt sorry for Tan Mo. But why? Xiao Lan asked Tan Mo if he was unhappy. Tan Mo smiled and shook his head. He asked her why he felt that way. After saying that, he said, "I'm not unhappy," as if he was trying to convince Xiao Lan. He said, "I'm really not unhappy. I'm in a very good mood right now." Xiao Lan felt a strong sense of disharmony. She stared at Tan Mo's smile for a long time, but in the end, she didn't say anything. A few days later, Xiao Lan read a very hardcore psychological counseling book recommended by her senior. She finally understood why she felt that way that day. The book said that when people lie, they always like to repeat it. This is something that they don't even realize. When a liar is faced with a question, he will use the time he takes to fake a smile to quickly think of a lie. He will also respond very firmly and repeat it many times because he is worried that others won't believe him and suspect him. Although the content in the book was based on the experience of interrogating criminals, it was a bit serious when applied to real life. But sometimes, it didn't make sense. However, when asked if he was unhappy, normal people would usually just say no or no. If Xiao Lan remembered correctly, Tan Mo had repeated it 3 times. Tan Mo seemed to be lying to her. Xiao Lan's fingers trembled slightly. She stared at the sentence in the book for a long time before shaking her head. This was only a general description of the situation and not the whole situation. If she completely believed the contents of the book, she would be too paranoid. Moreover, Tan Mo was very normal these days. He didn't change. He talked less and smiled as usual. So she must be thinking too much. While she was in a daze, her phone lit up. Xiao Lan took the phone and opened WeChat. She saw that it was a friend request. Xiao Lan took a look. It was actually Xianxia. Didn't she have Xianxia as a friend? She didn't delete Xianxia. So Xianxia deleted her. Xiao Lan hesitated and accepted the friend request again. Before she could ask why, Xianxia asked her. "Sister-in-law, did you quarrel with Tan Mo?" Xiao Lan's heart suddenly stopped. "No, why?" "No? Then why is he quarreling?" "I feel like Tan Mo wants to beat me to death every day." Although Tan Mo usually didn't talk much, in the past 2 days, it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. Xiao Lan thought of the smile on Tan Mo's face before they parted today. She took a deep breath and replied, "What about today?" "Hell mode." Xiao Lan bit her lip and asked, "He's in a bad mood. When did it start?" "It's Wednesday. He went out after receiving your call at night. When he came back, he didn't look right. I thought you two quarreled." "So it wasn't?" Xiao Lan threw the phone aside and closed her eyes. After a long time, she got up and replied to Xianxia, asking him not to tell Tan Mo about it. Xianxia sighed. How would he dare? Last time, he had said something to Xiao Lan on WeChat and took a photo of Tan Mo and sent it to Xiao Lan. In the end, after he went back, Tan Mo forcefully deleted Xiao Lan from his friend list. Today, he even went through Kongsha's phone and found Xiao Lan's number again. This was something that Xiao Lan never knew. Xiao Lan remembered that when she told Tan Mo that she had chatted with Xianxia on WeChat, Tan Mo wasn't unhappy at all. He even smiled and asked her what they had talked about. After Xianxia asked Xiao Lan for help, he turned around and deleted her from his friend list, saying that he was afraid that Tan Mo would be unhappy if he found out. If it was a normal day, Xiao Lan would probably make a joke or two. But now, Xiao Lan wasn't in the mood to joke at all. Just a moment ago, she was still defending Tan Mo, arguing that Tan Mo's behavior might not be judged by certain psychological inertia. In the end, Xianxia confirmed it. Tan Mo was in a bad mood, but he kept smiling in front of her. Tan Mo cared a lot about her communication with the opposite sex, but he pretended that he didn't care at all in front of her. Most people would say that this meant that he cared about her and didn't want to leave his bad mood for her. But this didn't apply to Tan Mo. Xiao Lan once thought that she could let Tan Mo practice and imitate. He could use everything he learned to survive better in this society and become more popular. As long as he showed his true thoughts in front of her, it would be fine. She never thought that for Tan Mo, he would show his true side to everyone except her and leave only the fake side to her. Even if this fake side was for her. Xiao Lan was in a daze for a long time. She was sad, she was angry, but other than that, there was nothing else. She wasn't even disappointed. Xiao Lan thought about it for a long time, but she wasn't even disappointed. After thinking about it for a long time, Xiao Lan realized that there were some emotions that Tan Mo was something that she naturally didn't feel. She thought about it for a long time. She thought about it a lot. She thought about why Tan Mo lied to her, and why he only lied to her. She could actually find Tan Mo and directly question him, but Xiao Lan gave up when she thought about that scene. She couldn't bear to. She couldn't bear to see Tan Mo panicking but pretending to be calm when she questioned Mingming. She couldn't bear to see his mood worsening because of her emotions. She clearly just wanted him to be happy. In fact, it wasn't hard to guess the reason behind this. He could maintain his most primitive and honest self in front of others, but he pretended to be different in front of her. In the end, it was just because he cared. Because he didn't care about others, he didn't care about their opinions or what they thought, so he didn't need to hide. Even if they hated him, he wouldn't care at all. But because he cared about her, he always suppressed himself and hid some of his truest feelings. He pretended that he thought she would like him. Yes, he thought Xiao Lan would like him. For example, he hid his terrible possessiveness and pretended to be calm in front of her. For example, he didn't want her to think too much and pretended to be happy without any haze. Did Xiao Lan like Tan Mo like this? She didn't like him. Xiao Lan never cared about those behaviors that other people thought were weird and sick. She felt sorry for his tragic past and pitted his inferiority complex because he was different from others. Xiao Lan had known Tan Mo since he was at his lowest point, so she had seen his darkest side. She had known him for more than 1,000 days and nights, so Xiao Lan liked his most original and truest side. From the very beginning, when he had fallen in love with Tan Mo, he had been different from the rest. At that time, he still had Asperger's disease and could not even stand up. He was moody and paranoid. Sometimes, it was impossible to communicate with him at all. However, Xiao Lan liked him and liked him more and more. The name Tan Mo had long been engraved into her flesh and blood. She would accept all of his good points and all of his bad points as long as all of this was real. So why did Tan Mo think that his perfect disguise would make her like him more? Because that was what Xiao Lan wanted. Tan Mo did not disguise himself in front of other people because he did not care. However, he still stayed in school and maintained the appearance of a normal person. All of this was because Xiao Lan cared. Because she let him live in school, let him interact with other students, let him make friends, and let him be a so-called normal person. Because of her ideas, Tan Mo thought that she wanted him to become that perfect person. He wanted to become the person that she liked more so that he could keep her by his side forever. You already knew that he had Asperger's disease, didn't you? You also knew that this disease could never be cured, right? Then why did you still force him to change? It was only now that Xiao Lan realized that she had made a mistake. She wanted other people to like Tan Mo and approve of Tan Mo. She wanted those people to know how outstanding he was. However, she had used the wrong method. What was even more wrong was that this was not what Tan Mo wanted at all. The reason why Tan Mo had become like this was because the source of all the evil was only her. The moment she understood the source of all the evil, Xiao Lan's heart hurt so much that she had difficulty breathing. Xiao Lan, do you have any idea what you've done? Xiao Lan took out her phone and opened Tan Mo's WeChat. She probably wanted to say something, but when she saw the chat history, she decided to just look at it. As she scrolled, Xiao Lan's hand paused. This Wednesday, which was the 9th, Xianxia said that after that day, Tan Mo became very angry. It turned out that the reason was so obvious. That day, she and Tan Mo had talked a lot. They had been discussing how to give Tan Mo a perfect 18th birthday. Later, because she had received a message from the group and told Tan Mo that she was going to a club gathering on the 18th, Tan Mo had been silent for a long time. After nearly 10 minutes of silence, Tan Mo had replied that he had been discussing something with his roommates, so he had been delayed for a while. He had also asked her to have fun on the 18th. It was so obvious that something was wrong. Why hadn't she noticed it at that time? Then, Tan Mo had given a simple explanation and said that he wanted her to have fun. She had actually believed him. If it had been the old Xiao Lan, she definitely would have noticed. Was it because Tan Mo's acting skills were getting better and better, or was it because she had become dull? It was probably both, but perhaps the latter was more of a reason. She vaguely remembered a few nights ago when she had kissed Tan Mo. At that moment, she had realized that they hadn't kissed for a long time. Now that she thought about it, it had been a long time since she had told him that she liked him so much every day, just like in high school. She had indeed become dull, but Tan Mo was such a sensitive person. The senior in charge of the club's activities received a WeChat message from Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan said that she was very sorry, but she had no choice. She had something to do that day and couldn't make it. The club's dinner wasn't official club work, so it wasn't a big deal if she couldn't make it. But if it was Xiao Lan, after all, this kind of campus belle could still arouse everyone's enthusiasm, even though they all knew that she had a boyfriend. So, the senior tried to persuade Xiao Lan, but Xiao Lan said that it was a very important matter, so she really couldn't make it. Alright, since things had come to this, there was nothing the senior could do. After exchanging a few more words with Xiao Lan, she turned around and told Jixio that there was a change in the number of people they had previously confirmed. One of the juniors couldn't come. Actually, this kind of thing didn't need to be told to Jisoo, but this time, Jisoo was practically treating, so Pei Beijia still told Jisoo. Jisoo took a long time to reply. Which one? Xiao Lan, Pei Beijia said. She was afraid that. Jisoo didn't know who it was, so she described it again. It's that extremely beautiful junior, Jisoo replied quickly this time. Reason, didn't say. She just said that she had something to do and couldn't make it. Ask clearly. Pei Beijia stared at this line of words and was stunned for a long time. The club was just having a meal together. They had already said that they had something to do. It wasn't like they had asked for leave from the teacher, so why did they have to ask so clearly? It was a matter of whether they could come or not. In the past, the club had eaten together so many times, but she had never seen Jisoo ask the reason why others couldn't make it. If it were other people, they would probably listen to Jisoo's words and ask obediently. However, Pei Beijia wasn't like that. Based on her understanding of Jisoo, this was another abnormal thing. The last time he was abnormal, it was when Jisoo inexplicably pulled her to watch the freshman interview together. This time, he asked her to ask clearly why the young lady didn't come. When the two contacted each other, Pei Beijia's expression changed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she sent a message to Jisoo. Are you interested in this little junior? Jisoo dared to act abnormal in front of her, so he didn't expect to hide it from Pei Beijia. Now that Pei Beijia finally asked, Jisoo's answer was straightforward. That's right. Pei Beijia was silent for a moment before typing. She has a boyfriend. Jisoo, I don't believe that you don't know. I know. Jisoo said. Didn't I get Roman in? Pei Beijia didn't react at first. What did Xiao Lan have to do with Roman having a boyfriend? After thinking it through, she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Of course, Jisoo knew that Xiao Lan had a boyfriend. Not only did she have a boyfriend, but he was also an exceptionally outstanding boy. Previously, there were also seniors who expressed their affection for Qiao Lan. Therefore, Qiao Lan told everyone that she had a boyfriend and alienated the boys who had feelings for her. That was why Jisoo got Roman into the psychology society. As long as he didn't treat her too differently, no one would find out about his feelings for Qiao Lan. If Jisoo didn't deliberately let her know, she wouldn't have thought of this. If no one found out, then Qiao Lan naturally wouldn't find out. If Qiao Lan didn't find out, then she wouldn't alienate him. Pei Beijia felt that her hands were trembling. She typed one word at a time. Jisoo, don't be like a lunatic, okay? Why are you so agitated? Jisoo was at ease. I don't want to do anything for the time being. Pei Beijia looked at this person who was so angry that she couldn't help but feel angry. Jisoo, I advise you not to be so confident. Tan Mo doesn't lose to you at all. Be careful not to fail miserably one day. Actually, she wanted to say something even more outrageous. She wanted to say that she now felt that he was a lunatic like his parents. However, she didn't say it out loud. She still couldn't bring herself to poke at someone's scars. On the other hand, Qiao Lan rearranged her plans for the weekend after rejecting Qin Yushan. Qiao Lan instantly felt that she had an extra day. However, she realized that compared to going out with Tan Mo on the weekend, going out for a meal with her schoolmates was not attractive at all. What should she do? Qiao Lan opened the list of dates that she had saved in her previous memo. Haunted houses, amusement parks, aquariums. Okay, she still wanted to go. If she wanted to go, she would go. She could go to several places in 2 days. Qiao Lan spent more than an hour checking when the traffic was the highest at these places and when to avoid the most people. Finally, she came up with a date plan. Qiao Lan looked through the plan twice with satisfaction. After the two of them finished dinner in the afternoon, Qiao Lan took out her notebook. Tan Mo glanced at Qiao Lan and took the notebook. Although Qiao Lan didn't say what it was, Tan Mo could tell that Tan Mo had been staring at the 6 o'clock Saturday afternoon for a long time. Didn't you say that you were going to have a meal together? Tan Mo swore that he had tried to control his tone so that he didn't look too happy. I thought about it. How could having a meal with a group of unfamiliar people be more interesting than going on a date with my boyfriend? Tan Mo couldn't help but think about it. No one knew how happy he was. To hear this after so many days of mourning. Qiao Lan looked at the smile on Tan Mo's face and reached out to pinch Tan Mo's handsome face. She should have done this a long time ago. If he was happy, he would smile. If he wasn't, he wouldn't smile. She really liked this young man who was real and only had her in his heart. Qiao Lan had never played games like haunted house or escape room before. When she found out that there was such an option, Qiao Lan immediately listed it as the first place she wanted to go. Qiao Lan admitted that she was not that brave. Before she transmigrated, everyone in the dormitory had watched horror movies together. Qiao Lan had covered her eyes half of the time, but the more scared she was, the more she wanted to watch it. Xianxia obviously noticed that Tan Mo's mood had turned for the better. She did not dare tell Tan Mo that she had talked to Qiao Lan in private. Instead, she asked Tan Mo why he was in such a good mood all of a sudden. Tan Mo was in a good mood and was not as cold as usual. He even deliberately told Xianxia that he was going to have fun with Qiao Lan this weekend. Xianxia said, "Oh." She thought that Qiao Lan was indeed the best. She casually asked where they were going to have fun. Escape room. When normal people heard this, they would know that this was a private date between a couple. Unfortunately, Xianxia's brain was not very bright, and he was very interested in this kind of game. When he heard this, he immediately became interested. Bring me along, I want to play too. The other two roommates were speechless. Tan Mo was expressionless. No, you can't play it with just the two of you. You'll still have to team up with other people. You might as well bring me along. What are you doing? Am I not telling the truth? Tan Mo said, get lost. The other two roommates were speechless. If you don't have enough EQ, why don't you talk less? I'm really afraid that you'll be beaten to death by Tan Mo one day. As for Qiao Lan's roommates, Roman Mingming was in a good mood when he found out that Qiao Lan was not going. He smiled and persuaded Xiao Lan and sincerely, it's the first time we're meeting. How can you not go? Ah, but your boyfriend's birthday is really important. Not to mention, it's your 18th birthday party, Mingming was overjoyed. Can you stop pretending? You think you're the center of attention if you don't go to Lan Lan anymore. Lu Cancan and Roman quarreled again. Xiao Lan heaved a long sigh and put on his headphones. Although this idea came about because of Tan Mo, because he spent too little time with Tan Mo every day, he didn't know or care enough about Tan Mo, which made Tan Mo feel even more insecure. Therefore, Xiao Lan reconsidered whether to live on campus or move out. Now that the two of them were quarreling again, Xiao Lan felt that he should move out of the dormitory immediately. Xiao Lan had thought about a lot of things before. Tan Mo did not feel safe. She wouldn't let Tan Mo overcome his sense of security. She would only do her best to give him a sense of security. When a person in a relationship felt insecure, there were only a few reasons. For example, he wasn't good enough. This could be ruled out directly. Ever since Xiao Lan met Tan Mo was the most outstanding boy in Xiao Lan's heart. Another reason was that he placed too much importance on his relationship with the other party. As Tan Mo's other half, Xiao Lan enjoyed this kind of situation very much. Valuing the other party was something that a couple should have. Other than that, the rest of the reasons were simply because she felt that the other party didn't like her enough. Then she would let him feel how much she liked him. She would tell Tan Mo how outstanding he was over and over again, tell him how much she liked him, and tell him how much she couldn't leave him. If he didn't like her to pay attention to other things, then she would pay less attention to them. She would reduce her attention to other things besides Tan Mo. If he didn't like her to be close to the opposite sex, then she would keep a distance from other friends of the opposite sex. Whether it was right or wrong, Xiao Lan didn't feel wronged, nor did she feel that it was difficult or impossible. She should go out looking beautiful on a date. Xiao Lan put on the most satisfactory makeup she had ever put on. On Saturday morning, the two of them sat together in the slightly empty cafeteria and ate breakfast. Tan Mo saw Xiao Lan walking over from afar. Her steps were very hurried, and she almost ran over. The weather had already turned cold. Xiao Lan was wearing a blue windbreaker that Tan Mo was very familiar with. The reason why he remembered it so clearly was because Tan Mo had bought it for her. The blue retro sleeves were matched with a tight waist. It was a very classic design that showed off her figure. Xiao Lan was tall, and her body proportions were especially good. The windbreaker made her look elegant and imposing. She even permed her hair today. The ends of her long hair were curled up. Her eyes were pitch black, and she smiled as she asked him, "Do I look good today?" "Yes." Tan Mo's fingers gently caressed Xiao Lan's cheek. She looked very beautiful. Other than being beautiful, she was also very seductive. Xiao Lan's cheek was pressed against his hand, and she gently rubbed against his hand. She then kissed Tan Mo's wrist unexpectedly and said, "You look very good too." Tan Mo was slightly stunned. Not only was he unprepared to be kissed, but he was also unprepared to be praised. What kind of reaction is that? Xiao Lan tilted her head and smiled even more deeply. "Have I never told you that you look very good before?" Tan Mo shook his head in a daze. "No." This time, it was Xiao Lan's turn to be surprised. Was he really not? Ever since she met Tan Mo, she felt that Tan Mo was very good-looking. Sometimes, she would even sigh at how her boyfriend could be so good-looking. In the end, she had never told Tan Mo before? "How could I not have told you before?" Xiao Lan murmured. After muttering to herself, she didn't dwell on this question anymore. If she hadn't told him before, then she would tell him now. Xiao Lan felt that she must tell Tan Mo whatever she was thinking in the future, in case he didn't know how good she was. Mo, Xiao Lan called Tan Mo and said, "You are the most good-looking boy I have ever seen." After saying that, she added, "No one is better than you." Tan Mo was stunned again. According to the various types of impersonations he had learned, at this moment, he should probably say thank you and then praise her. However, it was obvious that such a cold response was not suitable for him, whose heart was beating very fast at this moment. After being stunned for a long time, he quietly squeezed out 2 words with reddened ears. "No, I don't care what you think, it's what I think. Xiao Lan used a very popular joke recently. I think you are the most good-looking. It doesn't matter what you think. Don't refute. Eat. Tan Mo opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally gave up. His mind was filled with Xiao Lan's I think you think and a good mood that couldn't be ignored although he was silent. The two went to the aquarium in the morning. Xiao Lan didn't understand why people said that the aquarium was a holy place for dating. After she arrived, she understood that the relaxed and leisurely atmosphere here was extraordinarily comfortable. The whole world was blue. Under the cold light, she turned to look at her boyfriend, who was already very good-looking, and instantly felt that he was even better-looking. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo walked out of the aquarium hand in hand. Walking on the crowded street, she suddenly understood that the most important thing for dating was not the place to go, but the person beside you. As long as it was Tan Mo, no matter where they went or what they did, she would feel very happy. However, when she could finally see the escape room that she had been looking forward to for a long time, Xiao Lan was still instantly excited. Because it was the weekend, there were quite a lot of people who came to play. There were men and women, and there were also couples. As soon as they walked in, the scary and gloomy atmosphere had already hit them in the face. Xiao Lan heard a timid girl whispering that she was a little scared. Xiao Lan, who looked bold but was actually very timid, was actually frightened by the female ghost with disheveled hair on the wall. However, she still pretended to be very tough and turned to Tan Mo and whispered, "Mo, if you are scared, we can choose something less scary." Tan Mo wanted to say that he wasn't scared, probably because he was afraid of people's hearts the most since he was young. These suspicious things, Tan Mo didn't feel anything at all, not to mention that he had Asperger's disease. His emotional perception was originally much slower than that of ordinary people. He didn't even understand what it felt like to be afraid. Tan Mo thought about Xiao Lan's words, and after thinking about it, he shook his head considerately and said, "No need. If you like to play scary games, then we will play scary games." Xiao Lan, a group of 6 people, Xiao Lan, Tan Mo, another couple, and 2 girls were in the same group. Based on a girl's sensitive sixth sense, Xiao Lan could guarantee that the 2 girls, including the girl who already had a boyfriend, would occasionally glance at Tan Mo. Xiao Lan instantly held Tan Mo's hand tightly. Tan Mo lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "What's wrong?" Xiao Lan also whispered back to Tan Mo, "Declare ownership to those girls who are lusting after you." Tan Mo raised his eyelids and looked at the other people in the same group. Then, he couldn't help but kiss Xiao Lan's earlobe. Tan Mo didn't know if it was his own illusion or something else, but today's Xiao Lan was so sweet. Whether it was suddenly in the morning saying that he still wanted to watch, or taking the initiative to hide in his arms when it was a little cold in the aquarium, or now being cute and domineering, it was so sweet that it made Tan Mo's heart beat faster all the time. He held her tightly in his arms, thinking that there was no need to declare ownership. If it weren't for Xiao Lan's words, he wouldn't even have noticed whether his teammates were male or female. In his eyes, there was only Xiao Lan. The 4 people who were eating dog food for no reason at all, among them was a couple. The girl looked at Tan Mo, who was holding Xiao Lan tightly in his arms, and reached out to hit her boyfriend hard. She complained gloomily, "Look at her." The boy was confused. Thinking of how Xiao Lan had acted coquettishly in Tan Mo's ear just now, he also said gloomily, "Look at you." Xiao Lan and Tan Mo had no idea what they were doing. After the game started for a while, Xiao Lan saw the couple ignoring each other and secretly sighed. At first glance, she knew that this couple wasn't loving enough. But she just thought about it, because this game was far more terrifying than Xiao Lan imagined. Just now, a white figure floated through her body. Although she knew that it was fake, Xiao Lan still hugged Tan Mo with goosebumps all over her body. Tan Mo, who had been calm since he came in, hugged Xiao Lan with one hand and entered the numbers with the other. This level required the use of pi. There were many digits after pi written on the wall, and one digit was deducted from the middle. It was probably the 15th or 6th digit. Who knew? At most, they could only memorize the 7th digit. The boy who was with them complained that this question was too difficult, and that they weren't allowed to bring their phones. In the end, Tan Mo had already entered the numbers. "Hey, don't try it," if he made a mistake, the ceiling above his head would fall down, Before he could finish speaking, the door opened. The boy's girlfriend was so embarrassed that she hit her boyfriend again. Look at you. This time, the boy was finally speechless. After that, they had to guess the numbers according to the Morse code. Tan Mo was smarter and more sensitive than ordinary people. Before the others could think of what to do, he had already cracked the code. In the end, he used an extremely short amount of time to bring them out. The girl in the same team, who was attracted by Tan Mo's charm, couldn't help but strike up a conversation with Tan Mo when they finally came out. Have you played before? No, Tan Mo said casually. Which school were you guys from? You're really amazing. If there's a chance in the future, we can play together, no need. Tan Mo was like a statue in front of others. After he came out with Chao Lan, he pinched his girlfriend's smooth and tender face. What's wrong? Chao Lan stared at Tan Mo for a long time and said, nothing. But after a while, she couldn't hold it in anymore. How can you be so amazing? Tan Mo sighed again. Today's Chao Lan was really too sweet. Thinking of the boy who had complained that he didn't have any gaming experience because of him, Tan Mo looked down at Chao Lan and asked her, don't I feel bored like this? Why would I? Chao Lan shook her head without thinking. Watching. Her boyfriend beat the others all the way, this kind of pride couldn't be better. Tan Mo's heart warmed, and the little bit of worry just now disappeared. Then we'll come again if we want to in the future. Okay. Chao Lan smiled and let Tan Mo hold her hand. Chao Lan was really happy. In the morning, they went to the aquarium after being intimate for a while. In the afternoon, they went to the haunted house to play with her boyfriend and show off their love. In the evening, the two of them walked through the streets and alleys to eat hot pot together. The mutton was embedded with small green onions, and the colorful noodles looked very interesting. After the meal, they went to buy 2 cups of milk tea. The flavors were different. I'll try yours and you try mine. They strolled slowly to the lake to digest the food. They listened to the street singers singing and watched the grandpas and grandmas sitting by the roadside playing cards. It was like a running account, but wasn't this the daily portrayal of all lovers? Chao Lan looked at the grandma sitting by the lake and resting on the grandpa's shoulder. She called Tan Mo softly, Mo, yes. When we're old, we want to be like the grandparents over there. Tan Mo followed Chao Lan's line of sight and saw the old couple living peacefully. In an instant, his eyes were sour and he almost cried. Okay? Chao Lan asked him. Okay, Tan Mo said hoarsely. Of course, it was okay. He didn't even dare to think about it. Are you happy today? Tan Mo buried his face in Chao Lan's neck and said, okay. He was a little muffled. Then should we go back to school? We won't be able to enter the dormitory if we're late. Tan Mo. Okay. Chao Lan tried hard to hold back her laughter and continued, actually, it's okay if we can't enter. Huh? This time, Tan Mo didn't understand. Chao Lan tiptoed and whispered in Tan Mo's ear, after 12 o'clock, you'll be an adult. Tan Mo's hand that was holding Chao Lan tightened. His heart suddenly beat faster, and his voice was a little unsteady. So, I specially brought my ID, Chao Lan bit Tan Mo's ear and whispered in his ear. Now that you're an adult, there are some things you can do now. If you can't figure out the plot, go to WB. You'll be able to figure it out after watching it. It was very quiet in the early hours of the morning. Tan Mo couldn't help but reach out his hand and touch Chao Lan's cheek. She fell asleep, but it was a restless sleep. Her long eyelashes fluttered from time to time. Tan Mo was reluctant to get up. After hesitating for a few minutes, he finally got up, got out of bed carefully, and went to the bathroom. He closed the bathroom door so that the sound of running water wouldn't wake Chao Lan up. After taking a quick shower, he put on his bathrobe and walked out. He picked up the disposable bathtub cover next to the bathtub. He had never used these things before. He hadn't even filled the bathtub with water before. Now he was in a good mood, so he patiently thought about it. After everything was done, he tested the temperature of the water again and again. Then he went out and dug out Chao Lan, who was sleeping soundly, from the quilt. Chao Lan was really tired. The body of the teenager after high-intensity training was a bit scary. He had been thinking about it for a long time, and Xiao Lan had deliberately provoked him. He had gone too far once he lost control. His body didn't feel like his own anymore. His hearing and touch seemed to have become dull. After being carried into the bathroom by Tan Mo and put into the water, Xiao Lan woke up. She opened her eyes slightly and saw her boyfriend's beautiful chest and abs under the bathrobe. After staring for a few seconds, she opened her eyes again. This time, the bathrobe was gone. Xiao Lan woke up suddenly. The temperature of the water was very suitable, and it was very comfortable to wrap around her body. Tan Mo's hand was very gentle. The movement was very simple. Xiao Lan's neck, arms, waist, and finally, when it was about to reach her thigh, Xiao Lan grabbed it. Xiao Lan's legs were still shaking. Looking down, through the sparkling water, she could see the ambiguous red marks on them. Xiao Lan grabbed Tan Mo's hand and whispered, "I." Tan Mo pulled his hand out of Xiao Lan's grasp and stepped into the bathtub. He lowered his head and kissed her. "You're tired. Let me do it." Xiao Lan was stunned, and her cheeks burned. Not long ago, the intermittent conversation between the two of them flooded her mind. She said many times that she was tired, and finally stopped a certain young man who wanted to continue. Now, Tan Mo had used it to force her back. Letting go of the hand, Xiao Lan pursed his lips and avoided looking at Tan Mo. Occasionally, his body would stiffen, and his eyes, which were already red, looked like they were covered with a layer of mist. Xiao Lan, who pretended to be very flirtatious, but was actually very thin-skinned. She just wanted to quickly wash up and go back, but the young man beside her just wouldn't let her go. It was obvious that even his hand was unbridled, and the words that came out of his mouth were obviously shy. Tan Mo was half happy and half shy. He hesitantly asked her if it hurt. After he finished asking, he immediately stuttered and explained, "I'm sorry, I went a little overboard." Xiao Lan wanted to cry. Normally, he would think of ways to coax her, but now he had to be so honest. He was so honest that she couldn't bear to change the topic. What should she say? To tell the truth, for the first time, was a young man who didn't know anything and didn't know how to control himself really scary. How could she say this to Tan Mo? Tan Mo's mind was more sensitive than a little girl's. If she dared to say this, the good atmosphere today would probably be gone. According to her previous plan, Xiao Lan was prepared to praise Tan Mo more to let him know how good she was, but she couldn't praise him now. Besides, Xiao Lan couldn't say things like "You're great, you're amazing" right now. Facing the young man's caring eyes, Xiao Lan could only reply with a sentence. It's okay," which meant that there was still something wrong. Tan Mo's heart ached, and he instantly felt guilty. "I don't know how to. I haven't seen those." "I knew it," she hurriedly interrupted Tan Mo's self-criticism. "It's okay, I think it's pretty good." Tan Mo's heart was filled with guilt when he said the truth. After saying that, the two of them fell silent. "Pretty good? What do you mean pretty good?" Tan Mo's skills were pretty good, or did he think it was pretty good? Xiao Lan raised her head stiffly, and the young man's eyes that were full of guilt suddenly lit up. It's okay? Then can you?" Tan Mo leaned over and bit Xiao Lan's lips. His beautiful amber eyes stared straight at her, and he still said shameless words shyly. "Can you do it again?" "Xiao Lan. It's very late. There's no class tomorrow." "Aren't you tired?" "I'm not tired." Xiao Lan was really about to cry. Her hands pressed down on the energetic young man who was about to lean over again. "I'm tired, so tired." "Tomorrow, how about tomorrow?" Tan Mo stared at Xiao Lan for a long time and finally retreated. Okay. After all, this was his girlfriend, and he still had to pamper her. Thus, on October 19th, Tan Mo's birthday, the two of them who had promised to go to the amusement park celebrated Tan Mo's 18th birthday at the hotel. However, although they didn't succeed, the birthday boy was in an unprecedentedly good mood. He went out contentedly and personally bought food for his girlfriend. The receptionist who had booked a room for him yesterday was stunned for a long time when she saw the dumbfounded boy who seemed to have been forced yesterday become so happy and lively today. After a while, she saw him carefully holding the things he bought. Even an outsider like her could see the joy on his face. She seemed to have misunderstood something. Tan Mo was really an idiot when it came to life. He didn't know how to buy things at all, and only picked the expensive ones. Xiaolan softly said that he was too wasteful. Tan Mo's mood was even better after being criticized. He stared at Xiaolan without blinking as she ate. Only then did he realize something and asked Xiaolan, "Did you have something to tell me yesterday?" Before coming to the hotel yesterday, Xiaolan said that she had something to tell him, but she forgot about it later. She only remembered it now. Xiaolan turned her slow head and thought for a long time. Finally, she remembered that she was going to ask Tan Mo if he wanted to move out. But now, fortunately, she didn't say it. A boy who had just had sex was not human. She couldn't give him any benefits. If she did, he would go crazy. No, Xiaolan shook her head decisively. It's not a big deal. Okay. Tan Mo, who wasn't very sensitive to tone, was even more of an idiot now. He didn't think too much about it and turned his attention back to Xiaolan. Is it good? I asked the staff and they said it's very nutritious. If it wasn't for the fact that he had classes the next day, Tan Mo wouldn't have gone back. He dragged it out until the last moment before the dorm closed and finally rushed back. As soon as he entered the dorm, Roman said loudly, "Oh, Lan, you're back. I thought you weren't coming back." I'm back." Xiaolan didn't know how to answer. She greeted the others and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, she came out and chatted with Tan Mo on WeChat while listening to Roman happily tell her about the party that day. Lan, everyone was disappointed that you didn't come." Xiaolan told Tan Mo that she had already washed up and was lying on the bed. She casually replied to Roman, "What's there to be disappointed about? We all want to see what the campus belle looks like, but Lan, you already have a boyfriend, so of course you wouldn't fancy anyone else. Sigh, there are too few boys in our psychology department, and not only are they few in number, but the quality is also poor. Your boyfriend is so handsome, only Senior Dorm G can compare to him. But it's a pity, Senior Dorm G came and sat for a while before leaving after paying the bill. Senior Dorm G is really good, the food in that shop is so expensive, but Senior Dorm G actually paid for it all." Good, Xiaolan agreed absent-mindedly. She thought that even Jisoo couldn't compare to Tan Mo. She couldn't help but think of Tan Mo's face again. Maybe it was because they had sex, but when she thought of Tan Mo again, she felt that he was not only handsome, but also very sexy. After that, Xiaolan threw down her phone and buried her face in the pillow. She was hopeless. She actually felt that Tan Mo was more handsome. She liked him even more. Roman, who had been talking to himself, suddenly exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent, Lan, your shoulder. I just realized that there's also a collarbone." Xiaolan was stunned. He turned his head and saw the mark on his shoulder. For this kind of thing, if they weren't very close friends, they shouldn't ask. If they weren't close friends, they should just pretend that they didn't see it. Who would be like Roman and say it in front of others so loudly? Xiaolan wasn't afraid of people knowing, nor did she feel that it was embarrassing. However, she was a little annoyed by Roman's reaction. "Can you stop talking about it? If you don't want to talk about it, then I won't." Roman looked away unhappily. "Oh right, after the dinner that day, Senior Sister said that we'll start working on the first topic next week. Senior Jisoo has already decided on the topic. Tomorrow, we'll all go to the club to listen to the work." "Got it." Xiaolan nodded, then continued talking to Tan Mo. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that after some things happened, the two of them seemed to be more intimate and wanted to stick together. Xiaolan was already like this, let alone Tan Mo's psychological changes sometimes exceeded Xiaolan's imagination. He completely absorbed Xiaolan into his own world, leaving no gaps or traces behind. He just wanted to keep her by his side and not let her leave even half a step. He wanted to know all her movements when he wasn't around, where she was, who she was with, what she said and what she did. He wanted to know everything. He couldn't help but want to control everything. Xiaolan didn't know about Tan Mo's psychological changes, but she enjoyed Tan Mo's care. In the morning, he didn't even go to the classroom with his roommates. After eating breakfast with Xiaolan, he sent her to the classroom in front of Xiaolan's classmates before leaving. Xiao Lan didn't know that Tan Mo only left after confirming that there were no boys around her. In the afternoon, when she left the classroom, she saw Tan Mo coming to pick her up and take her out to eat seafood. She sat and watched Tan Mo clumsily peel the prawns and put them on the plate in front of her. Who could refuse such thoughtful care? Xiao Lan ate the prawns that Tan Mo personally peeled and said to Tan Mo, "I remember that you have classes in the afternoon." "Yeah, 6 or 7. "Then leave a seat for me. I'll go to the club and have class with you." Tan Mo's hand paused and he looked up. "Club?" "Yeah, club activities." "Oh." Tan Mo continued peeling the prawns. "Go, you don't have to accompany me to class." "Go where?" Xiao Lan put down her chopsticks. "Look up at me." Xiao Lan had thought about how to stop Tan Mo from lying to her, how to treat him well, and how to make him feel safe, etc. This was what she wanted to do. However, it didn't mean that Tan Mo wouldn't do anything. Xiao Lan wanted to find a chance to talk to Tan Mo about this, but she couldn't find a chance. She realized that as long as she observed Tan Mo carefully, she could tell whether he was telling the truth or lying. Or rather, with Xiao Lan's understanding of Tan Mo, she could roughly guess Tan Mo's real thoughts. Xiao Lan didn't find a chance to spend the weekend with Tan Mo, because Tan Mo was very real during those 2 days. Xiao Lan could tell that he was very happy at first glance. Tan Mo was shocked by Xiao Lan's sudden serious tone. He raised his head subconsciously and met Xiao Lan's eyes. Xiao Lan stared straight into his eyes, not allowing him to look away. "I don't like this reaction." Tan Mo was stunned. His eyes were uncontrollably messed up. No one knew how afraid he was of Xiao Lan saying that she didn't like him. Xiao Lan saw the confusion and panic in Tan Mo's eyes. She couldn't help but feel sorry for him, but she still continued, "Do you know why?" "Don't look down, look at me." Tan Mo's gaze, which was about to look away, trembled. He looked at Xiao Lan again and lowered his voice. "I don't know." Xiao Lan sighed. Her voice softened, and she said with a slightly hurt tone, "Because of this reaction, I can't feel that you like me. It makes me feel that you don't care about me that much." "No," Tan Mo answered quickly. Some answers didn't even require thinking. "I only care about you." "Then why did you ask me to go so calmly?" Xiao Lan asked. "If I were you and you wanted to go to a place full of strangers and girls who think you're handsome, I would definitely be unhappy." Not happy?" Tan Mo stared at her blankly. "Why, because I like you. Liking you is very overbearing and unreasonable. I don't like other girls looking at you. I don't like you being with other people and taking up my time with you. I don't like people secretly looking at you and liking you when I don't know, so I definitely don't want you to go. But if you have to go, I'll think about it. I'll ask you what time it ends. When you come back, you'll ask if there are any other girls who like you. You'll have to ask me some questions that will make me feel at ease. After all, my boyfriend is so handsome and outstanding." Tan Mo looked at her silently and did not say anything. Xiao Lan continued as if he didn't know anything. "If I were you, I would do this. I like you, so I want to express it. I want you to know that I care a lot. I can't do it calmly unless I don't care, or I want to hide my thoughts and pretend that I don't care. But since we're in love, we should be honest with each other. We shouldn't hide or lie. So Mo, with your reaction, does it mean that you don't care about me or that you're hiding your thoughts and pretending that you don't care?" Those dark eyes stared at him just like that. Tan Mo had a guilty conscience and didn't dare to look at her like that, but Xiao Lan didn't allow him to look away. Was it because she didn't care or because she wanted to hide her thoughts and pretend that she didn't care? Tan Mo's whole body was cold and his hands were stiff. If he still didn't understand Xiao Lan's intentions at this time, Tan Mo wouldn't have been able to get into this school. Xiao Lan said so much, but in the end, she just wanted to ask him why he hid his thoughts and lied to her. She found out that he lied. She found out that he lied to her. She said that people in love shouldn't lie, but he lied to her. Xiao Lan was disappointed in him. The moment the word disappointed came to his mind, Tan Mo felt like his heart was being twisted in pain. What would happen after being disappointed? He would slowly dislike her. What would happen after that? Break up? Leave? Never see her again. Tan Mo felt the blood in his body turn cold. He sat there in a daze and didn't move. After a while, he opened his mouth almost subconsciously. I don't care. I only care about you. Then why did you lie to me? I thought you'd like this. She liked that he wasn't selfish. She liked that he didn't cause trouble. She liked that he was generous. Thought? Like this? Xiao Lan looked at him like this and really felt sorry for him. She just wanted to hug him and rub him, but in the end, she resisted. Let's go back to the previous topic. If you join a club and I say go ahead, will you like it? I wouldn't. Then why do you think I'd like it? Xiao Lan sometimes didn't understand. Although she knew that Tan Mo did it for her, why did he think that she would like such a reaction? Tan Mo, I don't like it either. This time, she directly called him Tan Mo. And she said she didn't like it again. Her heart felt like it was stabbed by a knife again. It's not the same, Tan Mo said. After he finished speaking, he was silent for a while before he continued, you and I are different. Tan Mo was probably too desperate. In an instant, he even thought of the most unacceptable situation. Some words that he never dared to say in front of Xiao Lan were now said out loud. I'm not a normal person. I don't understand other people's words. I'm possessive, paranoid, extreme, and even delusional. Why would I lie to you? It's because I don't dare to let you know what I'm really thinking. I don't want you to go. If you don't agree, then I'll take you back. It's useless no matter what you say. I don't want you to have friends, you have relatives, and I don't want you to see anyone other than me. Then do it. All of Tan Mo's words stopped because of Xiao Lan's words. It was as if he didn't react. After a long time, he said, what? I said do whatever you want to do. Xiao Lan looked at him. She didn't look like she was joking. Have I ever told you when I started to like you? Tan Mo was stunned for a moment. No. You asked me what I would do if you couldn't stand up. That time, Xiao Lan said. You asked me what I would do. I said I would take care of you for the rest of my life. That was when I realized that I liked you. Tan Mo's fingers trembled. It was actually, that early, he always thought that it was after he stood up. I remember when I first met you, I kept talking to you, but you ignored me. At that time, you were much more difficult to get along with than you are now. You always felt that others were trying to harm you. Whenever things didn't go your way, you would want to commit suicide. You were lifeless and didn't have any vitality. Compared to now, you didn't understand human language at all. You were completely following your own thoughts and were unreasonable. You couldn't even stand up. Xiao Lan's words were merciless. After listening to Xiao Lan, Tan Mo didn't even know how to look at her. He was so bad. He didn't know what was good for him. But I still like you. Xiao Lan's tone softened. She reached across the table and touched Tan Mo's cheek. Do you know how much I like you? You definitely don't know. You definitely don't know what you mean to me. What? Tan Mo became a fool who didn't know how to speak. I grew up in a family that was like a pile of mud. It was dark without light. I couldn't retreat, but I couldn't see what was ahead. You are a ray of light. The light that brought me out of the darkness was my salvation. You were always afraid that I would leave you. How could that be? You are my light. Even if a cactus doesn't need water, it will still die if it leaves light. Tan Mo didn't know what it felt like to die. He only knew what it felt like to survive a disaster. It was like this now. Tan Mo felt like he had walked through hell, but was suddenly pulled back by Xiao Lan and brought to heaven. How could a person like him be light? How could he be salvation? Xiao Lan was the light and salvation that he pursued. He even felt that these two words were an insult to them. However, Xiao Lan looked at him seriously and told him that this wasn't a lie. It was the truth. Possessive, paranoid, and extreme. These aren't symptoms of Asperger's disease. These are symptoms of love. You're not the only one who has them. I have them too. The things that I said to you at the beginning weren't just to lead you on purpose. They were my true thoughts. I hoped that you would say your true thoughts when I said that I wanted to go somewhere else, and not what you thought that I would like. I've seen your true self, and it's also because of your true self that I'm hopelessly in love with you. I like you only because you are you. If you pretend to be another person, then you're not the person that I like. Do you want to continue like this and become a stranger to me, a person that I gradually don't like? No. Tan Mo shook his head without thinking. In every true love, there would be no one who wouldn't feel inferior. So inferior that they would work hard to become someone that the other party liked and abandon themselves. However, he never thought that the way that Xiao Lan liked him was completely wrong. Xiao Lan was probably still disappointed in him. Because even he was very disappointed in himself. Tan Mo wanted to ask, but he didn't dare. Xiao Lan saw that he wanted to say something, but stopped. She asked him what he wanted to say, and then quickly said, "Don't lie to me." "Are you?" Tan Mo said with difficulty, "Are you disappointed in me?" Xiao Lan smiled. "No, I was a little sad at that time and also a little angry." "You're angry at me, not you, but you're not disappointed." "Why?" "Because I can't bear to." Tan Mo's eyes were dry. He suddenly wanted to hug her just like that, but he suppressed it in the end. "I was wondering why you were angry at yourself." "Because I was wondering if it was because of me, because I subconsciously wanted you to get along well with everyone. That's why you did this." "Mo, I'm sorry, I misled you. In the future, follow your heart, okay? Do whatever you want to do, don't worry too much." Tan Mo finally woke up, but after hearing this, he was stunned again. After a while, he said, "Can I do whatever I want?" Xiao Lan didn't answer his question. "You just said that if I want to join the club, what will you do?" "I don't want you to go. If you don't agree, then I'll take you back. It's useless no matter what you say. I don't want you to have friends, you have family, and I don't want you to see anyone other than me." Tan Mo was like a repeater, replying dryly. "Yes, this." Xiao Lan finished eating and wiped her hands with a wet towel. "If you don't want me to go, I can do this, but not the other. I'll do whatever you say I want, do whatever you want. I don't want you to hide anything, but I'll tell you what you can and can't do. We're a couple, so we can communicate and negotiate. You and I can make concessions, but we can't lie. Instead of guessing what I like and what I don't like, why don't you just ask me if I like it? I'll be happy to tell you." Communication was the best solution. As long as the two of them had each other in their hearts, there was nothing that couldn't be communicated. Tan Mo might have a hard time understanding this sentence. He lowered his head and thought for a long time before he finally understood. He finally made up his mind to try a new way of communication. "Then I don't want you to go to the club in the afternoon." Xiao Lan nodded. "Okay." Then, Tan Mo paused and said, "Can you not go?" "No." Tan Mo. "Why?" "Because this is your punishment for lying to me for so long." Xiao Lan stood up and pinched Tan Mo's face. "When I asked you if you wanted to join the psychology club, you stubbornly said that I'll go if I want to. Do you regret it now?" Tan Mo's shoulders drooped. Now he thought about it. He really regretted it. Xiao Lan had indeed asked him if he wanted to go. The more Tan Mo thought about it, the more he regretted it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was something wrong with him. He still had classes in the afternoon, so he could only watch as Xiao Lan went to her club activities. Tan Mo's class started at 3 in the afternoon. After Xiao Lan left, Tan Mo went straight to the classroom. It was rare that he didn't do anything. He just lay on his desk and stared blankly. He looked like he was in a daze, but in fact, he was thinking about many things. When it came to knowledge, Tan Mo was far less sensitive than others. However, when it came to feelings and emotions, Tan Mo was far less sensitive than others. After talking with Xiao Lan, he only understood the most obvious meaning. For example, Xiao Lan used to be angry with him, but she was no longer angry with him. The reason was that Xiao Lan said she couldn't bear to be angry with him. When Tan Mo thought of this, his mind shook again. He was in such a good mood that he could fly. Xiao Lan's forgiveness, Xiao Lan's indulgence, Xiao Lan's confession, Xiao Lan. Saying she couldn't bear to leave him, and slowly discovering the traces of Xiao Lan's love for him. Tan Mo couldn't think of anything in the world that could make him happier than this. Xianxia and the others came over from the dormitory. They saw Tan Mo as soon as they came in. They greeted Tan Mo casually and wanted to sit next to him. Tan Mo probably didn't react at first. When he did, he held Xianxia's arm and moved her to the left side of the table. Kong Sha and another roommate were speechless. Xianxia's brain circuit was a little strange. Her first reaction wasn't to think that Tan Mo's behavior was bad. Instead, she stared at Tan Mo's hand, dumbfounded. She was a man who weighed more than 50 kilograms. How could Tan Mo lift her up and throw her to the side so easily? After she recovered from her shock, her eyes widened. What did I do to you? Why do you despise me so much? Lan is coming over in a while. Tan Mo pointed at the spot. Go over there. Lan, it took Xianxia a while to realize that Tan Mo was talking about Chao Lan. Xianxia was no longer angry. In fact, she was quite happy. Of course, he didn't have any improper thoughts, but he still liked to look at beautiful women. Besides, he and Chao Lan were keeping a secret from Tan Mo. Xianxia happily moved to the left. Tan Mo stared at Xianxia's happy face, and a lot of thoughts popped into his head in an instant. Why are you so happy that my girlfriend is in class? When he thought of this, he instantly remembered that Xianxia kept looking at Chao Lan when they were in class together. She even sent Chao Lan WeChat messages in private. She even said that Chao Lan was beautiful more than once in the dorm. Tan Mo was instantly alarmed. Therefore, Xianxia, who was moved by Tan Mo, was also moved to the left by Tan Mo. Xianxia was speechless. After a while, Chao Lan really came. Xianxia saw that she was 2 seats away from Chao Lan. In the end, she came to the conclusion that people who fell in love were all sick. Chao Lan sat beside Tan Mo in a good mood under the gazes of Tan Mo's classmates. Tan Mo opened the Lulu that he bought when he came to the classroom and handed it to Chao Lan. Chao Lan liked to drink this. Why are you so fast? Tan Mo thought that Chao Lan would only come after class. He didn't expect Chao Lan to come before class started. The others are still over there. Chao Lan rested her chin on the back of her hand and tilted her head to talk to Tan Mo. I came after I heard about the work arrangements. Is it okay? Chao Lan poked Tan Mo's cheek with her finger. You're so happy in your heart. Stop pretending to be serious. Tan Mo turned his face slightly and kissed Chao Lan's fingertip. My acting is exaggerated. You saw through it. Stop fooling around. Chao Lan was thin-skinned. There were people all around the classroom. When Chao Lan first came in, the students sitting behind Tan Mo suddenly quieted down. Now, there was no sound at all. Maybe they all saw it. She opened Tan Mo's book and gave him a pen. The classroom is a sacred place for learning. The teacher is here to listen to your class. Tan Mo smiled and slowly opened the pen cap. Ming, you took the initiative. Chao Lan wanted to say something, but she raised her head and looked at the teacher who was already standing on the podium. Forget it. Better not to say anything. The student sitting behind, as well as Xianxia who was looking at them with resentment, saw Tan Mo, who was usually cold and expressionless, smiling in front of his girlfriend. He even acted like a spoiled child. They felt like they didn't know this person at all. Therefore, Tan Mo went to class obediently. Chao Lan took out the notes she had taken during the club meeting and sorted them out while looking for information. After all, it was their first time working in a club. The topic this time wasn't difficult. The tasks given to the freshmen were also very easy. Chao Lan's job was to look for information, then sort it out and hand it to the vice president or president. She roughly sorted it out in 2 classes. When she returned to the dormitory, she would use the computer to sort it out slowly. Tan Mo really didn't want Chao Lan to go back to the dormitory at all. Although he didn't want her to go back before. However, ever since he had a breakthrough relationship with Chao Lan and heard Chao Lan's sweet words of love, Tan Mo didn't want Chao Lan to go back even more. Not only did he not want her to go back, but he also wanted to do something else. There was a saying that wasn't wrong. Boys who had just had sex really couldn't control themselves. He hugged Chao Lan from behind and rested his chin on Chao Lan's shoulder. He kissed her neck every now and then. What do you want to do tonight? I happen to be free today. How could Xiao Lan not guess Tan Mo's thoughts, the essence of eating? However, Xiao Lan didn't have much free time today. When she thought of how she had been lying in bed all day yesterday, she instantly felt that her leg was still hurting. Tonight, Xiao Lan deliberately dragged her voice. Tonight, of course, I have to do homework. Tan Mo, what are you thinking about? Xiao Lan patted Tan Mo's hand. I have to go back and do some research today. I'm going to video call Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen now. You should say a few words too. Tan Mo sighed and dejectedly greeted the happy old couple. Aunt Chen looked at his listless appearance and was quite worried. What's wrong? Are you sick? Something's wrong, Xiao Lan smiled and said, it's nothing. I'm healthy. That's good, the old couple happily chatted with Xiao Lan. Tan Mo sat at the side and watched seriously. He felt calm and satisfied. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Lan, Roman, and the others had all handed in their work. For the time being, they didn't have anything to do. They had to wait for the seniors to finish sorting out their information before they could continue with their research. Xiao Lan's major wasn't like Tan Mo's major where she had to do homework. She needed to do a lot of reading, so whenever she had time, she would spend her time in the library. Xiao Lan went to the library, so Tan Mo naturally went as well. Ever since Tan Mo opened up to Xiao Lan last time, he gradually began to let himself go. Xiao Lan indulged him, so Tan Mo naturally wouldn't let himself suffer. However, he was smart enough to express his stubbornness and possessiveness in another way. Acting spoiled. However, Xiao Lan couldn't resist Tan Mo's coquetry at all. Moreover, she felt that Tan Mo was unbelievably cute. She could only sigh in her heart over and over again. Xiao Lan, you're finished. You're really finished. She felt that even the book in her hand wasn't as good as Tan Mo's. Someone forgot about the pain after the scar healed. 3 or 4 days had passed since Tan Mo's birthday. Her body had recovered and she could jump around again. She immediately forgot about that day when she was sick and lying in bed. She even missed the feeling of hugging Tan Mo to sleep a little. She blinked her eyes. A few days ago, she swore that she would never move out. Only a few days had passed, and she was already regretting it. Xiao Lan thought that she could talk to Tan Mo about this matter when she left the library later. Although it was fine to talk about it now, the library was such a sacred place. It was better not to spoil it. However, before she could speak, Xiao Lan's phone rang. Xiao Lan lowered her voice and picked up the phone. After picking up the phone, she called out, Senior. Tan Mo, who was reading attentively, turned his attention to her in an instant. Xiao Lan only gave a simple response. Tan Mo didn't know what they were talking about. After Xiao Lan hung up, she told Tan Mo that it was a call from Jisoo. He said that there were some problems with the information submitted by Xiao Lan. He also said that because she left early last time, there were some things that she didn't hear. Therefore, he asked her to go to the club if she had time. He just happened to be there. The smile on Tan Mo's face disappeared. He didn't know if he was thinking too much. He was used to hiding it from Xiao Lan, and it was hard for him to change his habit in such a short time. Therefore, after struggling for a while, he followed Xiao Lan out of the library. Suddenly, he grabbed Xiao Lan's hand and pulled her back. This senior of yours. Tan Mo paused and changed the question. Are you the only one with a problem with your materials? I don't know, Xiao Lan shook her head, but I was the only one who left that day. The others seemed to be in the club the whole time. This logic sounded perfect. Xiao Lan wasn't there that day, so she didn't listen to some things. Now that her materials didn't pass the test, the strict and responsible president called her over. Tan Mo quickly went through his mind, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Xiao Lan looked at the unhappy Tan Mo. Okay, I'm just going over to listen to a few words. Why don't you come with me? Can I? Why not? Xiao Lan smiled. Last time, there were people who brought their boyfriends to the meeting. She was just going to look for the president. Tan Mo was satisfied now. As long as he could know anything about Xiao Lan, he wouldn't feel uneasy. His mood instantly improved, and he was jealous for no reason just because Xiao Lan liked him. Does your president have a girlfriend? I think so. He's in his third year. He's good-looking and strong. What do you think of him? Xiaolan looked expressionlessly at her boyfriend, who was nagging non-stop. Tan Mo was stared at for a while before he realized that he had left his own world. He looked at his girlfriend's expression and subconsciously became timid. What's wrong? Why was she looking at him like that? As expected, this Jisoo was different. Xiaolan decisively interrupted Tan Mo's wild thoughts. You're making me misunderstand, Xiaolan said. Tan Mo did not understand. What misunderstanding? Don't misunderstand. My boyfriend is interested in another good-looking and capable senior. Tan Mo was speechless. 3 seconds later, Tan Mo's expression cracked. What kind of terrifying speech was this? Xiaolan was quite reasonable. You can't blame me. Just now, out of 10 sentences, 9 of them were directed at senior. Tan Mo, who felt that something was wrong but was at a loss for words, was speechless. Finally, he told her the truth helplessly and pitifully. I'm afraid that he likes you. Xiaolan thought that the current Tan Mo was still not honest enough. But everything had a process, so it was fine to slowly improve. No, he's looking for me for business. She put her cold hand into Tan Mo's palm and said, I'm not a heartthrob that everyone likes. Besides, everyone knows that I have a boyfriend. It's a basic moral problem not to disturb other people's relationships. I heard from other students that senior's character is quite good. Yeah. Why are you thinking about him? Xiaolan squeezed Tan Mo's hand. You just need to know that I like you. Yeah. Are you in a good mood? No. Then I'll tell you some good news later. Tell me now. Later. Now. In the end, he stayed for a while. The club had a classroom assigned by the school. Xiaolan knocked on the door and entered. Jisoo was sitting at his desk, typing on his laptop. When he saw Xiaolan enter, he smiled as usual. Then, he saw Tan Mo who came with Xiaolan. He paused for a moment, but still maintained his smile. He even teased him jokingly. Even Tan Mo did not notice anything amiss. Jisoo did not say anything else after teasing him. Instead, he talked about business. He opened the document that Xiaolan handed over and saw that there were many comments on it. I've changed 80% of it. There's still a bit left. I'll talk about the comments. Tan Mo sat on the sofa and looked at Jisoo and Xiaolan. Jisoo used the mouse to control the computer. Xiaolan sat on the chair beside Jisoo and took out a pen to write down what Jisoo said. The distance between the two was about 40 centimeters. They were not close to each other, but they were a little close. Tan Mo did not like it. Tan Mo did not really understand what they were talking about. Tan Mo did not like this feeling either. Tan Mo did not know that the current situation was because of his Asperger's disease. Also, Xiaolan said that this was an illness caused by love. He tried to find some clues from Jisoo. As long as Tan Mo wanted to find it, it would not be difficult to find it. For example, Jisoo said that he had only changed 80% of it. Since he had not finished changing it, why did he ask Xiaolan to come over? Was there a need to talk about this kind of thing in front of him? Didn't Jisoo already say that he had made comments? Tan Mo was thinking about other things. Although Xiaolan did not think that Jisoo would be interested in him, he knew that Tan Mo would mind. Therefore, he still tried to distance himself from Jisoo as much as possible. He did not have any thoughts of getting closer to this outstanding senior at all. Jisoo spoke while he wrote down notes. Jisoo roughly explained the previous part and emphasized the latter part. After he finished, he turned the computer to face Xiaolan. You can write down the first part according to the comments. His peripheral vision moved from Xiaolan's long eyelashes to the left, and finally moved to Tan Mo. Just now, he had intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Tan Mo a few times. However, the few times he glanced over, he saw that Tan Mo was staring at Xiaolan. Jisoo was a little surprised, but he did not feel too surprised. He even felt that it was somewhat within his expectations. When he first heard Xiaolan say that he studied psychology for one person, Jisoo had thought about who this person was. Naturally, Tan Mo was also within the scope of his guess. He could not come into contact with other people who cared about Qiao Lan and were close enough to make Qiao Lan choose a profession. Therefore, he could only observe Qiao Lan's boyfriend. Qiao Lan had even brought Tan Mo over today. Jisoo was indeed not very happy. After all, it was not easy to find an opportunity to be alone with Qiao Lan without anyone noticing. However, since Tan Mo had already brought him over, Jisoo might as well take a few more glances at him. Jisoo remembered that there was also a girl who brought her boyfriend over during a meeting. However, while they were in a meeting, the girl's boyfriend was reading his book. It was rare to see a guy like Tan Mo, who only had his eyes on his girlfriend. Of course, it might be because he liked this girl to the core. But maybe. Jisoo suddenly remembered the broken family that had been accompanied by nightmares for many years. He glanced at Tan Mo again. Maybe it was because of something else. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, he was in this school. It was not difficult for him to come into contact with Qiao Lan. Moreover, Qiao Lan was in the psychology club. After Qiao Lan finished writing down all the comments, she thanked Jisoo and did not stay any longer. She pulled Tan Mo and walked out of the classroom. Before Tan Mo left, he looked back and his pupils suddenly shrank. When he said goodbye to Qiao Lan just now, he was still staring at the computer as if he did not care about Jisoo. However, now he turned his head and looked in the direction they left. He probably did not expect Tan Mo to suddenly turn around. After a flash of light in his eyes, he revealed a smile. It was a harmless and easygoing smile. However, Tan Mo could only remember the way he stared at Qiao Lan's back. Qiao Lan suddenly felt Tan Mo's grip. He hissed softly, "What's wrong?" Tan Mo's face was very ugly. He lowered his head and stared into Qiao Lan's eyes. "Stay away from him in the future." Ah. Qiao Lan did not know why Tan Mo, who was fine just a moment ago, would suddenly dislike Jisoo so much. Although she would not reject Tan Mo, she still had to ask clearly, what happened? Tan Mo pursed his lips. After a long silence, he said, "He was looking at you just now." Qiao Lan was speechless. She did not know what to do. Tan Mo naturally would not lie. Therefore, Jisoo must have looked at her. Maybe he looked at her intentionally, or maybe he just looked at her casually. Should she argue with Tan Mo like this? Qiao Lan quickly compared it in her heart. She decided not to. There was no need to be entangled with these things for irrelevant people and Tan Mo. Anyway, she did not like Jisoo and did not want to have anything to do with Jisoo. After all, Roman liked Jisoo. She had never wanted to get close to Jisoo. Since Tan Mo did not like him, then she would just stay away from him. In the future, if she could make her work so that no one could find fault with her, Jisoo would have no reason to look for her. Although Qiao Lan felt that Jisoo really looked for her for work. "I know." Qiao Lan held Tan Mo's arm. "I will definitely stay away from him." Okay, let's not talk about him. I said I have a surprise for you." Tan Mo did not get rid of his emotions so easily. Especially when he saw Jisoo's gaze just now, he could not help but feel a sense of crisis. Qiao Lan could stay away from him, but after all, they were in the same school and were in the same major. What if Jisoo still looked for Qiao Lan in the future for work? What if he was not in class at that time? Think of a way to make Qiao Lan quit this club, or, think of a way to persuade Qiao Lan to move out. Yes, move out. This was the best way. If they had moved out earlier, Jisoo would never have called Qiao Lan today. After all, it was convenient because he knew that Qiao Lan was in school. The more Tan Mo thought about it, the more he felt that moving out was a good idea. Other than spending more than 10 hours with Qiao Lan every day, he could use this as an excuse to avoid many things. But how should he tell Qiao Lan? Should he just say it so bluntly? Tan Mo was a little nervous. He was not sure if Qiao Lan would agree. So when Qiao Lan said that he had a surprise for him, Tan Mo was still a little listless and asked in a low spirit. "What is it?" Qiao Lan looked around and did not see any students nearby. After all, it was a little embarrassing to say this in broad daylight. Qiao Lan reached out and pressed down on Tan Mo's shoulder, pressing down on Tan Mo's left shoulder. Then, he leaned closer to Tan Mo and whispered in his ear. "Let's move out." Tan Mo was stunned. He used 5 seconds to distinguish whether this was real or an illusion. After all, a second ago, he was still thinking about how to persuade Xiao Lan to move out. The next second, Xiao Lan took the initiative to say this. It was no wonder that Tan Mo did not react in time. When he finally reacted, he still asked stupidly, why? He still asked why. Xiao Lan's eyes widened. You don't want to? Yes. Tan Mo was finally not stupid. He quickly said, yes. It was obvious how much he wanted to. Xiao Lan smiled. It's fine as long as you want to. Why are you still asking why? What other reason could there be? It's because I want to spend more time with you. Then let's go out and look for a house together on the weekend. Tan Mo did not answer. The next day. Xiao Lan knew why Tan Mo did not answer. Tan Mo, who was so happy that his tail was about to reach the sky, handed the keys to her. I found a house. Tomorrow is Saturday. Let's move out. Xiao Lan was stunned for almost 5 seconds before she found her voice. She asked tentatively. You bought it? Xiao Lan couldn't be blamed for thinking that way. Tan Mo didn't know how to spend money, and because he was afraid of trouble, he would do whatever was convenient for him. Even though they had been together for so long, Xiao Lan still couldn't get used to it. Tan Mo answered quickly this time, I rented it. It was obvious that he was asking for praise. Xiao Lan smiled in surprise, you actually know how to rent a house? Didn't you say that you wanted to save money? Tan Mo hugged Xiao Lan and rubbed his cheek against her cheek. After that, he bit her earlobe and continued in a low voice, actually, there's another reason. Xiao Lan shivered from the bite, what? The house I saw only rented and didn't sell it. Xiao Lan. That's the main reason, right? It's not important. Tan Mo decided to skip the topic since it didn't matter how he got the house. After dinner, they didn't have any classes in the evening, and tomorrow was the weekend. Xiao Lan didn't know where to go, so Tan Mo simply took Xiao Lan to see the house he rented. The house was near the school. Xiao Lan and the others were in the new school district. The old district was in the city center, and it was difficult to expand, so a new district was built. The land price in the new district wasn't that expensive. The district was very big, and the surrounding district houses were built one after another. There were many houses to choose from, and they were all very new. The environment of the district was also very good. Tan Mo wasn't familiar with the area, and Xiao Lan didn't know how he signed the rent contract and got the key. After looking at the address for a long time, they finally found a garden bungalow. It was 7 stories high, and it blended harmoniously with the other high-rise buildings around it. Tan Mo confirmed the room number and pulled Xiao Lan into the corridor. There were 2 units on each floor, and Tan Mo stopped on the right side of the first floor. The first floor? Xiao Lan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tan Mo to choose the first floor. Tan Mo opened the door and said to Xiao Lan, no, Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen live here. Aunt Chen likes to grow flowers. A garden bungalow. The rooms on the first floor could best reflect the word garden. A small garden and an underground garage were indeed very suitable for older people to live in. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen lived quite well. Xiao Lan was pleasantly surprised that Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen could also come. Xiao Lan didn't have any relatives since she was young, so she liked to be around people. However, he didn't have the time to be happy. He was more puzzled. The 2-unit house on the first floor was really big. It was definitely more than 134 square meters. There were only 2 bedrooms, but they came with their own bathroom. The area was very big. Aren't we living here? Xiao Lan glanced at Liang Jian's bedroom. She couldn't tell which was the master bedroom and which was the second bedroom. After all, it was more than enough for everyone to live together. Tan Mo pulled Xiao Lan out of the room. We're not living here. We're living on the top floor. After saying that, he paused and leaned close to Xiao Lan's ear and added, it's not convenient to live with adults. What's not convenient? Xiao Lan subconsciously wanted to ask, but she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Xiao Lan was speechless. What else could be inconvenient, but, alright, there was no but. Xiaolan felt that she was hopeless. Although she was a little embarrassed, she seemed to be looking forward to it. Xiaolan had forgotten the pain after the scar healed. Now that she was alive and kicking, she had already forgotten about the last time she rested on the bed for an entire day. Tan Mo opened the window to ventilate the room. Then, he walked out with Xiaolan and turned to walk towards the elevator. He had spent a long time looking for this apartment. It was also because of this that he booked this apartment. The layout of the top floor is different from the bottom floor. There's a design that I like very much, Tan Mo said to Xiaolan with sparkling eyes. Xiaolan asked what it was. Tan Mo blinked. I'm not telling you yet. You'll know when we go up. The layout of the top floor was different from the rest of the floors. After Xiaolan went in, she felt that it was even more spacious. Perhaps it was because there was no furniture, so it seemed spacious. The decoration of the apartment was very good. It was very clean and exquisite, just like the model apartments in real estate. Tan Mo told Xiaolan that the owner of the apartment had originally renovated it for himself. However, because his child went to school, he moved to the school district near his child's school. This apartment had been left empty since then. There was an advertisement on it, but it had never been rented out, let alone sold. That was why it was so clean and new. Xiaolan thought that it would be a problem to rent it out. The expenses of college students were not high. Usually, young couples would just rent an apartment that was enough for them to live in. After all, they had to save money. Who would rent such a big and expensive apartment? Although Xiaolan did not ask Tan Mo how much the rent of the apartment was, after looking at the apartment, she had a rough idea. After all, it was not cheap. Tan Mo was not very interested in the common furnishings on the first floor. He pulled Xiaolan upstairs to look at the attic. There was only one room in the attic, but there was also a small garden on the top floor. Xiaolan thought that she could buy a treadmill or something to exercise here. Before Xiaolan could say anything, she was pulled into the only room in the attic by Tan Mo. As soon as she went in, Xiaolan felt a little suffocated. It was an empty house. There was nothing inside except for a very big round bathtub. Tan Mo was obviously excited and happy. In fact, he had not seen the real thing. After seeing the picture, the owner of the apartment came to the school to ask him to sign the contract. Now that he had seen it, he found that it was better than he had expected. Tan Mo remembered that the bathtub at the hotel last time was a little small. He was really satisfied with this bathtub. He hugged Xiaolan in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Isn't it great?" Xiaolan was speechless. She had underestimated Tan Mo's shamelessness again and again. What would Aunt Chen think when she saw this? Xiaolan felt her scalp tingle when she thought about it. Is it? Xiaolan struggled for a moment. Isn't it too exaggerated? It's not exaggerated. Tan Mo shook his head without thinking. At the same time, he was thinking about the future. When I graduate, I can buy a small open-air swimming pool. A swimming pool? You're still thinking about it? Xiaolan covered his mouth. What are you thinking about all day long? Tan Mo happened to kiss Xiao Lan's palm. I'm thinking about you. He wanted to earn more money to give her a better life. He wanted to buy a better house because he wanted to live happily with her. In the end, everything was related to Xiaolan. Tomorrow, we'll go out and buy furniture and electrical appliances. Tan Mo pulled Xiaolan down the attic and gave her a key. As they walked outside, he planned, let's buy a bed, a fridge, and other necessities first. We can buy more later. On Monday, I'll take you to the head teacher to apply for an off-campus house. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen will probably come in a few days. Xiaolan let Tan Mo hold her hand. As she listened to Tan Mo's long-winded words, the corners of her lips rose little by little. She had been with Tan Mo for 9 months. She had seen all of Tan Mo's progress and changes in her heart. She watched the once lonely young man who only knew how to read and study become fond of smiling and talking. Although he was only like this in front of her, it was the truest expression of his true feelings. Only the truest expression showed that he had made real progress. He grew bit by bit. Slowly, he no longer needed her to take care of him. Slowly, he became more and more responsible. No matter whether it was a big or small matter, He was gradually becoming the person who could make decisions for her and make her rely on him. Thinking of this, Xiaolan couldn't help but feel depressed. What was she doing in the past? Wasn't this the proof of his progress? However, it seemed that she was really becoming more and more depraved. After living for 20 years, she had always felt that it was better to rely on herself than on others. Therefore, she had to do what she could do. Although she wasn't strong, she didn't need to rely on others. But now, she had completely depraved. Tan Mo was becoming better at taking care of people. She was enjoying being taken care of more and more. Xiaolan covered her face and despised herself for being useless. Tan Mo pulled her hand away and asked her what was wrong. I feel that I'm becoming more and more useless. As if she didn't have hands, Xiaolan blinked her eyes. I don't have to do anything with you around. Tan Mo became happier in an instant. He still felt that he hadn't done enough. He wished that Xiaolan could be more useless so that he could leave more traces of himself in Xiaolan's life. At night, she went back to the dormitory to sleep. The next morning, she was awakened by Tan Mo's phone call. She was taken to buy furniture in a daze. The beautiful lady from the furniture store casually asked them how many beds they wanted to buy. Xiaolan originally wanted to say 1 bed, but then she thought that 1 bed might not be enough. If someone came to stay at their house occasionally, they would have to have a guest room or something. Moreover, if they quarreled, they would have to sleep in separate beds. Although they hadn't really quarreled yet. With this hesitation, Tan Mo beat her to it. Tan Mo didn't even need to think and said 1 bed. Xiaolan thought for a while and said, how about 2, why? If we quarreled, then, impossible, how could we quarrel? Tan Mo shook his head decisively. The sister who was selling furniture next to them was already married. When she heard this, she instantly laughed. Only young people who were in love could say something like this. How could a couple not quarrel when they were living together? She also joined in with a smile and said, actually, it's indeed more convenient to buy 2 beds. In the future, your family will have a place to stay when they come over. They live downstairs. Tan Mo blocked the sister's words with 1 sentence. He grabbed Xiaolan and explained why it was impossible. I'll listen to whatever you say, so it's impossible for us to quarrel. Even if we really quarrel, we're not allowed to sleep in separate beds. We'll just buy 1 bed. Xiaolan. 1 bed, 1 bed. I'll listen to you. There's a sofa anyway. Moving was such a tedious task, but Tan Mo solved it in a weekend. On Monday, after applying to their homeroom teacher, Xiaolan and Tan Mo each treated their roommates to a meal on Monday afternoon as a farewell. Tan Mo and the other boys were chatting in full swing. Their relationship was really good. Although Xianxia disliked Tan Mo's public display of affection every day, she was still a little sad that she had to leave. After being sad for a while, she felt that it was fine. She could see him in class anyway. Xianxia nodded and said, that's good. I might have to move out in the future too. Xianxia, huh? Why are you moving out? Who are you moving out with? Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and continued to talk to Tan Mo as if he didn't hear him. Xiaolan's side was calm, but Lu Cancan was a little sad. Although they didn't have a deep relationship, when he thought about the 2 people left in the dormitory, one was elusive and the other was Roman, who quarreled every day. Xiaolan, the only one who could communicate normally, was leaving. Roman curiously kept asking Xiaolan where his house was, and Lu Cancan unhappily asked her why she was asking. Aya, if you have the chance in the future, you can go and play with Lan Lan. Xiaolan didn't plan to tell Roman, but after hearing her words, she felt that it was better to communicate less with this girl. Sigh, I'm really envious of you, Roman sighed. When can I catch up with my senior? Xiaolan thought about how Tan Mo was jealous of Jisoo and sincerely wished Roman well. Good luck, you can definitely catch up with him. Thank you. Roman's smile was very sweet. 2 days later, Jisoo sent a message to Roman and asked her to go to the club. Then, he asked Roman if Xiaolan was there and asked her to bring her along. Roman replied to Jisoo. Senior, Lan Lan moved out with her boyfriend. I don't know where she is right now. Do you want me to go over first? Obedient. JPG, after a long silence, Jisoo replied that the professor was looking for him and didn't have to come over for the time being. Okay. Roman was very disappointed, but still considerately expressed that the professor was more important. Jisoo looked at the long-winded WeChat messages sent by Roman. Back then, he specially transferred this girl over for Xiaolan. Now, he really regretted it. If one were to ask Jisoo why he was interested in Xiaolan in the beginning, it would be very simple. Just like other boys and girls who were interested in Xiaolan, good-looking people would always attract attention. Moreover, Xiaolan's beauty was particularly outstanding, and she was his favorite type. However, his first impression of her was not only pretty, but also something else. Jisoo remembered it clearly. At that time, a senior who was 1 year older than him did not hide his interest and asked her who she was with. He wanted to send her to the dormitory and take the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Xiaolan smiled politely and dispelled his senior's thoughts. She said that she came with her boyfriend. Jisoo looked at the girl's name before he left. Xiaolan. Her name was ordinary, but she was pretty. Her handwriting was also exceptionally beautiful. The day before the freshman military training, Jisoo went to the classroom where the freshmen's class meeting was held. In such a major where the number of girls was obviously greater than the number of boys, Jisoo knew that he had attracted a lot of attention. Jisoo glanced in the direction of Xiaolan. This was the only freshman whose name he remembered. She lowered her head and looked at her phone. After class, Jisoo and a few others passed by the third teaching building and saw Xiaolan walking out hand in hand with a boy. That's Tan Mo, right? A girl in the same class said. After she finished speaking, she even teased Jisoo, the one who stole your school hunk title. So he's Xiaolan's boyfriend. A talented man and a beautiful woman. No, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. They're a match. Match? Looking at it this way, they were quite a match. They were indeed a good-looking couple. However, there were many good-looking people in this world. If it was another person, walking together would also be pleasing to the eyes and be a good match in the eyes of others. Xiaolan and Tan Mo were very close. A few boys who had thought about Xiaolan had given up, but Jisoo was more interested in Xiaolan. Because he was interested in Xiaolan and Xiaolan, Jisoo went there several times during the freshmen's military training. He also went there during the freshmen's club registration. Firstly, he wanted to take a look at the Xiaolan. Secondly, he wanted to do something. If Xiaolan's ability was not good enough to enter the club, then let her in. If Xiaolan's ability was good enough to enter the club, then he would pull in another person to confuse Xiaolan. After all, Xiaolan had told everyone that she had a boyfriend on the first day of registration. Her rejection of the opposite sex was decisive and obvious. Jisoo personally watched Xiaolan's interview. She spoke logically and was completely different from the nervousness of the other freshmen. Her humor made people have a good impression of her. However, what made Jisoo's state of mind change the most was Xiaolan's words. The interviewer asked Xiaolan why she wanted to study psychology. Xiaolan said it was for a person. A person who was very important to her. Jisoo was a little absent-minded. He remembered that when he had just finished his college entrance examination, his mother had finally divorced his father. She had lived with a crazy father for nearly 20 years. In the end, she had killed herself in exchange for freedom. After she was rescued, his father finally agreed to the divorce. Jisoo thought that everything was over. However, his mother, who was rescued, went crazy. The word crazy could be used to describe many situations. Take his father for example. There was a professional term to describe an illness that he would never recover from. However, he was used to seeing his father as a lunatic. Now, his mother had gone crazy. She was looking for any opportunity to commit suicide. Her severe depression made her unable to recognize the son she had loved for more than 10 years. Jisoo sometimes wished that his father would die. However, his relatives said that it was not his fault because the illness could not be controlled. Since the illness could not be controlled, then he should not implicate another person because of his illness. Could it not be controlled? Since he already knew that he was crazy, why did he still marry her? Because he loved her? Was this love? This was selfishness. Jisoo lied to his juniors that he wanted to study psychology because he wanted to be a profiler. These were all lies, but some of his words were also true. For example, the school he wanted to go to the most in the beginning was the military academy. However, because of a sudden change, he chose psychology in the end. He also chose this profession for a person because a very important person, no, the most important person, chose a different life. For someone who could make such a choice and say such words, Jisoo believed that Xiaolan must have had a story that she didn't want others to know about. She must have the same feelings that others couldn't understand. At this moment, Jisoo had a strong sense of identity and belonging to Xiaolan. It was as if he and Xiaolan had a common secret that no one else knew about. This made Jisoo feel very close to Xiaolan. Naturally, she should be closer to him. Jisoo unilaterally included Xiaolan in his circle of life. Pei Beijiao warned him not to mess around and destroy other people's relationships. This was a problem with his values. Destroying other people's relationships was indeed a problem with his values. However, this was not in line with Xiaolan and Tan Mo. Jisoo had lived in an abnormal family for too long. It did not take much effort for him to see that Tan Mo was different from others. Xiaolan said that he chose psychology for a person. This person was most likely Tan Mo. Jisoo could not help but be jealous that Xiaolan could do this for Tan Mo. However, he was also in a good mood because of Tan Mo's difference. Jisoo was sure that Tan Mo's symptoms were not simple if Xiaolan was willing to study psychology for him. Therefore, how could his actions be called destroying Xiaolan's relationship? He was clearly saving Xiaolan. People with such psychological problems should not have love at all. No, they did not know what love was at all. They did not allow their other half to have their own life. They did not allow their other half to talk to anyone other than themselves, not even their own son. How terrible. Therefore, they should not have loved such a person. He was doing this for Xiaolan's good. Xiaolan was still too young and did not know anything. She would definitely regret it many years later. Because Xiaolan was still in the honeymoon period, Jisoo did not want Xiaolan to dislike him. Therefore, he was careful and painstaking. He was clearly doing this for Xiaolan's good. However, Xiaolan always made things more difficult for him. Just like now, Xiaolan moved outside without a word. If they were in school, everything would be easy. However, outside, it would be difficult. Jisoo was obviously in a bad mood. Jisoo was in a bad mood. However, Tan Mo's mood was unprecedentedly good. He bought all kinds of big things with Xiaolan, such as furniture and sofas. He did not have time to buy the rest of the daily necessities. First, he took his girlfriend to experience his favorite huge bathtub. The girl's delicate skin looked more and more attractive under the water. Tan Mo was fascinated. He kissed her from her shoulder down, inch by inch. The water gradually became cold. Xiaolan could not help but tremble. Tan Mo wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pressed his chest against Xiaolan's back. He deliberately asked her in her ear, "Why are you trembling?" Xiaolan was angry and embarrassed. She wanted to give this shameless guy a kick. Unfortunately, she could not move. Tan Mo was holding her too tightly behind her. She was kneeling in the bathtub. She could only hold the edge of the bathtub with her hands and bite her lips. She did not want to make any noise and make Tan Mo even more inconsiderate. Tan Mo was not satisfied when he could not hear any noise. He pinched Xiaolan's chin, turned his face, and bit her lips. He was satisfied to hear her moaning again. Xiaolan's voice was as soft as a cat's meow. Tan Mo turned his ear and heard Xiaolan say that it hurt. Hurt, Tan Mo kissed her cheek. Where? Xiaolan's tears came out. How was she supposed to say it? She regretted it again. Tan Mo was really terrible when he was not restrained. Xiaolan didn't want to lose face, so she could only softly say that her knees hurt. Tan Mo was stunned and stopped what he was doing. He quickly flipped the person in his arms over and looked down. Her fair and round knees were already red. Tan Mo's heart ached. He held Xiaolan in his arms and apologized repeatedly. The fierce look on his face disappeared instantly. He kissed Xiaolan's knees again and again like a puppy. Finally, he felt that the water was cold. He carried her out of the bathtub, wrapped her in a bath towel, and carried her downstairs. When he put her on the bed, Xiao Lan had already fallen asleep. Tan Mo lay on the edge of the bed and stared at Xiao Lan's sleeping face for a long time. Then he got up and walked out quietly. He closed the door and went back to clean up the messy bathroom. After he calmed down, he slowly calmed down and felt how happy he was now. When he went back later, he could hug Xiao Lan and fall asleep together. When he woke up tomorrow, he could see her first thing. If there were classes, they could wake up together with the same alarm clock. If there were no classes, they could stay in bed and talk. After cleaning up, Tan Mo went back to the bedroom. He pulled the quilt and lay down. He turned Xiao Lan, who was facing the other side. Xiao Lan opened her eyes in a daze. She found a comfortable position on Tan Mo's chest and fell asleep. Tan Mo hugged her tightly. He rubbed his chin on Xiao Lan's hair and fell asleep contentedly. A week later, Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen finally came. The family of 4 had a happy dinner together. Then they came back together and went home. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen had just moved in, so they were busy for a few days. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo bought all the big things. They only needed some daily necessities and books. There were 2 big bedrooms. Since Tan Mo insisted on only buying 1 bed, the other bedroom was turned into a study. Xiao Lan and Tan Mo bought a big bookcase. It was empty for the time being. On the weekend, the 2 continued to go shopping. They went to the bookstore and bought a lot of books. They bought everything that Xiao Lan liked and Tan Mo liked. In the evening, they went to Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen's place for dinner. After dinner, they exercised for a while and huddled together in the study to read. In addition to the bookcase, there was a tatami mat in the study. They could sit or lie down. After reading for a while, Xiao Lan unconsciously rubbed her neck. Tan Mo looked up and saw it. Looking at the book in his hand, he thought that he would buy a massage book some other day. He and Xiao Lan could both learn from it. Aunt Chen cut some fruit and brought it to the 2 children. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. After opening the door with the key, she finally found the 2 children reading in the study. Xiao Lan was sitting, and Tan Mo was lying on Xiao Lan's knees and looking up. Auntie Chen grinned. They huddled together just to read a book. They leaned against each other and didn't even hear a knock on the door. Aunt Chen didn't want to disturb the 2 children. She put the fruit on the coffee table and left quietly. After she left, she sent a text message to Xiao Lan, telling them not to forget to eat the fruit. Before she met Xiao Lan, Aunt Chen never thought that Mo would be able to live a normal life one day. Now that she saw him living so happily, she was very happy. Aunt Chen was very glad that she met Xiao Lan. The most obvious difference after moving out of school was that the 2 of them spent more time together than before. However, Tan Mo felt that they could spend more time together. He had both the conditions and the ability to satisfy all of Xiao Lan's needs outside of class. The library, study room, gym, Tan Mo could all be prepared at home. All activities could be completed by him. Tan Mo had done a very clear calculation of this. Since they separated at 8 o'clock in the morning and returned home at 7 o'clock in the evening, excluding the time they had lunch together, they spent 16 hours together out of the 24 hours. It was exactly 2/3 of the day. Tan Mo was quite satisfied with this time period. He was satisfied yesterday, but not today, because the preparation phase of Xiao Lan's first club activity was finally over. It was now the discussion phase. At this stage, they couldn't be busy with their own things. After class in the afternoon, Xiao Lan went to the club. Tan Mo sat in the back seat expressionlessly. Uncle Chen glanced at Tan Mo from the rearview mirror. After all, he had watched Tan Mo grow up. Uncle Chen could roughly guess why Tan Mo was unhappy. However, unlike Tan Mo, Uncle Chen didn't think that Xiao Lan's behavior was wrong. After all, it was a school activity. He thought carefully about whether he should find something to divert Tan Mo's attention. Mo, Uncle Chen thought for a while and said, "You're an adult now and can get a driver's license. Why don't you learn how to drive when you're free? When you get a car, it'll be more convenient for you and Lan Lan to go out." "Okay," Tan Mo replied without much interest. After a few seconds, he suddenly became energetic. Learn, Tan Mo said, I'll learn tomorrow. Uncle Chen. Remember to inform me when you find someone good. Uncle Chen. Why did he feel like he was being a hindrance? The next day, Uncle Chen contacted a coach for Tan Mo. It was much more expensive than a normal driving school. It could accommodate Tan Mo's time for classes. Moreover, the coach's temper wouldn't be as bad as a normal coach. The coach called Tan Mo and asked him about the specific time he could practice driving every day. Tan Mo took his and Xiao Lan's timetable and compared it with each other. Then, he created a timetable and sent it to the coach. Recently, Xiao Lan had to go to the club every day. If it was short, it would take 20 to 30 minutes. If it was long, it would take 1 or 2 hours. There was a night market outside the school. Many students liked to circle back to the dormitory from the night market outside the school after finishing their work. Xiao Lan was packing up when a senior said that she wanted to go, so she asked Xiao Lan if she wanted to go. Xiao Lan shook his head. No, I have something to do. Uncle Chen had just texted her to ask when she would be done. Xiao Lan gave him an approximate time. It had already been a few minutes, which meant that Uncle Chen had been waiting for quite some time. Although it was usually Uncle Chen and Tan Mo who came to pick her up, it was always Tan Mo who sent her WeChat messages. Why was it Uncle Chen today? Xiao Lan was a little confused. She said goodbye to everyone and went downstairs. The senior didn't say anything, as if it was really just a casual question. After asking Xiao Lan, she asked the others. Other than those who were going to go to the library, 7 or 8 people went to the night market together. Xiao Lan came downstairs and walked out of the school gate. He saw Uncle Chen's familiar black car. After climbing into the car, he realized that Tan Mo wasn't there. Uncle Chen, where's Mo? He went to learn how to drive. Uncle Chen thought of what Tan Mo had told him and sighed silently. I wanted you to learn how to drive last time. But he's not an adult yet. I saw that he was quite free at night recently, so I sent him to learn how to drive. He's a boy after all. This is a necessary skill. Yes. Xiao Lan felt that it was reasonable and nodded. Although he already had a driver's license, to be honest, Xiao Lan didn't dare to go on the road. It would be even better if Tan Mo learned how to drive. After all, he couldn't trouble Uncle Chen so much. An old man like him should rest more. Let's go back and eat first. Your aunt left some food for you. When it's about time, I'll go to the driving school to pick you up. Okay. Xiao Lan nodded. After that, she added, I'll go too. Uncle Chen thought of what Tan Mo had told him before and looked at Xiao Lan again. He smiled so much that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes became more obvious. Tan Mo finished at 9:30. Xiao Lan and Uncle Chen went there a few minutes earlier and watched for a while as Tan Mo learned how to drive. Smart people were smart in everything they did. Tan Mo learned very quickly. However, when it was over, Xiao Lan heard the coach and Uncle Chen whispering to each other. They were saying that this kid was so boring. He had been learning how to drive for more than 2 hours, and he didn't say a word except for okay. Uncle Chen laughed and said that this was Tan Mo's personality. After saying goodbye to the coach and returning to Uncle Chen's car, Tan Mo, who had been expressionless the entire time, wrapped his arms around Xiao Lan's waist and rubbed his chin on Xiao Lan's shoulder as he acted coquettishly. He sounded as though he had been wronged. Tan Mo rubbed against Xiao Lan and said softly, probably because he was afraid that Uncle Chen would hear him, driving practice is so boring. I don't even know what to say to the coach. Xiao Lan thought of what the coach had said just now. She smiled and touched Tan Mo's ear. Why didn't you tell me that you wanted to learn how to drive? Uncle Chen suddenly suggested it. He found someone he knew, and the process was very fast. I just happened to be able to go today, so I didn't have time to tell you, Tan Mo said, it's really boring. Lan, can you practice with me? Even if you didn't tell me, I would still do it, Xiao Lan said. Just now, when she heard the coach say that Tan Mo was too boring, Xiao Lan wondered if she should practice with Tan Mo. When she was learning how to drive, she had always been with him. If Tan Mo didn't accompany her, it would be quite boring too. Tan Mo heard a satisfactory answer and deliberately asked Xiao Lan, then what about your club's activities? Actually, there's no important work. Everyone just sits together and talks, Xiaolan said. Because it was the first activity, it was the simplest social survey. Recently, everyone sat together and expressed their opinions. Xiaolan had already spoken. The other 2 members of the club who had spoken didn't come these 2 days. Jisoo and the others didn't seem to say anything either. Therefore, it wasn't a big problem. Besides, Tan Mo practiced at around 7 p.m. Normally, classes would end at 5:20 p.m., so he could make it no matter what. Tan Mo was happy in his heart, but he still nodded with a serious face. That's good. Xiaolan was amused by his expression. She pinched Tan Mo's face and laughed. Smile if you're happy. Do you think I can't tell when you're acting like this? You can tell even when I'm acting like this. My Lan Lan is so smart. Tan Mo went along with the flow and kissed Xiaolan's face. He didn't care about Uncle Chen, who was sitting in front of him and taking the blame for him at all. Uncle Chen shook his head helplessly. Sigh, the child had grown up. He already knew how to play tricks. In the next few days, if it was too late, Xiaolan wouldn't go. If it was early, she would go to the club. If she didn't have any important arrangements, she would leave early. Because it was dinner time in the afternoon, the senior asked her from time to time if she wanted to have dinner together. Xiaolan smiled and said that she wouldn't be going. Her boyfriend was waiting downstairs. The senior smiled and urged her to go quickly. After Xiaolan left, a girl couldn't help but say to the senior who called Xiaolan, she doesn't go every time. Senior, why do you keep calling her? I'm just asking. We're all in the same club. Pei Beijia glanced at Jisoo from the corner of her eyes and smiled. What do you want to eat today? Everyone asked one after another. Roman was in a bad mood. She was listless. She didn't know why, but she felt that the senior who had always been nice to her seemed to be treating her coldly recently. Although he wasn't very enthusiastic before, he would still greet her and smile when he saw her. He also answered her questions patiently. However, Roman still felt that something was wrong. She held her phone in a daze. When she was done, she pricked up her ears and heard a girl beside her mention Xiaolan's name. After all, they used to live in the same dormitory for a long time. Roman subconsciously listened to what the 2 girls were saying. In the end, she heard one of the girls say that Xiaolan was too lonely. Xiaolan was indeed very lonely compared to everyone else. However, she was also very reasonable. She didn't live in the dormitory and had a boyfriend. It was normal for her not to socialize with others. Roman thought to herself, whether she's lonely or not has nothing to do with you. In the end, the next moment, another girl agreed and said that was indeed the case. She also said that although she knew that Xiaolan was in a relationship, no one would be in a relationship like this. Only when it came to matters related to boyfriends, she would prioritize her boyfriends, and almost all the club activities were cancelled. So you're not the only one who thinks so, the girl said in surprise. It's as if she's afraid that someone will steal her boyfriend away. After she said that, someone beside her heard and laughed. After all, he's the school hunk. He's handsome, has a good family background, and is very capable. Naturally, there are many people who covet him. It's understandable that they're keeping a close eye on him. Roman was originally in a bad mood, but when she heard this, she suddenly became angry. Roman admitted that she was a little jealous of Xiaolan. After all, she was so beautiful and outstanding. At first, she couldn't help but be envious. Other than that, she was also envious of the relationship between Xiaolan and Tan Mo. When Roman was still living in the dormitory, she liked to gossip about Xiaolan and Tan Mo. Lu Cancan often scolded her because of this, but Roman just liked to ask because Xiaolan and Tan Mo were really sweet as a couple. She couldn't tell what was different, but she just felt that there was no space between the 2 of them. Before this, Roman had never thought that a relationship could be so unreserved like this. Roman had grown up, and she also hoped to meet someone she liked who also liked her, and to have a sweet love between the 2 of them. Before she met Xiaolan, she didn't have a specific plan for the kind of love she yearned for. It wasn't until she met Xiaolan and Tan Mo that she realized that this was the kind of relationship she yearned for the most. Maybe it wasn't to defend Xiaolan, but the girl's words just now destroyed the beautiful and yearning thing in Roman's heart. In addition, Roman was already in a bad mood, so she argued with the 2 girls on the spot. She's eating with her boyfriend, and you're saying that she's too lonely and doesn't fit in with the group. Isn't that girl in the club also in a relationship? Why don't you say that she's too lonely? What did Xiaolan do to you? Why are you talking behind her back? If you had the ability, say it in front of her face before Xiaolan leaves. The two girls who had spoken earlier were Xiaolan and Roman's classmates. Usually, they would greet and chat with each other when they saw each other, so they didn't expect Roman to quarrel with them because of Xiaolan. It was normal for people to gossip behind people's backs. However, when Roman said it, it sounded strange, especially when the seniors next to them also looked over. Jisoo heard the two words Xiaolan and turned his head. Perhaps he didn't expect Roman to suddenly speak up for Xiaolan, so he looked at Roman and the other two girls with interest. The two girls were a little embarrassed. What does Xiaolan have to do with you? We didn't say anything. We just said that Xiaolan is too lonely. She definitely won't be able to get along with others when she leaves school to work in the future. Xiaolan is just beautiful. She was in a relationship in high school and scored 720 in the college entrance examination. There's nothing about her that's not good enough for Tan Mo. What's there to be concerned about? She's already met his parents and is waiting for the legal age to get married. You don't have to worry about her. She wears clothes that cost thousands or tens of thousands, and she can buy branded cosmetics as she pleases. Jisoo liked to hear about things related to Xiaolan, but he didn't like to hear about things related to Xiaolan. Not to mention that Xiaolan and Tan Mo were preparing to get married as soon as they graduated. Roman quarreled with Lu Cancan every day. Her quarreling skills were quite good, and because the two girls just now were unreasonable, they couldn't say anything after a few words from Roman. They could only say that Roman was meddling in other people's business. Roman felt quite wronged after scolding Jisoo. People like to look for someone to rely on when they feel wronged. Without thinking, she turned her head to look at Jisoo. She didn't expect that Jisoo, who usually had a smile on his face, didn't have a good expression at the moment. Senior. Roman muttered. Jisoo didn't even look at Roman. He said, "That's enough," as if he had stopped this farce. Then, he turned around and left the club. Pei Beijiao looked at Jisoo's back as he left. It wasn't hard to guess why Jisoo was in a bad mood. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Roman. Jisoo was very outstanding. There were many girls who liked him. Even in this small club, there were many who liked him secretly. However, Roman was the most blatant one. Almost everyone knew that she liked Jisoo. Even Jisoo himself knew. Pei Beijiao also didn't like this girl before. She talked exaggeratedly and thought that she was smart. After all, she wasn't the type that she liked. But no matter what kind of person she was, her enthusiasm was used by Jisoo as a smokescreen for him to chase other girls. If this girl knew why she was able to enter the club, what would she think? Jisoo was really cruel. Xiaolan only found out that Roman had quarreled with other people because of her the next day in class. She was slightly surprised. Roman awkwardly said that she just couldn't stand people talking behind people's backs. There was nothing that couldn't be said face to face. Xiaolan laughed at the thought of Roman and Lu Cancan's daily quarrel. Although Roman wasn't very likable, he was always open about everything. Thinking back, he had never heard Roman speak ill of anyone behind their back. Roman was in a bad mood, so she could only find something to cheer her up. The thing that could cheer her up the most was naturally talking to Jisoo. However, Jisoo didn't come today, so Roman could only settle for the next best thing, which was to continue gossiping about Xiaolan and Tan Mo. You guys have been so busy recently. What are you busy with? Mo is practicing, Xiaolan said. I'll practice with him. Roman cupped his face with both hands. Sigh, I'm so envious of you. Xiaolan smiled. Are you jealous that I have such a good boyfriend? No, I'm just envious that you guys are so good, Roman said faintly. When can I be like you guys? Lu Cancan finally stopped quarreling with Roman this time. He was even a little speechless. If you like him, then go after him. If you don't, he might be snatched away by someone else. I'm afraid that he won't like me. Then you won't say anything and he'll like you? Why don't I see you being so wishy-washy when you quarrel with me usually? You're not even a senior. after a few sentences, the two of them started quarreling again and returned to how they used to be. The club's first activity finally ended. Xiaolan didn't have to go to the club every day anymore. He accompanied Tan Mo to practice driving every day. Tan Mo learned very quickly. In short, he learned much faster than Xiaolan. Xiaolan took more than 2 months to get his driver's license, but Tan Mo took less than 2 months to get his own license. On the day he got his driver's license, the car that Uncle Chen chose for Tan Mo was also brought back. The person in charge of picking up and sending Xiaolan every day also changed from Uncle Chen to Tan Mo himself. If it was any other time, Roman would definitely pounce on Xiaolan and gossip with him. However, Roman had his own things to do recently. Other than going to class, he didn't see him at all. Lu Cancan said that Roman had officially started to pursue Jisoo. It had been almost 2 months since Tan Mo learned how to drive and got his driver's license. Roman had also been pursuing Jisoo for almost 2 months. Roman was very serious about pursuing him, but she still couldn't get him after 2 months. It was obvious that it was very difficult for her to pursue him. Moreover, her personality wasn't as lively as before. Xiaolan couldn't give her any constructive advice. Her understanding of Jisoo also stopped at the surface. Her impression of him was that he was still a gentle and easy to get along with senior. Xiaolan still didn't feel that Jisoo really had any thoughts about her. However, because Tan Mo was especially wary of Jisoo, Xiaolan never had any private communication with Jisoo. Tan Mo bought a car. The two of them went to class from Monday to Friday and went out on weekends. Their days were very relaxed. Tan Mo was also very satisfied. It wasn't that he didn't like Xiaolan's club. If one day Xiaolan left the club, he would be very happy. Just like that, the middle of the semester passed. Something very serious happened in B major, which originally had a very strong learning atmosphere. Xiaolan remembered that it was in class in the afternoon. Lu Cancan pushed their arms with a shocked face and whispered, "Someone committed suicide." Although there were reports of student suicides in the news from time to time in recent years, the proportion of high school students and college students committing suicide had been increasing. However, it was only hearsay. This was the first time Xiaolan and the others heard about such a thing happening around them. Usually, the school would choose to keep this kind of news a secret. However, it naturally couldn't be hidden from the students in the school. No one knew the reason for the suicide, but everyone could roughly guess the reason after passing it around. It was said that the student who committed suicide was also a freshman. She was also a very beautiful girl. She didn't fall in love, didn't have bad friends, and didn't have any unforeseen events in her family. Therefore, the final reason was that she was under too much pressure from studying. The students who could come here were all top students in their high school. When they came here and found that everyone around them was better than them, it was inevitable that they would feel a little disappointed. However, the difference was too big. In the end, it led to such an ending. Xiaolan didn't know how to comment on this matter. As a normal person, she naturally felt sorry and sad. However, other than that, Xiaolan inexplicably thought of Tan Mo. Xiaolan had lived a peaceful life with Tan Mo for too long. She almost forgot that the Tan Mo in the novel had actually committed suicide. If she remembered the time correctly, it was during her freshman year. If she was more accurate, it was probably at the end of the first semester of her freshman year. Xiaolan couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. Then, she jumped up crazily. She knew that the current Tan Mo was no longer the old Tan Mo. He didn't have severe depression, and he didn't fall in love with Song Yao. Therefore, things like suicide would never happen to Tan Mo again. However, the word suicide was too shocking. Xiaolan couldn't help but feel sad in her heart. Xiaolan couldn't help but think about what kind of mentality Tan Mo had when he committed suicide. What kind of feelings did he have when he was in despair and pain? Fear, breakdown, jealousy. Xiaolan suddenly shook her head hard to clear all the messy things in her mind. The current Tan Mo was no longer the Tan Mo in the novel. He had already left his previous path of life. Everything that had happened in the past had nothing to do with him anymore. Xiaolan, don't think too much. Xiaolan took a deep breath. She didn't listen to anything in the second half of the class. After class, Roman told her that the club had an emergency meeting and asked them to go there after class. After all, as a psychology club, they would naturally take action when something like this happened. Xiaolan nodded and packed her bag. While walking, she called Tan Mo. Tan Mo had also just finished his class. After listening to her call, he was silent for a while before saying, "How long will it take?" "I'm not sure either," Xiaolan sighed. "There's an emergency and there's a meeting to arrange work. It might be a little late. Why don't you not wait for me today and go back first?" "It's okay. I'll wait for you in the library." After hanging up the phone, Tan Mo sat expressionlessly for a while. Then, he turned around and walked towards the library. However, just as he reached the door, he bumped into Ji Su, who was coming out of the library. Tan Mo didn't have the habit of greeting people he wasn't familiar with. Ji Su, on the other hand, was as good-tempered as usual. He was extremely easy to get along with. He took the initiative to greet Tan Mo and said, "Hello, Junior." Tan Mo glanced at Ji Su and calmly replied, "Hello, Senior." Ji Su smiled and asked him as if they were close friends, "Junior, aren't you going home after class?" "I'm waiting for my girlfriend." Tan Mo stopped and glanced at Ji Su. "Xiaolan," Ji Su nodded. "Then you'll probably have to wait a little longer. There's a lot of things going on in the club today. You know that something like this happened." "Okay." Tan Mo was a little annoyed. He turned around and wanted to leave. However, he heard Ji Su say, "Junior, if you're waiting for someone, why don't you come with me to the club?" Tan Mo's heart skipped a beat. "Suitable? There's nothing inappropriate about it. You're not the only couple in the club." Xiaolan, Roman, and the others waited for a while. The seniors of the club slowly arrived. Other than the members of the club, there were also 2 family members. Xiaolan looked at the seniors who brought their boyfriend and girlfriend over. She thought to herself that she could have brought Tan Mo along. However, Tan Mo liked peace and quiet. He probably wouldn't like them sitting together and talking nonsense. Just as she was thinking, the door outside opened and Ji Su walked in. She looked again and saw that her boyfriend, who was supposed to be in the library, had also come in. Xiaolan was stunned. She walked over and greeted Ji Su. Then, she whispered to Tan Mo, "Why did you suddenly come here?" "I met Ji, your senior, on the way." Xiaolan really didn't know if she was too slow or if Tan Mo was too sensitive. She always felt that Ji Su had ulterior motives towards her. When she saw Ji Su, she felt uneasy. Since he was already here, then let him come. Xiaolan was actually quite happy that Tan Mo was here to accompany her. She was just worried that he would be bored. A huge conference table was set up in the large classroom. Everyone sat in a circle. Tan Mo sat next to Xiaolan. Ji Su said that since the suicide incident happened in their school, even if Tan Mo and the others weren't members of the club, they could still listen in. Ji Su had more information than Xiaolan and the others. After sorting out the whole incident, he released a statement and said that he wanted to hear everyone's opinions. Xiaolan was also called out. Xiaolan, like the other students before her, expressed her sadness and regret. Then, she talked about some problems for students to overcome stress. Ji Su listened while writing something. After she finished speaking, he nodded and suddenly cued Tan Mo, "Junior, since you're here, why don't you say something?" Tan Mo's expression froze for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. He was still expressionless. Xiaolan wanted to say no, but Tan Mo didn't care too much. He spoke very fluently, regarding this incident, no matter what the truth is, it has already happened. The only thing society can do is to restore the truth and give both parties a reasonable explanation. In the past 2 years, there have been frequent suicides among college students. Other than the school's improper management, there may also be some problems with the students themselves. First of all, as a place of education, schools should take appropriate measures for students. Other than paying attention to their academic performance and research results, they should also pay attention to their physical and mental health. Some students have left their homes to study. The school has the responsibility to be responsible for their safety. This is without a doubt. It is also the teacher's responsibility to give criticism or suggestions for improvement. However, these are all built on the basis that the human rights of the students are not infringed. Criticism should be directed at the student's behavior, not the student's personality. After all, Tan Mo was a well-known figure in the school. After he came to the club today, a lot of people who had heard of Tan Mo's name were very curious about him. Jisoo took the initiative to call out Tan Mo for his opinion. Everyone was very interested. After listening to him, everyone had the same thought. He was indeed a super scholar. Look at this clear and logical answer. His thinking was clear and there were no loopholes. The words he said were just like a thesis. Xiao Lan quietly listened to Tan Mo finish speaking. She sighed silently. Perhaps everyone in the room except her thought that Tan Mo's answer was very good. In fact, it was very good. However, if one carefully analyzed Tan Mo's words, they would still be able to tell that his speech was different from the others. This was an incurable defect brought about by Asperger's disease. Tan Mo could not do anything about it. Xiao Lan could not do anything about it. However, there were too few people who understood Asperger's disease. Moreover, even if they did, they had not really come into contact with it. Therefore, they would not be able to tell the difference like she did. Jisoo sat at the furthest part of the conference table. His hand that was holding the pen had already stopped. His fingertips landed lightly on the table, and he tapped it silently. The corners of his lips curled up into a faint smile. So there really were such coincidences in the world. There really were such unexpected surprises. Jisoo had never pursued a girl before. He was too outstanding since he was young. He was always the one who was pursued. He had also never stubbornly liked anyone. Xiao Lan was the first. He was also the most difficult one. Half a semester had already passed since school started. The chances of him meeting Xiao Lan could be counted with two hands. It was obvious how rare it was. Xiao Lan had no interest in him at all. He was only focused on Tan Mo. Whether it was in private or through official matters, Jisoo had not found a single opportunity in the past few months. Since he could not do anything about Xiao Lan, Jisoo thought of Tan Mo. For Jisoo, it was not too difficult to make a person with a psychological disorder break down mentally. After all, it would not be more difficult than conquering Xiao Lan. However, he did not expect God to give him such a big surprise right from the start. Everyone was exclaiming that Tan Mo was indeed amazing. However, Jisoo caught the unusualness of his words. It was smooth and logical. It was like the words of a PhD student. No one could find any fault with it. And it just so happened that the biggest problem was that he did not have any human feelings. Tan Mo did not express any sympathy or regret about the death of a person. His entire speech was like an emotionless machine. Was it obvious? Actually, it was not too obvious. At least, no one else had noticed it. Only he had noticed it. However, if he had a father with the same illness as Tan Mo, and had listened to the same tone for almost 20 years, then everything would be too simple. Tan Mo Asperger's disease. This was really too coincidental. After a few discussions, a professor personally held a class to guide the members of the Psychology Society. Only then did they start preparing for the real work. They were going to give psychological counseling to the students. Most of them were seniors from the second year and above. The freshmen were in charge of listening, watching, learning, and assisting. Xiao Lan could reject the previous meetings, but this time, they had to follow no matter what. Tan Mo couldn't participate in this kind of activity. Tan Mo was indeed not very happy. Xiao Lan easily noticed Tan Mo's unhappiness. Ever since she didn't allow Tan Mo to lie to her anymore, Tan Mo would usually show his feelings on his face and wouldn't hide anything from her. Xiao Lan was also in a difficult position. She remembered her original intention of signing up for the Psychology Society. It was because it was helpful for learning professional knowledge. Reality proved that it was indeed helpful. 2 days ago, the professor even gave them a special lesson. However, if she thought about her original intention of studying psychology, it was obvious that there was only one reason, and that was Tan Mo. Therefore, whether it was applying for psychology or entering the Psychology Society, it was all for Tan Mo. Now that Tan Mo was unhappy because of the Psychology Society, Xiaolan could choose between the Psychology Society and Tan Mo without even thinking about it. If Tan Mo didn't like it, then it wasn't impossible for her to give up. However, recently, it might not be possible. The Psychology Society was quite busy recently. It would be irresponsible to suddenly leave like this. Looking at Tan Mo, who had become silent because she was busy, Xiaolan touched Tan Mo's earlobe and said, "When I'm done with my work, I'll go find the president to withdraw from the Psychology Society. After that, I'll accompany you every day." Tan Mo's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Of course, when have I ever lied to you?" Xiaolan smiled. "I'll go first." Tan Mo couldn't help but kiss her. "Then I'll come and pick you up tonight." Xiaolan smiled and waved her hand as she agreed. When she arrived at the Psychology Society, she saw Roman running around behind Jisoo. After greeting her, he followed Jisoo. At first, everyone was quite interested in watching a show. However, they had been chasing after him for almost 2 months, so they were used to it. When everyone was present, they started assigning tasks for today. It was still the seniors who led the juniors. When the seniors were done, they would naturally call them. Xiaolan didn't join in the fun until Jisoo called her. Xiaolan looked up and was stunned. Jisoo was calm. "Today, you'll follow me and pay Beijia." "Oh, okay." Xiaolan glanced at the senior standing next to Jisoo and smiled back at her. Because of her relationship with Tan Mo, she was indeed suspicious of the G dorm. However, it was true that the dorm had been rotating for the past few days. As freshmen, they could interact with each of the seniors. Today, they just happened to meet the G dorm. Moreover, there was another senior. After packing up and waiting for Jisoo to finish assigning tasks, she followed Jisoo and Pei Beijia out. Xiaolan walked beside Pei Beijia and listened to Jisoo and Pei Beijia talk. They were talking about something professional. Xiaolan listened attentively. When they reached the place, Pei Beijia looked at his phone and said that he had something to do and had to leave first. Before Xiaolan could react, he left in a hurry. Xiaolan frowned but didn't say anything. She sat on the other chair beside the table and looked at the time. 19:17 p.m. Jisoo flipped through the name list in his hand and asked her casually, "What's wrong? Is there an emergency?" "No." Xiaolan put away her phone. "Senior, when will the student who came for the consultation be here?" "It's 7:30 p.m. There's still about 10 minutes left." Xiaolan nodded and didn't say anything else. However, she subconsciously moved her chair a little further away. The pen in Jisoo's hand paused. His fingertips tapped on the paper twice. He looked up at Xiaolan and suddenly said, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like you're repulsed by me." Xiaolan didn't expect Jisoo to be so observant. She also didn't expect him to ask so directly. After being surprised for a moment, Xiaolan smiled. "You're thinking too much. I'm not rejecting you. After all, we don't have much interaction," Xiaolan said with a normal expression. "Then it seems like I was wrong?" "No." Xiaolan shook her head. "Maybe it's because I deliberately stay away from any member of the opposite sex." Jisoo nodded with interest. "Your boyfriend doesn't like it?" "That's one of the reasons," Xiaolan said. "But I feel that since you have a boyfriend, you should stay away from other members of the opposite sex. This is something that a significant other should do. They're just dating, but you're already calling each other significant other?" Jisoo was a little unhappy, but he still smiled and continued to discuss this issue with Xiaolan. "Maybe it's because our views are slightly different. I feel that even if you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you don't have to completely abandon friends of the opposite sex. Even if you're a significant other, you don't have the right to forbid the person you like from having friends of the opposite sex. There's no conflict between having friends of the opposite sex and staying away from friends of the opposite sex," Xiaolan said. "I think that no matter when, a person can't leave friends. Friends are an indispensable part of life. However, I think that after having a boyfriend, it's necessary to keep a certain distance from friends of the opposite sex. What do you think, senior?" Jisoo looked at the girl in front of him. Beautiful, smart, generous, and direct. No matter which aspect, he was very satisfied with. "You're right. Then I have another question for you. If one day you had to choose between your significant other and a very important friend, what would you do? The more rational thing to do would naturally be to focus on the matter and not the person. Are you a rational person? I'm not. Xiaolan shook her head decisively. I'm very protective and biased towards people and not matters. Biased towards your boyfriend? Of course. Even if this matter is indeed your boyfriend's fault? Yes. Even if this might be wrong, even if others would say that she was blinded by her feelings, even if this kind of feeling was abnormal in the eyes of others, her choice would never change. To her, there was only one correct answer to any question, and that was Tan Emoji. Su suddenly didn't feel like talking. Xiaolan was still the same Xiaolan, the Xiaolan that he couldn't do anything about. In the past, he couldn't get close to her. Now that he finally got close to her, it was useless no matter what he said. Even if he said a lot, it would only make him feel bad. Fortunately, the first student who came to consult arrived. The conversation between Jisoo and Xiaolan also ended. After following the students for a few days, Xiaolan was amazed by the secrets hidden in the hearts of the students. She lamented that there were so many paranoid people in the world who thought too much. Everyone was doing psychological counseling while organizing the cases. After a few days of rest, they all sat together to analyze the cases. In order to protect the privacy of the students, the cases weren't signed. Jisoo and a few other seniors picked out the most representative and probably the most extreme cases for everyone to discuss. There was a case today that was exactly like this. She didn't know which senior handled it. Anyway, Xiaolan didn't encounter the case even after following it for a few days. According to the analysis of the case, the protagonist of the case should be a girl. The explanation was that the girl felt that her boyfriend was too extreme, so she wanted to break up with him. The boyfriend firmly disagreed and did a series of extreme actions to stop her from breaking up. In the end, the girl couldn't take it anymore. The boyfriend warned her that if she mentioned breaking up again, he would kill himself. If I didn't reply to him on QQ for a minute, he would get angry. If I didn't reply to his text messages for a minute, he would keep texting until I replied. I couldn't see it in time every time. I was really going crazy. Every time when my friends were unhappy and I comforted them, he would say, "Don't worry about other people's matters." But if they were my good friends, he would say, "Let them go to hell." I was really going crazy. That's why I wanted to break up with him for relief, but he threatened me and said that he was going to commit suicide. Recently, there had been a suicide incident in the school. The girl was indeed frightened by her boyfriend's threat. For the time being, she didn't dare to not mention breaking up. But because of her boyfriend's behavior, she was even more anxious and afraid of him. Jisoo asked the club members to distribute the information to everyone and let them read it carefully first. When faced with this kind of problem, just like the few girls who had immediately expressed their opinions after listening to the report, they felt that they had to break up immediately. A grumpy girl couldn't help but say directly, break up immediately. I don't believe that he will really kill himself. This kind of selfish person can't bear to kill himself. When all the information was sent to them, they realized that things weren't that simple. Because according to the girl's description, the boyfriend's suicide was not a deliberate threat. He really might kill himself. The girl listed a series of extreme behaviors of her boyfriend. These behaviors were definitely not something a normal person would do, but he did it one after another. After everyone finished reading the information, they were silent for a long time. Then, a boy broke the silence and said, "This boy is sick." After saying that, he hurriedly said, "I'm not scolding him. I'm just stating the facts. When I say that he's sick, I mean that he has a psychological illness." This conclusion was unanimously agreed by everyone because a normal person wouldn't do such a thing. Xiaolan looked at the manuscript in his hand and listened to the chatter around him. He didn't say anything. Jisoo had been patiently listening to everyone's discussion for a long time before he began to speak. To be precise, being too possessive and paranoid isn't a psychological illness. However, it also depends on how possessive you are, whether you are overly suspicious of others, or whether you are monitoring others. It also depends on whether your possessiveness has seriously affected your state of mind. Of course, whether it's a psychological illness or not, being too possessive isn't a good thing. Generally, possessive people tend to have low self-esteem. They feel that they are not good enough and are afraid of being abandoned by the other party. Therefore, they especially want to control and possess the other party. Under normal circumstances, these problems can be solved by proper communication and guidance in the right way. Today's topic is not this, but another. It is not about possessive behavior, but about people who are really mentally ill. Here, I'd like to raise a question. Do you think that people with psychological illnesses can have normal love like normal people? Xiao Lan's heart was suddenly filled with an indescribable anger. However, Jisoo was still going on. If you think that this question is a little difficult, we can start with a simpler question. Let's not talk about people with mental illnesses first. Let's talk about whether disabled people can have their own love. This question was much simpler than before. After Jisoo said this, someone immediately answered. Disabled people can also have love because love doesn't discriminate by age, skin color, or race. Of course, it doesn't discriminate between healthy people and disabled people. Why not? Disabled people also have feelings and thoughts. Why can't they have love? It was rare that everyone had the same thought. They all felt that this question didn't need to be discussed at all. Jisoo smiled and wasn't surprised at all. It's good that everyone thinks this way. We can't be biased against anyone. However, today we are going to discuss a more realistic question. Let me ask you directly. Since all of you have said so, can you accept a disabled boyfriend or girlfriend? As soon as this question came out, everyone who was arguing to speak just now was speechless. People always talked loudly when talking about other people, but when it came to themselves, they became a hindrance. After a long time, someone finally spoke. Xiaolan looked and saw that it was Roman. Roman thought for a moment and said, "If I really like someone, it doesn't matter even if they are disabled. It doesn't matter to you. What about your parents, your friends, and other people in society in the future?" Jisoo rebutted Roman with one sentence. Roman was stunned and didn't say anything. However, Jisoo was smart. After rebuking Roman, he went along with Roman's thoughts and rounded up Roman's words. In everyone's eyes, Jisoo was very fair and rational. He said that disabled people could have their own love just like normal people, but the road to love was much more difficult than normal people. Even Xiaolan couldn't find anything wrong with such a statement. After this topic was over, they returned to the previous topic, which was whether people with mental illnesses could have normal love. As they had just analyzed a case, when this question came out, everyone couldn't help but think of the boy who threatened his girlfriend to commit suicide. Naturally, they came to the conclusion that they couldn't. Because of mental illness, they let their imaginations run wild. That was why they were paranoid, stubborn, extreme, and possessive. While they didn't get what they wanted, they also made their other half suffer. The scariest thing was that they didn't think it was an illness at all. This time, the discussion was even more intense than before. Some said that if one had a mental illness, the most rational thing to do was to stay away from it so that they and the people around them could live a better life. Once they really got together, what if the illness got worse? Even if they had children in the future, what if the child also had a genetic disease? Would the healthy partner of the couple have any complaints? Would the child complain when he grew up? There were also some who said that the patients had already been isolated by society. There were very few friends who were willing to be with them, let alone lovers. Knowing that they were sick, how many of them would be willing to marry him? They are more eager than others to have a complete family. Xiaolan remained silent. Xiaolan didn't feel it at first, but the more he talked, the more he felt that the discussion was strange and inexplicable. What was the use of discussing this? In the end, could the people with mental illness be cured? Could it reduce the number of bad things that happened because of mental illness? This discussion was abnormal, and Jisoo, who had been leading the conversation, was even more abnormal. Jisoo emphasized again and again that it was normal, and what was he trying to do? Xiaolan really didn't want a simple discussion to turn into such a conspiracy theory, but Jisoo's words pierced her heart. Xiaolan really couldn't help but wonder if he knew something and was targeting something. She looked up at Jisoo. Jisoo was still as gentle and elegant as usual. Xiao Lan thought that maybe she was overthinking. She gave herself another possibility, as long as Jisoo didn't deliberately ask her to speak. As she was thinking this, Jisoo, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Since it's a discussion, let's all talk. Those who are talking, keep talking. Those who aren't talking, don't talk. Those who haven't spoken, share your opinions. Xiao Lan, first." Xiao Lan's fingers tightened. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she looked straight at Jisoo and asked him, "Senior, what do you think is normal love?" Without waiting for Jisoo to speak, Xiao Lan continued. "I think that normal love is consensual, not politically correct. Using justice for love is not a normal mentality in itself. I think we can extend this question of seniors. Is being short not worthy of normal love? Is being poor not worthy of normal love? Is being ugly not worthy of normal love? Is being short not worthy of normal love? Since Senior wants to talk about reality, then let's talk about the most realistic problem. Normal people want a house, a car, and money when they find a girlfriend. Even if the girlfriend doesn't want it, the mother-in-law won't let it go. Who would be willing to let their daughter suffer after marrying a poor man? Normal people will experience days of inferiority and ridicule. They will also meet unvirtuous people and be cheated of their feelings. They will also encounter many difficulties and be questioned as to who is not worthy of who. There are also problems with the example Senior gave just now. Those people said that other people don't like them because they are disabled, but there are many other factors that affect other people's impression of you. As for the last discussion about how mental illness can cause emotional tragedy, I think that mental illness can affect people's judgment of relationships. However, in the end, it's not the illness that causes the tragedy. It's the correct perception, the bottom line of a person's life. Constantly overcoming physical and mental obstacles to reach happiness and cultivate the correct self-perception. If I'm in a state of self-denial every day and only think that I don't want to, won't dare to, then I'm naturally not worthy. Xiao Lan didn't play by the rules. Even Jisoo didn't expect Xiao Lan to go in the direction he expected. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to wake Xiao Lan up and let Xiao Lan understand that there was no future for her and Tan Mo's relationship, and that no one would support her. However, Xiao Lan didn't listen to him at all. He suddenly didn't understand what Tan Mo had fed Xiao Lan to make Xiao Lan so paranoid that she could even turn black into white. However, what made him slightly surprised was that after Xiao Lan finished speaking, there were actually a few people who nodded in agreement. They said that Xiao Lan's words made sense. This question itself wasn't quite right, especially when Roman was clapping madly for Xiao Lan. Jisoo frowned. It shouldn't be like this. Having a mental illness was abnormal in itself. Such an abnormal person couldn't have normal love. What was wrong with this point of view? Who here had ever seen a person with a mental illness? Who knew better than him the tragedy that this kind of person could cause? Who didn't know how to give advice? Everyone was just an armchair strategist. Some people sensitively felt that today's discussion was filled with an indescribable smell of gunpowder. Xiao Lan's speech was obviously aimed at Jisoo, but Jisoo didn't say anything in the end. He just asked everyone to go back and write their thoughts and hand them in when the time came. Xiao Lan returned home and stared at the group file sent to her on the computer. She was so annoyed that she didn't want to write a single word. She wanted to find Jisoo and ask him about it. She wanted to know if it was what she thought it was, but she had no evidence. What if Jisoo had something on her and learned about Tan Mo's secret? What should she do? Tan Mo came in from outside and asked her what she was doing. Xiao Lan quickly closed the group file and said, "I'm thinking about how to tell the president about withdrawing from the club." What was there to be conflicted about? There was actually a simpler way. It was fine as long as she withdrew. After she withdrew, she wouldn't have the chance to meet Jisoo again, and she wouldn't get involved in the club's affairs. Whether Jisoo did it intentionally or not, she didn't have to care about anything as long as she withdrew. Tan Mo reached out from Xiao Lan and hugged her across the chair. After a long silence, he asked, "Did something happen to you?" "No," Xiao Lan said, "I just feel that compared to going to the club, I prefer to stay with you." Tan Mo wanted to pull her into his arms for a moment, so he whispered into Xiao Lan's ear. Xiao Lan replied. Let's get married after graduation, okay? Xiaolan smiled. We don't have to graduate. Let me think, the legal age for girls to get married is 20, so I can get married in my third year of university. Oh no, the legal age for boys is 22. My boyfriend is younger than me. It seems like we should wait until we graduate. Tan Mo, suddenly, he hated that he was younger than Xiaolan. Why was he only 18 years old now? Why was the legal age for men and women so unfair? Tan Mo carried the mischievous girl from the chair and brought her into the bedroom amidst Xiaolan's screams. Close the door. Settle the score. 2 days later, the members of the psychology club started to hand in their homework. Jisoo looked at the emails absent-mindedly. Finally, he moved his attention to the email sent by Xiaolan. But when he opened the email, Jisoo froze on the chair. He didn't get any homework from Xiaolan, but instead received an application to withdraw from the club. Xiaolan's email was written in a very formal way. It might have been copied and pasted from the internet. The email said that she was under too much pressure from studying and couldn't take care of the club's affairs. Although she was very sorry, there was no other way. She asked for the president's approval and so on. Things developed in a direction that Jisoo didn't expect again. Jisoo finally felt that he was too calm before. He did so much to make Xiaolan understand, but Xiaolan didn't understand at all. She didn't even know that he liked her. Jisoo stared at the email for a long time. Then, he turned off his computer and took out his phone. He dialed Xiaolan's number. Xiaolan just finished her class. She glanced at her phone and picked up the call without much surprise. Why did you suddenly withdraw from the club? Jisoo asked. Senior, I've written it very clearly in the email. Jisoo frowned in annoyance. You don't have to say anything. I'm talking about the real reason. If I'm not wrong, it's because of your boyfriend again. It's my fault for withdrawing halfway, Xiaolan apologized sincerely. But the school doesn't have a rule against withdrawing from the club. As for why I'm withdrawing, it has nothing to do with Senior. I can choose not to answer. After a long silence, the other side finally spoke. Xiaolan, I think we need to talk. Jisoo invited Xiaolan to the coffee shop opposite the school, but Xiaolan refused. Is there anything you can't say over the phone? I think it's more appropriate to talk face to face, Jisoo said. Oh, Xiaolan's voice was cold, let's talk over the phone. My boyfriend doesn't like me meeting other guys in private. Xiaolan really didn't give him a chance. Even if Xiaolan kept her distance from other guys because she had a boyfriend, other than Xiaolan, girls wouldn't go to the extent of Xiaolan even if they had a boyfriend. Was Tan Mo really that good? Jisoo sat on the sofa, the smile on his face that was always there was no trace of a smile. His hand holding the phone tightened unconsciously, and after a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, what if I say that I like you? Xiaolan was silent for a moment. After a moment, Xiaolan's cold voice came from the phone, that has nothing to do with me. If she had to worry about every one-sided love, she wouldn't be able to do anything else. Jisoo listened to Xiaolan's indifferent voice and suddenly felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness. His love and feelings seemed to be worthless in front of Xiaolan, and his patience seemed to be uncontrollable in front of Xiaolan. Jisoo couldn't help but ask her, don't you have anything to say? I do have something to say, Xiaolan said. Jisoo's lips curled up, and just as he was about to say something, Xiaolan continued, although someone warned me before, I still didn't believe it. After all, I already have a boyfriend, and we have a good relationship, so as long as you have a good character, you won't get involved in other people's relationships. I've always thought that Senior is outstanding in both his studies and his character, but now it seems that I was wrong. Jisoo was a little angry. He clearly wanted to help her, but now it was Xiaolan's turn to question his character. It was indeed wrong to get involved in other people's relationships, but Xiaolan and Tan Mo were just in a relationship. Him pursuing Xiaolan was just a fair competition. Besides, a person like Tan Mo, Xiaolan, Jisoo calmed himself down and called Xiaolan seriously, you don't have to sound so bad, don't you think that I'm helping you? No. Even as smart as Xiaolan was, she didn't understand what Jisoo meant. Was he deliberately trying to destroy their relationship? Was this helping her? She didn't think so, and she didn't understand? Chow lands to chow lands, chow lan to chow lan, chow, to chow lands to chow lan froze. Sure enough, Jisoo knew. So the debate that day was indeed on purpose. Jisoo didn't hear Chow Lan's reply, so he continued, if I'm not wrong, your boyfriend should have Asperger's disease, right? Don't be surprised how I know. Before we talk about you and your boyfriend, how about I tell you a story first? Chow Lan sneered silently. She wanted to hear what Jisoo wanted to tell her. Jisoo's story could be guessed from the beginning. A beautiful young girl met a handsome and gentle boy in her best years. She had never met a man of the opposite sex who cared so much about her. He was tolerant and generous, just like the perfect boyfriend in TV novels. The two of them fell in love quickly and got married not long after. But after they got married, the girl realized that the perfect boyfriend she had always thought of was fake. He didn't love like a normal person. His love was extreme, and he ate away at her life step by step. He cut off all the connections between her family and friends, and she was left with only one person in her world. At that time, she realized that there was a disease called Asperger's disease. People with this disease either didn't have love, or they had the most extreme love. It was a pity that she found out too late. Even though she lived a rich life and didn't have to worry about food and clothing, she never had to work tirelessly. But life was like a cage. A year later, they had a child. When she found out that she was going to have a new life, she was overjoyed. Her life was too boring, and the arrival of a new life was like a ray of light in her life. She thought that even if he didn't allow her to make friends or contact her family, the child was theirs, and he would still like the child. But everything that happened later proved that she was wrong. He didn't like the child, and even hated him because he took away her attention. So I'm saving you, Chow Lan. Jisoo's voice became gentle. I have an Asperger's disease father, and I lived under the same roof with him for 18 years. No one knows better than me how scary an Asperger's disease patient can be. Ever since I can remember, I rarely saw my mother smile. She wouldn't smile in front of my father, and she wouldn't smile in front of me either, because my father would get angry if she smiled at me. When I graduated from high school, my parents finally divorced, and my mother used suicide in exchange for her freedom. Although she was saved, she left behind a permanent illness. Jisoo's tone became a little gloomy because of what he said. This kind of person doesn't understand love at all, and they shouldn't have love. This kind of person shouldn't drag innocent people down with them, and no one should be responsible for their madness, Chow Lan. Jisoo paused for a moment, then continued, of course I know it's wrong to destroy other people's relationships, but by chance, I found out about Tan Mo's disease. I should have seen it with my own eyes, so I don't think anything of the relationship between the two of you. I also want to warn you to leave Tan Mo as soon as possible. I do like you, so I don't want your life to be ruined by an abnormal person in the future. Chow Lan held the phone and didn't say anything. She thought of a saying that people often said, a pitiful person must have a hateful side, and a hateful person must have a sad side. From Jisoo's story, Jisoo and Jisoo's mother were undoubtedly pitiful, especially Jisoo himself. Because he had such a father, he was especially hostile to people with Asperger's disease. Chow Lan could completely understand his thinking. But it was just understanding. This wasn't a reason to allow him to destroy other people's relationships. Even if Tan Mo really had a problem, it wasn't up to an outsider like Jisoo to do anything. This was between her and Tan Mo. Chow Lan didn't say anything. Jisoo thought that Chow Lan was finally moved after hearing his story, so he softened his voice and continued, I know that your relationship is very deep now, and it's difficult for you to break up with him, but I still advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll end up like my mother, who couldn't leave even if she wanted to. In the end, her life was ruined. Chow Lan closed her eyes. After a while, she finally said, Senior, I still say the same thing. This is between Tan Mo and me. It has nothing to do with you. No matter what your reason is, you've destroyed our relationship. This is an undeniable fact. I said that I'm helping you. Jisoo thought that he already had a good temper, but Chow Lan was so stubborn that he started to get angry. I don't need it. Besides, I don't need you to think that you're helping me, Chow Lan decisively interrupted Jisoo. And ask yourself honestly, are you really just trying to help me? Xiaolan lost her patience. Just a moment ago, she felt that Jisoo was a little pitiful, but now, even the slightest bit of pity had disappeared without a trace. You said that you know your parents very well and that you know Asperger's disease. I can't refute that. But do you know me and Tan-mo? There are countless Asperger's disease sufferers in the world. How can you know each and every one of them? What right do you have to judge other people's lives and make choices for other people's lives just because of a small part of your own life experience? Jisoo took a deep breath. You're still young. You're just like my mother back then, deceived. I wasn't deceived. Don't always compare me with your mother. I don't know your mother, and I'm different from her. Xiaolan now felt that Jisoo was not right. He talked to himself and didn't listen to what others were saying. He kept comparing his parents' tragic love with her, but it was completely different. Mo is different from your father. I'm also different from your mother, Xiaolan said word by word. Your father used fake acting skills to trick your mother into liking him. He hid his true self and tricked your mother into coming home. The tragedy of your parents' relationship wasn't because your father had Asperger's disease. It was because their love was a lie from the start. The person your mother liked wasn't your father at all. It was an illusion created by your father. It was because of your father's deceit. It was because your mother never loved your father's true self. This was the reason for their tragedy. I'm different from Tan-mo. Jisoo suddenly fell silent on the other end of the phone. Xiaolan probably recalled the scene when she first met Tan-mo. Her gaze also became much warmer. When I first met him, I saw his most abject and abnormal side. I'm different from your mother. I didn't like him because of his perfect appearance. I started liking him when he was down and out. Now that he's become better bit by bit, I'll only like him even more. So don't use your parents' tragic experience to compare me and Tan-mo. I'm not as naive as your mother who can't see the true face of the person she likes. Tan-mo isn't as timid as your father who doesn't dare to reveal his true self. So don't think that you're the one who's saving me. I think you're the one who needs saving more. Jisoo, that's all I have to say. I've already handed you the withdrawal application. I won't be participating in any club activities in the future. I'll delete all of my contact details later. I hope that senior can delete them as soon as possible. What if I don't agree? Jisoo took a deep breath and said slowly. The school doesn't have a rule that prohibits members from leaving the club, Xiaolan said with a smile. Besides, in everyone's eyes, senior has always been a perfect person. You probably don't want people to know the real reason why I'm leaving the club. After all, interfering with other people's relationships. It doesn't fit your usual image. Xiaolan was clearly threatening him. However, Jisoo was still threatened. Xiaolan hung up the phone and sat on the sofa alone. No one knew what she was thinking. On the other hand, Xiaolan waited until Tan-mo's class ended. Suddenly, she jumped into Tan-mo's arms. Tan-mo didn't know what was going on, but he still hugged her easily. Xianxia and the others who were passing by quickly ran away to avoid being abused by the single dog. Tan-mo touched Xiaolan's hair. What's wrong? Xiaolan hugged Tan-mo. Tan-mo was hostile towards Jisoo from the beginning. At that time, she didn't believe him. Xiaolan sighed deeply after a while. When she raised her head again, there was only a smile on her face. I've officially left the Psychology Society. To celebrate my successful withdrawal, let's go out for a meal. Ever since he was young, Jisoo had always thought that his father's damned Asperger's disease was the cause of this tragedy, and that his mother had always been an innocent party. That was why he was so sure that if Xiaolan got together with Tan-mo, they would definitely end up like his parents. However, Xiaolan said that it wasn't the case, and it wouldn't happen in the future. Jisoo lowered his head and stared at the phone in his hand for a long time. Suddenly, he smashed the phone onto the ground without any warning. The phone screen struggled to light up for a moment, but it still quietly went out in the end. No, all mentally ill people didn't deserve to have love. Even if Xiaolan said that their meeting was unusual, Tan-mo's Asperger's disease still existed, and it couldn't be cured in his lifetime. As long as it existed, their future would still be incomparably bumpy. After an unknown amount of time, Jisoo expressionlessly picked up the broken phone and pulled out the SIM card. He walked out of the classroom and threw the phone into the trash can. Not long after he walked out of the club, he bumped into Roman, who was jogging towards him. Probably because he ran too fast, his forehead was still covered in sweat, and the anxiety on his face was obvious. When he saw Jisoo, he suddenly smiled. "Senior, you're here. I couldn't get through to your phone, so I thought something had happened to you." Jisoo lowered his head and stared at Roman for a long time. Roman felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so he asked Jisoo in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Jisoo retracted his gaze and suddenly smiled. "You're looking for me?" Nothing." Roman shook his head. "I just bought a small cake, and it's very delicious. I wanted to send it over to you, but your phone was turned off." "I don't like sweets," Jisoo interrupted Roman's words. Even if Jisoo didn't accept Roman's pursuit, he still had a good temper when facing Roman. He had never spoken in such a tone before, so Roman thought that he was angry and was stunned for a moment. Jisoo was in a bad mood, very bad. He couldn't do anything about the Xiaolan. Evil thoughts kept rushing out, and he couldn't help but focus his attention on Roman in front of him. He remembered that he had gotten Roman into the Psychology Society in order to pursue Xiaolan, but now it was useless. "I don't like sweets," Jisoo repeated as he looked at Roman. "Then I'll buy it next time." "It's useless no matter what you buy," Jisoo said. "I don't like it and I won't accept it." Roman tightened his grip on the little cake box. His voice became softer and softer. He even sounded like he was about to cry. "Why?" "Because I don't like you," Jisoo said. After saying that, he suddenly thought of something and continued, "I already have someone I like." Roman instantly raised his head, his eyes wide open. "Can you tell me?" "Who?" "Do I know him?" "Of course you know him," Jisoo smiled and said softly, "it was because of her that I got you into the Psychology Society." "How can I not know him?" The box in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. Roman instantly froze on the spot. Xiaolan, Jisoo admired Roman's stunned look. He suddenly felt a little regretful. He wanted to say something but didn't in the end. When he turned around and left, he only told Roman not to look for him again. Not knowing how long Jisoo left, Roman carefully squatted down and picked up the cake. The exquisite and beautiful cake had already broken into pieces of cream. Roman's eyes were red from crying. He threw the cake into the trash can, wiped his eyes, and turned to walk back to the classroom. There were still classes in the afternoon. Xiaolan and Tan Mo went out for lunch and came to the classroom on the way. They came a little early, so Tan Mo stayed by her side and chatted with her. Roman heard from Jisoo that Jisoo liked Xiaolan. At that time, he was very angry and sad. However, when he saw Xiaolan and Tan Mo sitting there chatting and laughing, Roman suddenly understood. What did this have to do with Xiaolan? Xiaolan was smiling so happily in front of her boyfriend. Perhaps she didn't even know that Jisoo liked her. Jisoo liked Xiaolan one-sidedly. What did Xiaolan have to do with it? How unreasonable was the jealousy that had just welled up in her, Roman realized in hindsight. So why did Jisoo tell her that he liked Xiaolan? He actually didn't need to say it, but why did he say it? What did he want to do? What was the reason? To make her and Xiaolan have animosity. However, why did he have to do this when he liked someone? Shouldn't he want her to live a better life? Roman was confused. She didn't understand Jisoo's reason for doing this. What made her even more confused was that she didn't seem to know Jisoo anymore. From the beginning when she knew Jisoo, Roman had always thought that he was outstanding, polite, and gentle. All the beautiful words could be used to describe him. However, now they didn't seem so appropriate. He liked a girl who already had a boyfriend and even wanted to make a move. Yes, he wanted to make a move. If it was purely because he liked her, why did he deliberately get her into the club? It was nothing more than a cover-up. Roman felt that she had never been more clear-headed. Jisoo was never as good as she thought. He was even a little evil. He told her that he liked Xiaolan and deliberately caused animosity between them. He was also scary because she didn't realize Jisoo's true feelings after so long. She really didn't see Jisoo clearly and didn't know what kind of person he was. The sudden disappointment in her heart made Roman feel a little dizzy. It was probably because the fantasy she had for Jisoo was too beautiful. Now that it was broken bit by bit, it made her feel like she was going to collapse. Roman couldn't control herself and cried again. Lu Cancan came over from behind. As usual, he was about to make fun of Roman. However, when he saw her walnut-like eyes, he was so scared that he swallowed his words. What's wrong? It was fine if no one comforted her, but once someone comforted her, Roman completely collapsed. She grabbed Lu Cancan's clothes and burst into tears. Xiao Lan, who was in the classroom, was attracted by the crying. Only then did he see Roman and Lu Cancan. Lu Cancan kept asking Roman what was wrong. Roman shook her head and didn't say anything. When she finally cried enough, she suddenly grabbed Xiao Lan's hand and sobbed. You and Tan Mo must be fine. Xiao Lan. Of course. You must be fine. When the time comes, I'll make him angry. Xiao Lan probably guessed something. She was a little disappointed, a little angry, and some of her previous suspicions were slowly being confirmed. She suddenly grabbed her boyfriend's arm. Tan Mo was startled and hurriedly asked her what was wrong. Xiao Lan touched Tan Mo's ear and said sincerely, "You're so nice." After being praised, Tan Mo was confused and left the classroom to go back to class. After all, Xiao Lan left the psychology club. Pei Beijia subconsciously glanced at Jisoo when she found out. Jisoo's face was cold as if he didn't hear anything. Someone asked Jisoo why Xiao Lan left. Jisoo said lightly that he didn't know. Some talkative girls whispered in private that Xiao Lan didn't come often before, so it wasn't surprising that she left now. After all, the couple was so loving. Roman once again quarreled with the two girls because of Xiao Lan, which surprised Jisoo again. He originally thought that Roman's relationship with Xiao Lan would worsen because of his words, just like today's discussion. No matter what, they wouldn't be as noisy as before. Unexpectedly, Roman still defended Xiao Lan. She didn't hold a grudge against Xiao Lan. After quarreling with the girls, she said, "I also want to leave the club." Then she turned and left. In the end, she didn't look at Jisoo again. The club suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at the door and then turned to Jisoo. After all, everyone knew that Roman had been chasing Jisoo. Jisoo's hand that was holding the pen paused, and the tip of the pen left a mark on the paper. At that moment, Jisoo was indescribably confused. After a while, he regained his composure. Roman didn't feel sad for too long. The little girl began to study hard. She even dedicated all the time she spent quarreling with Lu Cancan to studying. This made Lu Cancan a little uncomfortable. Some bad words slowly spread in the school, especially in the psychology department. Some people said that Xiao Lan was irresponsible and treated the club as her own home. They said that Roman left the club because she failed to pursue Jisoo. As for Xiao Lan, it might be because she felt that club activities would hinder her relationship with her boyfriend. Xiao Lan didn't care too much. If she cared about these comments, she would have gone crazy in high school. In December, Xiao Lan, Tan Mo, and the others successfully passed the CET-4 exam. It was Christmas and New Year's Day, and also the first final exam. Even though college knowledge was much more difficult than high school, Tan Mo still accepted it much faster than the average person. Even the answers were much faster than the others. After handing in the papers, he naturally went to Xiao Lan's classroom to pick her up. Xiao Lan's exam today was arranged to be a little late. After the exam was over, the sky was gradually getting dark. There was a self-study area on every floor of the teaching building. Tan Mo went up to the third floor and was about to go there when he met someone around the corner. Tan Mo raised his head and bumped into Jisoo's face, which he hadn't seen in a long time. Tan Mo didn't know what Jisoo had done. As usual, he didn't like Jisoo and was about to leave. However, he didn't expect Jisoo to suddenly stop him. Xiao Lan finally passed the exam that she was most worried about. She was completely relieved. There were only 2 more exams left. After the exams, she could have a holiday. She carried her bag and walked out of the classroom. Just as she was about to call Tan Mo, a classmate rushed over and panted. "Quick, quick, quick, quick. Your boyfriend and senior Jisoo are fighting." Xiao Lan's expression suddenly changed. It wasn't because Tan Mo was fighting, but because Tan Mo had met Jisoo. If it wasn't for Jisoo's words, Tan Mo wouldn't have gotten into a fight. When Xiao Lan ran over, she realized that the classmate who came to report to her had described it wrongly. It wasn't Tan Mo and Jisoo who were fighting, but Jisoo who was getting beaten up one-sidedly. Tan Mo was trained after all, while Jisoo looked like a weak scholar. Tan Mo couldn't even beat Jisoo with one hand. Jisoo couldn't even beat Tan Mo. Xiao Lan let out a sigh of relief, but when she heard the classmate beside her telling them to go find the teacher, Xiao Lan quickened her steps and forcefully pried Tan Mo's hand away from Jisoo's collar. Mo. Xiao Lan tried to pry Tan Mo's hand away, but she couldn't. She turned around and shouted Tan Mo again. Only then did Tan Mo's gaze slowly move to her face. His hand that was grabbing Jisoo slowly loosened and grabbed Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan could feel Tan Mo's hand trembling. The anger that had just been suppressed suddenly rose up again. Just as she was about to say something, Jisoo beside her straightened his clothes and said, "If you didn't think so yourself, why did you have to get angry and hit him directly? Look at the people around you. After today, what will they say? And what will Xiao Lan be talked about? You can't control it because you were born this way." Tan Mo clenched his fist again. Xiao Lan turned around and saw the dean rushing over. He hugged Tan Mo's fist tightly. Mo, wake up. How did he wake up? Jisoo sneered, don't you know that he, shut up. Xiao Lan couldn't take it anymore and said. She couldn't let Tan Mo stay here. She was completely immune to Jisoo's words, but Tan Mo couldn't. Moreover, Jisoo was a psychology student. Every word he said would poke at Tan Mo's heart. Tan Mo might be triggered by his words. Xiao Lan grabbed Tan Mo's hand and said to him over and over again, Mo, listen to me. Go ahead and wait for me in the car, okay? Tan Mo's eyes slowly moved down and fell on Xiao Lan's face. He stared at Xiao Lan's face for a long time, then turned around and went downstairs without saying a word. Jisoo smiled as he watched Tan Mo leave. Then, he turned to Xiao Lan and said, look, you also know that he's troublesome. That's why he let him go first. Xiao Lan turned around and looked up at the boy in front of her. He clearly looked harmless and gentle, but he did these kinds of things again and again. Xiao Lan sneered, don't use your logic to think of me. I'm just afraid that he'll be punished. If there weren't so many people around, even if you were beaten to the point of hospitalization, I wouldn't say a word. Jisoo stopped smiling. Students came and went to watch the show. After all, whether it was Xiao Lan or Jisoo, Tan Mo, they were all famous people in the school. They were all at the age where they loved to gossip. Although it wasn't appropriate to go up and listen to what they were saying, it didn't stop some people from watching the show. You'll regret it, Jisoo finally said after a moment of silence. Many years later, you'll understand how right my advice was. People with mental illness shouldn't. None of this has anything to do with you, Xiao Lan interrupted Jisoo. After she finished speaking, she looked up at Jisoo and suddenly said, Senior, do you know about paranoia and paranoia? Jisoo was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know why Xiao Lan would ask such a question. The more you can't get something, the more you want it. You'll always think that you're completely right and won't give up until you reach your goal. If your condition is more serious, you might have schizophrenia. Senior, if you really have nothing to do, you should go see a psychiatrist when you have time. It's not scary to be sick, but it's scary to be sick and run out to harm others without knowing it. Xiao Lan didn't understand Jisoo's inexplicable persistence at first. It wasn't until she thought that Jisoo might also have a mental illness that she started to have an idea. Growing up in an abnormal family, he became abnormal. This wasn't something that couldn't be understood. Jisoo finally wasn't as calm as before. As a person who hated mental illness, it wouldn't be easy for him to accept it when he was suddenly told that he also had a mental illness. Seeing Jisoo standing there stiffly, Xiao Lan finally felt a little better. When she turned around to leave, she thought of something and turned to Jisoo. A psychiatrist's professional ethics is to not use professional knowledge to deal with patients. Regardless of whether you're successful in your studies in the future, you don't deserve to be a psychiatrist. Jisoo, you're on your own. Xiao Lan walked around the crowd of students who were watching the commotion and went downstairs. After she let out a long sigh of relief, she walked towards the place where Tan Mo usually parked his car. However, when she got there, Xiao Lan suddenly froze. Tan Mo didn't park his car at the place where he usually parked his car. Xiao Lan hurriedly took out her phone to call Tan Mo. However, when she dialed the number, she found that his phone was turned off. Fine snowflakes floated in the sky and landed on Xiao Lan's cheeks. Xiao Lan felt a sudden chill on her cheeks. Suddenly, her whole heart trembled, and her legs went soft. She almost couldn't stand. The dusty memories that she had forgotten were suddenly dug out. University, freshman year, final semester, it was snowing. Tan Mo, suicide. Xiao Lan only felt that her head had been hit hard. Her heart hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. She didn't know where to go, but her legs were already running crazily out of control. She kept calling Tan Mo, but no one answered. Xiao Lan felt that her tears began to fall uncontrollably. She comforted herself in her heart that he wouldn't do that. Even if Jisoo really said something, Tan Mo wouldn't do that. He was no longer the Tan Mo of the past. He already had someone he loved, and there were also people who loved him very much. How could he bear to part with them? However, Xiao Lan was still afraid. She was afraid of the so-called fate. She was afraid of the ending that Tan Mo had long been set in the book. She called Tan Mo's roommate and Uncle Chen's Aunt Chen, but she didn't get any results. Xiao Lan collapsed and squatted down. She didn't know how much time had passed, but someone slowly walked in front of her on the snow. Xiao Lan raised her head. Tan Mo stood in front of her and looked at her. After a while, he slowly squatted down. Xiao Lan was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she raised her hand and hit Tan Mo hard on the arm. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Tan Mo didn't say anything. He held her in his arms. After a long time, he stroked her hair. Good girl. Don't cry. Xiao Lan cried even harder. She was pulled back from the edge of collapse. The feeling of surviving a disaster made her unable to control her emotions. She wanted to scold him and hit him, but in the end, she just hugged Tan Mo tightly. It was as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. Tan Mo sighed. Xiao Lan hid it from him. His anger towards Xiao Lan and the fear that pierced the deepest part of his heart from Jisoo all disappeared with Xiao Lan's crying. Jisoo said that people who were born mentally ill didn't deserve to be in love. Xiao Lan would leave him sooner or later. No one would like a mentally ill person, and no one would accept a mentally ill person for a long time. Jisoo said that because of him, Xiao Lan was criticized. Because of him, she became a loner and was disliked. She said that she could have studied something she liked more and had a rich and interesting life like other girls. She shouldn't have given up her life and become like this because of him. She said that if he really loved her, he should have left her earlier. There would be better and more normal people to take care of Xiao Lan. Every word was like a knife stabbing into his heart. Tan Mo lost control and hit someone for the first time. He heard the screams around him. He also heard Xiao Lan calling his name and asking him to let go. Let go? Why did he let go? Did she feel sorry for him or did she think that he was wrong? Tan Mo suddenly didn't want to listen to them anymore. He didn't want to see Jisoo anymore. He turned around and left. He didn't know where he was going. He didn't dare to guess what Xiao Lan and Jisoo were talking about. He also didn't dare to think about whether Xiao Lan would leave him or not. Because he was scared, he turned off his phone and drove around aimlessly. When all his thoughts returned to normal, Tan Mo suddenly slapped himself. He turned around and picked up his phone. Seeing the countless caller ID on his phone, he turned on his phone and confirmed Xiao Lan's location. Then, he drove in the direction of Xiao Lan. The girl sitting under the streetlight and hugging her knees suddenly overlapped with the girl from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, he had also picked up this girl who was squatting on the side of the road and brought her home. Since then, she had become his lifelong wish. Tan Mo walked forward and looked at Xiao Lan, who was in a daze with tears all over her face. His heart suddenly ached. Recalling the thoughts he had during the chaos just now, Tan Mo didn't dare to look into Xiao Lan's eyes again. He carefully wiped away the tears on Xiao Lan's face and held her cheeks carefully. Even his voice became softer. I'm sorry, Tan Mo said. Xiao Lan's tears rolled down her cheeks again. Why did you leave? Xiaolan heard her own trembling voice. Because I was afraid that you wouldn't want me anymore. Xiaolan held Tan Mo's hand tightly. After a while, she said, then why did you come back? Because I love you. Tan Mo held her face and kissed her lips gently. Because I also believe that you love me too. From the day he got together with Xiaolan, Tan Mo never dared to believe that Xiaolan would love him. He didn't even dare to believe that Xiaolan would love him forever, no matter how sweet they were together and how long they had been together. This was the inferiority complex he couldn't avoid when facing Xiaolan. However, it wasn't until today that Tan Mo realized that he didn't know when, but he had already started to believe that Xiaolan also liked and loved him. This girl used her actions and heart to let him settle down in the harbor of love. She made him no longer afraid and uneasy. Whenever he thought of the name Xiaolan, he would feel incomparably safe and warm in his heart. Therefore, how could Xiaolan not want him? Because I love you, I won't leave you. Because I know that you also love me, I won't leave you. Tan Mo squatted down and carried the crying girl on his back. Lie down. He carried the person on his back more steadily. Stepping on the gradually thickening snowflakes, he walked forward step by step. He felt Xiaolan's hands holding him tightly and a smile appeared on his lips. Lie down. Let's go together. Go home. Xiaolan had probably never cried like this in her previous life. She couldn't stop her tears no matter how hard she tried. Tan Mo lay on the bed and stayed by her side the whole time, not daring to move half a step away. He probably realized that the reason Xiaolan was crying today was not what he had imagined, but he was suddenly scared and didn't dare to ask. In the end, he waited for Xiaolan to fall asleep before he carefully tucked her in. After a night of chaos, when Xiaolan and Tan Mo both calmed down and woke up the next day, the two of them ate breakfast while calculating yesterday's score. When Xiaolan woke up from her daze yesterday, she quickly realized that there was something wrong with the logic behind it. For example, the simplest point was, how did Tan Mo know that she would be there? How could it be so coincidental that he would appear there, just like her? She couldn't find Tan Mo for hours yesterday. Tan Mo was focused on eating his soup dumpling when suddenly, Xiaolan's words made his hair stand on end. This phone. Xiaolan picked up the phone in her hand and shook it at Tan Mo. Tell me honestly, what's in it? Tan Mo shuddered and the dumpling in his mouth fell onto the plate. This phone, was specially given to Xiaolan by Tan Mo. Then, when he gave her the phone, he had a little idea. Or, to be more precise, it was because he had some ulterior motives and gave Xiaolan a different phone. For example, installing a tracker or something, but in fact, he didn't use it too many times. This was because Xiaolan would usually tell him where she was going and what she was doing. Yesterday was an accident. Tan Mo thought for less than 3 seconds and quickly made a decision. He raised his head and apologized decisively. I'm sorry. Xiaolan stared at her boyfriend for a long time before she maintained the serious expression on her face and smiled. Delete it later. Okay. Don't do it again. Okay. Then install one for me. Okay. Okay? Xiaolan ate her breakfast slowly. It's because someone went missing last night. Tan Mo was speechless. Xiaolan and Tan Mo's life returned to its former tranquility. Xiaolan did not choose any other club. She attended classes from Monday to Friday, and went out with Tan Mo on weekends. Her life was as comfortable as it could be. Ever since she quit the psychology club, it was very difficult for her to see Jisoo again. And because Roman finally gave up on Jisoo, no one mentioned Jisoo's name in Xiaolan's ears anymore. Jisoo seemed to have disappeared from Xiaolan and Tan Mo's world. They still attended university as usual. Occasionally, there would be boys or girls who would express their interest in them. But half a year passed, then a year passed, then 2 years passed, and Xiaolan and Tan Mo were still together. It was just that Tan Mo became more and more the god of studying in the eyes of B-major students. In the 2nd year of university, Tan Mo majored in computer science. In the 3rd year of university, Tan Mo made careful and accurate calculations in a huge stock market. He advocated short-term arbitrage and traded frequently. He mainly studied historical market data to find certain statistical correlations. Based on these correlations, he designed quantitative investment management models for different markets. Then, with the help of computer calculations, he made thousands of short-term trades in various markets to capture fleeting market opportunities. Because it was a short-term trade, it would be closed in a very short period of time, and the loss would not be very big. After thousands of trades, as long as the profitable trades were more than the loss-making trades, the overall result would be a profit. These inconspicuous momentary profits would accumulate into an astonishing amount of income. This amount of money was simply an astronomical figure for other people of the same age who were still studying. Then, Tan Mo created an investment fund, and successfully abducted his roommate, Xianxia, to his company. All the students only knew that Tan Mo was a god of studying, but they did not know that he was already worth more than 100 million yuan. Xianxia watched Tan Mo slowly transform from a boy to a boy. Her heart was indescribably proud and gratified. But other than that, Xianxia was thinking about something else. Tan Mo was pulled away by Xianxia mysteriously. He looked at Xianxia in confusion and asked Xianxia what was wrong. Xianxia sighed. My Mo is almost 21 years old. Tan Mo, ah, yes. So. Then when are you and Lan going to get married? Xianxia asked curiously. Tan Mo did not even need to think about this question. After graduation. Good, good, good. Xianxia used 3 good words to express how happy she was. She smiled and touched Tan Mo's head before saying slowly, alas, I went out to do exercises with some old friends today and saw the little grandson of old Li's family. He was white and chubby and so cute. Tan Mo, what's so cute about being white and fat? Xianxia did not notice the change in Tan Mo's expression. She continued, when you and Lan get married, you can also give birth to a white and fat grandson. Tan Mo stood up decisively. Besides, I still have something to do. Xianxia, I'll be leaving first. He did not want a child at all. He did not want a white and fat child. Why did he have to have a child? Was it not good for him and Xiao Lan? Did he have to have a child? If he did have a child in the future, Xiao Lan would have to take care of the child as soon as she returned home. She might even have to sleep with the child at night. Then, he would become an invisible tool. Just thinking about it made him feel hopeless. Tan Mo went back to his and Xiao Lan's apartment on the top floor. He wanted to find a chance to instill in Xiao Lan that giving birth was painful and that the child might inherit his disease. He wanted to make Xiao Lan stand on his side. However, when he went in, he saw Xiao Lan watching something with a smile on her face. Tan Mo went closer to take a look. It was a popular parent-child variety show recently. Tan Mo, Xiao Lan was laughing uncontrollably while watching the show. She looked up and saw her boyfriend with a dark expression. She hurriedly asked him what was wrong. Tan Mo stared at Xiao Lan with a strange expression for a long time. He then snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Xiao Lan was left behind with a confused expression. What's going on? Every girl would be in a bad mood for a few days every month. Why was Tan Mo like that too? She turned off the variety show and hurriedly followed him in her slippers. However, no matter how she asked, Tan Mo didn't say anything. Instead, he changed the topic and asked her if the show was good. Xiao Lan told him the truth, it was very good. Those children were very cute. Tan Mo, he didn't want to talk anymore. However, before Tan Mo could slowly instill in Xiao Lan's mind, Xiao Lan and Tan Mo went shopping at a nearby supermarket one afternoon. The two of them slowly pushed the shopping cart. Coincidentally, a young mother pushed a shopping cart past them. There was a child sitting on the shopping cart. He said in a childish voice, Mommy, I want this. Xiao Lan had been watching a lot of parent-child variety shows recently. When she heard the child's childish voice, she felt that it was cute. She sighed softly and said, so cute. Tan Mo looked at him expressionlessly and said coldly, how is it cute? Xiao Lan was stunned. She turned and looked at Tan Mo. She suddenly remembered that Jisoo said that his father didn't like him. After thinking for a while, she asked, Mo, you don't like children? No, Tan Mo shook his head decisively. Why? Xiao Lan pulled Tan Mo as they walked. What's wrong with children? Tan Mo didn't understand either. What's good about children? Very good. It'd be best if it's a boy, Xiaolan said. I haven't seen you when you were young. If our future baby looks like you, I'll be able to see you when you were young. Xiaolan didn't even think about it. It was obvious that she really thought that way. Tan Mo, who had never thought about this, was stunned. All he thought about was that having a child would distract Xiaolan, but he didn't think that Xiaolan wanted a child because of him. Even the smart Tan Mo was stunned for a moment. After being stunned for a while, his brain probably couldn't wrap itself around it. He said foolishly, "What if it looks like you?" Xiaolan, however, before Xiaolan could say anything, Tan Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, what if he and Xiaolan had a daughter in the future? What if it was a daughter who looked like Xiaolan? He also hadn't seen Xiaolan when she was young. He also wanted to see what Xiaolan looked like when she was young. Tan Mo, who didn't want to have children at all, suddenly thought of this possibility. His heart instantly melted. Xiaolan said that children were very cute. Tan Mo imagined a soft and cuddly little girl who looked like Xiaolan's little daughter. Okay. She was indeed very cute. Super cute, invincible cute. Therefore, a few days later, after Aunt Chen found that Tan Mo didn't seem to want children, she was worried for a few days and prepared to talk to Tan Mo. She even prepared an excuse. However, she didn't expect Tan Mo to suddenly change his style. Children? Of course we want children. We can plan it after we get married. Aunt Chen, why don't we give the child a name in advance? Aunt Chen. Xiaohongyi was a little excited recently. Because under the shadow of his invincible and handsome former roommate, Tan Mo, someone finally ignored Tan Mo and discovered his brilliance. A girl expressed interest in him. Moreover, it was the big sister that he liked very much. Although this girl only took the initiative to add him on WeChat and chatted with him occasionally, it was enough to make Xiaohongyi very, very proud. As a pitiful girl who lived under the shadow of Tan Mo's public display of affection for Xiaolan, Xiaohongyi only needed to think that she was about to become the second roommate to show affection for each other. Awesome, although this girl wasn't as pretty as Xiaolan, he was a good man who didn't care about his looks. This girl was from the Chinese department. She was good at writing essays and calligraphy. Xiaohongyi, who was good at writing, happily borrowed a copybook from the girl and excitedly practiced his calligraphy in the dormitory. Xianxia saw everything and was silent for a long time. Perhaps he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After Tan Mo left, there were only 3 people left in the dormitory. Other than Xianxia, the other roommate teased Xiaohongyi. There's hope. Of course there's hope, Xiaohongyi blinked and said. She eagerly showed the copybook that she had been writing for a long time to Xianxia. How is it? How is it? Is there any improvement? Xianxia glanced at it and remembered that Xiaohongyi was scolded by her class teacher for her ugly handwriting in high school. At that time, Xiaohongyi would always smile and say that she would practice her handwriting when she had time. However, she had never practiced before. Now, she was practicing. Was there any improvement? There was probably some improvement. However, Xianxia didn't want to see it. He also didn't want to see if there was any improvement. He flipped through the book in his hand and deliberately said that there wasn't any improvement. Xiaohongyi doubted her life and said to herself, no improvement? How can it be? I feel like there's some improvement. Let me write for a few more days. Help me take a look. Xianxia closed the book and stood up. Xiaohongyi asked in surprise, where are you going? The library. Hey, let's go together. Xiaohongyi jumped back and prepared to change her clothes. Xianxia paused and turned to leave the dormitory. I have something else to do. You can go by yourself. Xiaohongyi was left in a daze, suddenly at a loss. Boring, really boring. He was also very unreasonable. Xianxia thought. Liking someone did not mean that the other party would definitely like you back, let alone this kind of shameful liking. He had no right to be angry. However, there were some things. Since Xiaohongyi, had been living Xiaohongyi, Hongxia, Hongxia. However, it was a pity that he was the only one who put him into his own world. Xianxia. In fact, Xianxia had never thought about what would happen between her and Xianxia. After all, this was just a one-sided love. After all, it was a difficult path. He thought that Xianxia would have a beautiful girl by his side one day. Xianxia would introduce the girl to him as his best friend. He had thought of all these scenarios. Xianxia thought that he was prepared. He thought that he could face everything calmly. But it turned out that in the face of love, all his preparations were useless. Xianxia didn't want to see Xianxia's happy face. He didn't want to continue the hopeless pain. Xianxia felt that it was time to let it go. A few days later, even the thick-headed Xianxia finally noticed that Xianxia seemed to have become busier. When she asked him what he was busy with, Xianxia said no. But the next day after class, she turned around and saw that Xianxia was gone. Xianxia was suddenly confused. He didn't know who to share his relationship with. After some time, Xianxia found Xianxia reading in the library. Xianxia looked up and glanced at him. Helplessness flashed across his eyes. It was very short. It was so short that it couldn't be seen. Then, he looked up and said casually, "What a coincidence." "Coincidence my ass." Xianxia wasn't in a good mood. She felt wronged. She stared at Xianxia for a long time but couldn't figure out why she felt wronged. In the end, she muttered softly, "You can't find anyone recently." "I'm so bored." Xianxia's hand paused. "Where's that girl?" "What girl?" Xianxia said casually. After thinking for a long time, she said, Oh. Who's that?" "We stopped contacting each other a long time ago." Xianxia held his breath. "Why? Why else?" "It's boring." "Sigh, I'd rather play with you." Xianxia was silent for a long time. In the end, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you recently?" "Nothing." Xianxia closed his book. "I'm hungry. Let's eat." "Do you want to go?" "Let's go." Xianxia also flipped her book. She put her arm around Xiaoxia's shoulder and jumped out. "Let's go to the cafeteria. I want to eat that small noodle shop." Xiaoxia looked at the hand on his shoulder and suddenly wanted to slap himself. This was the last time. This was the last time. He thought so. But the last time came faster than he imagined. During the summer break of his second and third year of university, Xianxia quarreled with his parents. All his living expenses were cut off and he was chased out of the house. He recalled his father's scolding and suddenly made up his mind. No matter what, he had to say it. It couldn't be worse than now. He imagined countless ways to confess to Xianxia. But before he could confess, Xianxia announced to them the good news that she was no longer single on the first day of her third year of university. Xianxia had a girlfriend. His girlfriend was his high school classmate. She was even a girlfriend who had a good relationship with Xianxia. Xianxia said that they built a noodle shop and chatted during the summer break. Suddenly, they felt that each other was quite good. Then, they often asked each other out to meet up. After that, they got together. Xianxia remembered the day he came out of the closet. When he was chased out by his parents, he called Xianxia. Xianxia said that she was sleeping and didn't want to come out. He suddenly felt that he was a joke. During his third year of university, Tan Mo set up his own company. Only a few people in the dormitory knew about this. Tan Mo privately asked his roommates if they were interested. Xianxia agreed without hesitation. He needed money. He needed to be busy. He needed a way to divert his attention. Tan Mo was a genius. Xianxia knew about this for a long time. At that time, he only wanted to earn enough money for his own school expenses. He didn't expect that in just 1 year, Tan Mo would multiply his small company by many times. Tan Mo was also very generous to him. Xianxia moved out of the dormitory near the end of the first semester of his third year of university. Xianxia went to his girlfriend's city on the weekend. When he came back on Sunday, Xianxia's bed was already empty. He called Xianxia. Xianxia said that he was very busy. His voice was cold and indifferent. Xianxia was not familiar with it. During class on Monday, he turned to look at Xianxia, who was talking to Tan Mo with his head lowered. They were holding company plans in their hands and talking about other things that he didn't know much about. His girlfriend sent him a WeChat message saying that she didn't have class in the morning and could sleep in. She asked if he was envious. Xianxia stared at his phone for a long time. Suddenly, he didn't have the mood to reply. He seemed to have unknowingly lost something important. Roman joined the anime club in her second year of university. It was a club that she wanted to join before she went to university, but because of Jisoo, she gave up. It was then that Roman realized that university clubs were really interesting. The girls were cute, and so were the boys. Of course, not all the boys were cute. At least, there was one person who was very, very uncute. A freshman who had just joined the club stared at her twin ponytails for more than 10 seconds before finally speaking. "Senior, do you know the difference between being cute and pretending to be cute?" That day, Roman and the junior who had just joined the club had an earth-shattering exchange of insults that shocked all the men and women present. In the end, Roman became the winner of the scolding war with a small advantage. This junior had no name in Roman's place, only a code name. Doggy Jr. Let me tell you, Roman was wearing a cute dress and had her hair tied in 2 cute ponytails. Her leather shoes stepped on the chair in front of the Doggy Jr., and she used her weak height to warn him like a queen. "You better not see me in the future. If you do, you better hide. Otherwise, I'll scold you every time I see you." Scram. The Doggy Jr. did not scram. He recovered from the scolding war and ignored the stunned seniors around him. He looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. A small body with a large amount of energy. Such a sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. Then, he was surprised to find that the little senior in front of him suddenly became a little cute because of this sentence. Roman felt that the Doggy Jr. might be a natural masochist. She told him to take a detour back then, but it was as if he was poisonous. She could see this annoying face every day. Not only did the Doggy Jr. not scram far away, he even came to her side. "Senior, are you going to eat? Which floor are you going to? Together? Senior, are you underage? Why do I feel like you're younger than me? You're the one who's younger, your whole family is younger, why are you so annoying?" Roman held her breath and gritted her teeth. She felt that she had to teach the junior in front of her a lesson by scolding him. In the end, the Doggy Jr. took out a ticket. "Senior, do you want to go to BML? I have an extra ticket here. Let's go together?" Roman was speechless. "Why did you have an extra ticket when I didn't even get a single one?" Roman was silent for a moment. "Go." The Doggy Jr. handed her the ticket with a smile. "Then we can go together, I've transferred the money to you." Roman lowered his head and tapped on his phone a few times before looking up. "Thank you for the tickets." Then, he turned around and left. The Dog Jr. was stunned for a moment. He took out his phone and transferred a sum of money to his Alipay account. It was more than the ticket price. When Roman transferred the money, he also explained why he gave more money. "Thank you for your hard work." The Dog Jr. was speechless. Sigh, chasing someone is so difficult. One day, Roman met Jisoo again. On the way to the teaching building. Roman raised his head to look at Jisoo, whom he had not seen for a long time. Suddenly, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. She thought about the person she used to like so much. Now that she thought about it again, it seemed that it had really faded. Jisoo was still the same as before. He spoke to her gently as if nothing had happened. Roman was slightly absent-minded. Back then, it was because of such gentleness that he had barged in headfirst. In the end, he only stopped when his head was bruised. Roman nodded and wanted to leave. However, she suddenly grabbed Jisoo's sleeve. Jisoo smiled and asked her what was wrong. "Senior." Roman raised his head to look at Jisoo. "Don't smile at other girls like that in the future, especially girls you don't have a good impression of." Jisoo was slightly stunned. Roman continued, "Besides, you don't want to smile at all." The smile on Jisoo's face disappeared. "I used to like you very much. I liked your gentleness and your eternal patience. I felt that I had never seen such a perfect boy before. It was only later that I understood that there is no such thing as a perfect person. The more perfect a person was, the more a demon was hidden in his heart. Illusions will always be broken. I've seen your true appearance. So, it's useless for you to smile at me now. Roman left. Jisoo suddenly remembered what Xiao Lan had said. Your parents' tragedy was not because your father had Asperger's disease. It was because your mother had never seen your father's true appearance from the beginning. He hated his father. However, he didn't know when he had become the same person as his father. Xiao Lan's words slowly lingered in his ears. She said that I've seen Tan Mo's true appearance. I like his true appearance. His true appearance. But his true appearance, Jisoo suddenly laughed. Most likely, no one would like him in his truest form. Just like Roman, after discovering his true appearance, there was no longer a trace of nostalgia. After Roman and Jisoo finished talking, they met the dog Junior. The dog Junior stared at her for a long time, then looked up at Jisoo's back for a long time. Who is that? My senior, Roman said casually. After saying that, she immediately reacted. Why am I talking to him? She turned around and wanted to leave, but the junior grabbed her sleeve. The senior you've been chasing for a long time? Yes, Roman admitted without blushing. After saying that, she asked with interest, isn't he handsome? The junior, handsome my ass. Roman was merciless. You're not even as handsome as my ass. The junior. Ciao. How annoying. Although Tan Mo said that he would get married as soon as he graduated, reality still didn't allow it. Because even if Tan Mo graduated, he still hadn't reached the legal age to get married. There were still more than 3 months. Xiao Lan wanted to laugh when she thought of this. Actually, she wasn't in a hurry to get married. Unlike Tan Mo, she didn't pay much attention to ceremony. Now, she just felt good to be with Tan Mo every day. She only felt funny when she saw Tan Mo waiting for the day to come. Xiao Lan's senior year was more relaxed than other students. Because of her excellent grades, Xiao Lan had already been recommended for postgraduate studies. Recently, she even had time to help Tan Mo with some work, such as translation and so on. Tan Mo became busier than usual. During graduation season, all the students started to make plans for their future. Tan Mo had already become a billionaire. The rental house was about to expire. Tan Mo spent a lot of money to buy a new house and a new car. Xiao Lan had nothing to do, so she suddenly wanted to go to the company to see Tan Mo. When she entered, the receptionist at the door asked her who she was looking for. Xiao Lan was about to say something when she turned around and saw Xianxia, who had just finished work and returned to the company. Among Tan Mo's roommates, Xiao Lan used to be most familiar with Xianxia. But later, because Xianxia had been working with Tan Mo, he gradually became more familiar with Xianxia. Xianxia, who didn't talk much, probably became more familiar with Xiao Lan. When they met, they could even joke with each other. Xianxia smiled and asked Xiao Lan if he had to prepare some money soon. Xiao Lan smiled and said yes, and asked him to prepare more. Looking at Xiao Lan's back, Xianxia suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was natural to wish her well, but more of it was unspeakable envy. They both knew each other in high school, but in the end they didn't end up together like Xiao Lan and Tan Mo. After Xiao Lan walked away, the hostess asked the Xianxia carefully who she was. She thought that the boss would be angry if she went up directly like that. Last time, there was a new female employee who went to the boss's office and was directly fired. Xianxia glanced at the hostess and said calmly, no. No, nothing at all. This is the lady boss. In mid-October, Tan Mo finally reached the age of 22. Tan Mo, who had already graduated, didn't even go to the company. His boss had openly skipped work and brought his girlfriend to register their marriage. In the end, he retreated halfway. No, Tan Mo said, then turned the car back. Xiao Lan was dumbfounded. Why not? Not today, Tan Mo said. We'll go tomorrow. Xiao Lan thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out why. Tan Mo explained. Seriously, today is my birthday. So? It's a waste to spend your birthday and your wedding anniversary together, Tan Mo said. We'll come again tomorrow. This way, they could spend their birthday and then their wedding anniversary. Perfect. How could he be so smart? Xiao Lan stared at the sight of her boyfriend's face for a long time, then turned her head away in amusement and speechlessness. On the day they actually got their marriage certificate, Tan Mo stared at the little red booklet in his hand for almost an entire day. In the end, he pulled Xiao Lan into his arms and said contentedly, "You can't run away for the rest of your life." Finally, at night, Xiao Lan came out of the shower and saw Tan Mo holding his phone and taking wedding photos for a long time. 5 minutes later, Xiao Lan saw Tan Mo's first ever post on her WeChat Moments. The comments section exploded. High school, university, familiar, unfamiliar, exclamations, congratulations. For the first time, Tan Mo paid attention to other people's comments and was foolishly happy for an entire night. Father Tan was watching TV when his daughter rushed down from upstairs. "Dad, my brother is married?" Father Tan was stunned for a few seconds. "Married? Married what? Married who?" "Just for fun," Father Tan said. "They've already gotten their marriage certificate." Tan Mo took his phone and looked at it for a long time. The boys and girls in the photos were all first-class good-looking. Tan Mo looked at the girl in the photo and felt that she was a little familiar. After looking at her for a long time, he finally remembered a day many years ago when this girl stopped him and asked him for Tan Mo's phone number. Later on, he heard from Uncle Chen that this child was Tan Mo's deskmate and later went to the same university together. She was a good child. Outstanding and beautiful. Father Tan was very satisfied. However, he was very dissatisfied with his son. He actually didn't tell his father that he was married. Father Tan was depressed for half the night. In the end, he took the initiative to call Tan Mo and did his part as an elder to arrange the wedding for Tan Mo. "Oh right, contact your daughter-in-law's family yourself." "No." Father Tan was stunned. "No, what no?" Tan Mo said lightly. "She didn't have any relatives. It's enough that she has me." After Tan Mo hung up the phone, Father Tan held the phone and was silent for a long time. He remembered that when he was young, he had no money, no status, and no one to help him. There was also a girl who gently told him that it didn't matter. It was enough that he had her. But later on, he had everything, but he couldn't see any trace of her. On the day of the wedding, Xiao Lan saw many old friends that he hadn't seen for a long time. Pei Ning, Baiyu, Haoying, and so on. There was even Song Yao. Xiao Lan didn't know if it was a butterfly effect caused by his appearance. Song Yao and Qin Yaoyang, who were supposed to be together in the book, didn't end up together. Song Yao became Pei Ning's girlfriend. As for Qin Yaoyang, it was said that Qin Yaoyang went abroad. What exactly happened to him was unknown. Xiao Lan didn't know. For years ago, Haoying cried and got Tan Mo drunk. Today, for years later, Haoying shouted that Xiao Lan was becoming more and more beautiful. She became the main force to get Tan Mo drunk again. Roman grabbed Xiao Lan's skirt and pointed at Haoying with shining eyes. He asked Xiao Lan, "Lan, this is your high school classmate. She's too handsome." The face of a certain junior brother sitting next to him instantly darkened. Therefore, on that day, in addition to Tan Mo's roommates, this junior brother who Tan Mo wasn't familiar with also joined the army of drinking. To be more precise, he joined the ranks of getting Haoying drunk. Xiao Lan didn't know how Haoying got home in the end. All of Xiao Lan's attention was used to deal with the drunk Tan Mo. Tan Mo grabbed Xiao Lan's hand and smiled foolishly at Xiao Lan. After laughing enough, he closed his eyes and leaned over and whispered, "I want a kiss." After saying that, he pointed at his lips that were soaked in wine. "Kiss here." Kong Sha pushed the door open and saw Tan Mo's silly look. He was a little shocked and stiffened for half a second. Then he considerately closed the door and left. It was the wedding night. As the saying goes, the wedding night. Actually, nothing happened. Tan Mo was so drunk that he couldn't even get up, let alone do anything else. When he woke up the next day, Tan Mo covered himself with the quilt and almost burst into tears. Although they didn't know how many times they went on their honeymoon afterwards, Tan Mo still held a grudge for the rest of his life. Drinking made things worse. Tan Mo didn't touch a glass of wine after that. Although they got married early, their baby wouldn't come until a few years later. After all, Xiao Lan was still in school. After all, Tan Mo loved his wife very much. After Xiao Lan successfully graduated from her master's degree and became a psychiatrist, Xiao Lan was finally ready to have a baby. Tan Mo was always a man of action. Xiao Lan finally made the decision. Not long after, Xiao Lan won the lottery. It could be seen that Tan Mo was not only good at action, but also very accurate. On the way home from the hospital, Xiao Lan asked Tan Mo whether he liked a boy or a girl. Tan Mo didn't even think about it and said, a girl. Xiao Lan could totally guess why Tan Mo answered like that. She deliberately smiled and said, what if it's a boy? Tan Mo calmed down for a few seconds and said, it depends on his performance. If he dared to steal his wife, then don't blame him for going overboard. Fortunately, God favored this child. A few months later, Xiao Lan successfully gave birth to a little girl. Tan Mo, who had promised to spoil Xiao Lan when she gave birth to a daughter, forgot about his daughter on the first day of birth. He held Xiao Lan's hand and looked at Xiao Lan's pale face. His hands trembled slightly. He didn't want Xiao Lan to be in so much pain anymore. At first, he couldn't tell whether the baby was beautiful or ugly. But as the baby grew day by day, her eyes became clearer and more beautiful. She looked exactly like Xiao Lan when she was a child. But her personality was more like Tan Mo's. She was cold and indifferent to outsiders, but when she saw her family, she was like a soft little kitten. But when she got angry, she was unbelievably fierce. Today, when she went to kindergarten for the first time, she was so fierce that a group of children cried. When Tan Mo went to pick up his daughter, he heard his little daughter yelling fiercely as soon as he walked in. My mommy is the prettiest in the world. In the morning, Aunt Chen took the little girl to sign up, so the teachers didn't expect this parent to be so handsome. The teachers were all young girls. When they suddenly saw Tan Mo's face, they blushed and took the initiative to talk to Tan Mo. Tan Mo easily picked up his daughter and said, what do you care? My wife is indeed the prettiest. The teacher, who wanted to talk but was stopped in her tracks, hugged her daughter's long legs and walked far away. The teacher was speechless. The next day, Xiao Lan personally picked up her daughter from school. The teachers finally saw the prettiest mommy and wife in the world. In the end, they silently acknowledged them. Forget it, they were really good looking. It was worth it to become a star. Xiao Lan didn't know what happened yesterday. After settling her daughter down, she kissed her daughter's Yuan's face and said, are we going home now or going to eat first? Let's go pick up Papa and eat together. Xiao Lan smiled and said, okay, let's eat together. Eat together, go home together. Walk through the rest of the days together. Walk through every tomorrow together. End of chapter 127. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.